We have Kweli Zukuri, and the brother who's moderator will introduce and give you guys an introduction of these brothers and sisters. We have Anthony Browder, Baba, Dr. Correa Lee, and then we have Kamal Grimes and Monica Utsi. And then you guys come on up.
Test. Morning. Peace, everyone. Good morning. So happy to be here. So I wanted to, we have a panelist that's calling in, Dr. Carol Lee. So I just want to make sure she's good to go. Can you hear us, Dr. Lee? Her audio must not be hooked up.
Yes, I can hear.
Okay, great. Thank you. Is she gonna be able to, are we gonna get her on the screen too? Hopefully they'll, yeah, we're ready. Yeah. Okay, they're about to put you on the screen. Give us 1 second, just want to make sure this is, okay, there you go. Hey, Dr. Lee, you can see us?
Yeah?
Great.
Well, I can't see you, do I see myself?
Okay, they're supposed to, oh, sure. Okay, and could everyone, if you could, please move up as close as you can to the front. That's something we've been telling everyone the whole festival, so if you can, if you don't mind, please come up as close as you can to the front, and we'll get started. Thank you. All right. So happy to be here with you all. So happy and excited to begin. Been waiting to do this. I guess before we officially begin, can I get permission from my elders on the panel to start? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, thank you. So my name, thank you everyone for being here on a Friday. My name is Kweli Zukuri. I work here at Howard University. I'm Director of User Experience and Web Strategy in our Office of University Communications. I've been at Howard, I guess, 14 years now. I would describe myself as a technologist, psychologist, historian in some respects, and also an enterprise strategist. So my day-to-day is really concerned with making sure our web presence as an enterprise is up to date and functioning and optimized. So that's my day-to-day is technology. I'm also one of the festival organizers, so really happy to be a part of this in an official way. And also I'm an alum, so I have a master's and a PhD in psychology with the Department of Psychology here. I finished in 2021, so happy to be done with that. Much good energy to all you students who are still getting through school. It does end, that's what everyone told me, and it does end. So the title of this panel is Opting Out of the Mainstream, Maroonage and the Quest for Independent Black Education. And we're featuring 4 people dedicated to the cause of empowering people of African descent via maroonage. And this is essentially African-centered education and socialization within independent alternative spaces. So these people are educators, researchers, scholars, authors, as well as community pillars and institution builders. And I'm really honored to have them here today. Like, I'm really in awe to have this group of people together to kind of explore what we do as Maroons in the modern era on different levels and in different spaces, because it can exist all over. So most importantly, I think all of these individuals are what I would call Jegna. And Jegna is an Amharic word that means warrior or cultural warrior. So they are warriors and defenders of African culture and history and people. And they've not only done that for their own direct communities, but a lot of their work has also become resources for other people doing the same work across the globe, right? So not only do they do that work, but they make sure that other people can do that work just by being who they are. So our purpose here today is explore this concept of maroonage, explore how writing as part of this writing festival has been a part of that work, and also, to really understand how we might be inspired to continue to do that work as well, because some of these institutions have existed for decades, right? And some of the people who founded these institutions are still running them and doing the work, but of course, we talked about earlier in this festival, handing off the baton and making sure that it's intergenerational. So I do want to, of course, introduce everyone else. And give you just a bit of background about everybody, and then I'll let them share more about what they do. And first of all of us are Howard alum on this stage. Dr. Lee is the only one that's not Howard alum, but we still love her all the same. Right, and her husband, I'm sure everyone's familiar with Hakeem Madabuti. Her husband taught here for, I think, 8 years, and he was also here on several panels in our first Writers Festival last year, so definitely by no means a stranger to us in the festival. So first, I want to introduce Baba Anthony Browder, aka Nana Sekou Karak, who's a researcher, writer, lecturer on ancient Egyptian history and culture primarily. His work has inspired thousands of people across the globe, and that's even an underestimate, including myself, including many people I know. Primarily, he has done his work through IKG, which is a DC-based organization he founded in 1981 that sponsors study tours to Kemet, or Egypt. I'll say Kemet for the rest of this presentation, but for anyone who doesn't know, Egypt is Kemet. Kemet is the appropriate name of Egypt, of the ancient civilization that we now call Egypt, or some people call Egypt. He leads study tours to Kemet. He founded a field trip of Washington, D.C. called Egypt on the Potomac. Just by show of hands, because we're here in D.C., who's taking that field trip, Egypt on the Potomac? If you haven't taken it, there's only a couple people here, but please put that on your schedule. That will change and transform how you see D.C. and your place in this city and in this country. He also advises on curricula across the country for different programming, and has just done a whole bunch of different programming, author of 6 books, as well as been on many podcasts and programs for many years. So he is a pillar. Can you please welcome him? Clap our hands. And next we have Dr. Carol Lee, also known as Safisha Mahabuti. She told me I could call her whatever. I'm going to call her Dr. Lee, because she's also been extremely influential to me in my own research and work. She's published over 100 articles, has published and authored and edited many books. She has also founded, decades ago with her husband, several African-centered schools in Chicago, which she'll tell us more about, and they're still thriving. And she's also, like I said, influenced thousands of people, I think, through her research and work, and being an example and a pillar. So I'm really excited to have her here as well. What else can I say about her? Well, she'll tell us more. I think also one thing to note is that her work has focused, her research has also focused and been huge in terms of looking at literacy for children, for Black youth, which we know for the majority of our youth are really behind in literacy, but she has found really innovative ways using our culture to help support that. So could we give her a round of applause, please? And next we have Monica Utsi, who's also Howard alum. She's an independent educator and founder of both local and global homeschooling collectives. In 2004, she co-founded the Sankofa Homeschool Collective, which has been a support group dedicated to homeschoolers of the African diaspora. She's chronicled her homeschooling adventures on her blog, Chocolate Covered Boy Joy, and through her YouTube channel, Chocolate City Homeschool Life. And she's also the U.S. travel coordinator for HIM Tours in Ghana, which is a full-service travel company based in Accra. And she just got back this morning from Ghana, like like at 6:30, right? I was kind of nervous she would make it here, but I'm happy she's here and safe and sound. And she also transformed Hymn Tours into a foundation in 2023. So it's a venture aimed at combining education, travel, and service to educational institutions. So happy to have her here. Can we give her a welcome, please? And then last but not least, my brother Kamal Grimes is a Pan-African scholar who has studied and researched in Ghana, Togo, Ethiopia, Jamaica, Mexico, Egypt, and Germany in pursuit of knowledge of African civilizations. He completed his master's degree in Africana Studies here at Howard in 2019, and he's transforming that thesis into a book that's going to be entitled Ethiopian and African American Relations and the Role of Ethiopianism within the Pan-African Movement. He works as an administrator and teacher at the Nation House Positive Action Center here in Washington, D.C., which is an African Center school. Shout out to Nation House. He's also the founder of the Communiversity, an educational organization dedicated to educating the public on African culture, history, and geopolitics. And he's also the co-founder of the Ethiopian Eritrean African American Association, which is dedicated to fostering mutually beneficial relations between young people across cultural lines. He's also one of the facilitators of the Egypt on the Potomac field trip, along with myself and a group of others that has worked with Baba Tony now for some years. So we've also, I think I can speak for him also to say that we've learned so much just by being a part of Tony's work. Can we give it up for Kamal? And again, they'll tell us more about their work soon. So I just wanted to give you just some openings, just some background and to contextualize our conversation about this concept of maroonage. So historical maroonage, right? So throughout, centuries of enslavement here in what we now call the Americas, right? I hate even referring it to the Americas because it wasn't always called that, right? But throughout these lands, throughout the enslavement of our ancestors, there's always been major resistance. And one of the forms of that resistance was maroonage, right? So people escaped, formed their own communities in places that the plantocracy could not really touch or didn't want to touch because it was in swamps or mountains or places that were hard to reach. And they formed thriving communities, right? Now to do this, of course, obviously it took extreme steadfastness and courage, right? Incredible, something I can't even imagine, the kind of courage and steadfastness that required. Some examples of maroon leaders that we know of today were Gaspar Yanga of 15th century Mexico, as well as Nanny of the Maroons of 18th century Jamaica. So that's probably some of the names you've heard of. So in that spirit, we have modern maroonage. And there was a book by Dr. Asa Hilliard III. And if you haven't heard of him, please, he's been very influential to people on this stage and I'm sure throughout the auditorium. He was an educational psychologist, did a lot of pivotal work to support maroonage, and one of the books he wrote was called The Maroon Within Us in 1995. He extended this concept of maroonage to describe the act of preserving and uplifting African culture, history, and people by holding independent, self-administered space in which Africana cultural socialization and expression, as well as African-centered education, can take place. So what's key to historical maroonage and modern-day maroonage is two things. One is that you hold a space for to make sure that your life and the work and the community you want to build can thrive. So it's also about nation building. So maroonage is not just about Black people coming together to study. It's not just about creating, quote unquote, successful, quote unquote, educated Black people that, take their education to really for their own individualistic means, and really a lot of times that means, perpetuating the existing hegemony, right? Because if you use your own skills and talents towards just supporting the corporate white supremacist power structure, then we're not really doing anything different, right? So maroonage is not that. It's coming together to collectively build consciousness for self-transformation and a cultural self while maintaining a central goal of self-determination. And it's important to define the word self, right? Because it's not just about one individual self. The word self, we take an African-centered stance to this word, and the word self really means you and your community, right? Because there's all these levels of self. Your individual self, yourself as it relates to your people, your community, your family, yourself as it relates to whatever nation you're in, the globe, the universe. We're connected to everything, right? So there's all these levels of self. So when we talk about self-determination, it's about you and your people. If you're successful on your own, I would argue that that's not true success, right? So that's really important to make sure we understand that word. And power, therefore, is something we're trying to achieve through all these efforts. And power, have to define that word too. Power is not about aggressing against anyone else or taking anyone else's agency. It's about controlling your own destiny, and I would add positively influencing the destiny of your own community as well. Again, extending the self to be more than just your individual self. So all that being said, with maroonage, there's levels of maroonage, right? Because it is an act of defiance. So maroonage can exist in a household, formally or informally. As a parent, you might have books and posters and things around your house to make sure that your children are socialized to African culture and values and ways of being. You might have maroonage as it exists on a community level, so community organizations that provide resources or also actually do programming as a part of maroonage. And then you might have, you do have also schools, African-centered schools, which is a maroon space, which are maroon spaces. And even with schooling or educational systems, there's levels to that, right? Because you can have a charter school that's African-centered, but a charter school is still a public school. It's still tied to the power structure, right? So you might have some autonomy there, but ultimately that autonomy can be infiltrated, right? And we've seen that happen. And then you might also have probably the best situation as a private, independent, African-centered school. And that's probably the closest you can get to maroonage at a school level, right? So there's these levels, and I think as people of African descent, of course, we've learned to be flexible and do the best we can in any space we have. But it's important to establish and maintain these institutions that do it as well. So that brings us to our first question. So this is a question for the whole panel. So each of you can give us an answer. I want to start with Baba Tony and Dr. Lee. So tell us what you do as it relates to maroonage, your journey in creating and or supporting related institutions, and about the role that writing has played within that effort.
Let me defer to my sister. Dr. Lee, I'd like for you to go first, because that's the proper thing to do. Women move first. They lead us in everything that we do. So if you don't mind.
Sure. Yes. I have a feeling it's going to be a bit. Well, we are here in Chicago, and we have, over the last 50 years, sustained multiple independent academic institutions. Many of you know my husband, my ability to establish Third World Press, which is now 56 years old, and in terms of connections, right? I would say that all of the major thinkers really of the last 50 years and at one point or another published by Third World Press. And in many respects, the movement for our Black empowerment has been very much by the fight of authors published with Third World Press, including Ilsa. We have founded the Institute of Positive Education in 1969, still operating, and has published a series of pamphlets called Black Pages. Over the years, had a firm and we go on. We currently offer after-school services to schools. We have our first independent school, New Concept School, which started in 1970. Originally, early childhood, elementary program, and it is still in operation. And then in 1998, decided to take advantage of the charter school movement in Chicago and established the Betty Shabazz International Charter School Network. We have two campuses. The first, Shabazz campus. Betty Shabazz was a dear friend of both our family and our institution. And our second campus, the Barbara A. Seisman. Barbara Seisman was one of the major figures in education in the country. The first black superintendent in Washington, D.C., and was also a dear friend of our board of directors. Collectively, we teach roughly 600 students a day. I would like to make one on Quayle's comment of private versus church, because this is an issue that and the value that we found in both private schools and charter. The challenge in private is tuition. And with the, as I said, we serve 600 children a day. There is no charge, and we're able to support children because in terms of our work as advocates in education, we argue that we are part of this struggle. You know, after the Civil War, the first instance that our people established a school, James Anderson and the education of blacks in the South, 1865 to 1935, documented some 1,500 schools that black people established totally on their own. In fact, the boys argued that it was because of the initiative of black people to educate their own children and then to push the government for public education for white children in the South that access to public education. In terms of the impact of the work, I just got a text. Macy Walton has got an arrest. He's in the audience. I believe is on who is a registered and is a testimony to the impact I think that I worked there. So I think I will hold on this space for time and answer questions. But just to say, we've been engaged in African education now for 15 years without stop, and been able to educate thousands of young people who are out in the world, and I might add, who love themselves and are committed to the world. That's the legacy.
Like Dr. Lee, I am a product of Chicago. I was 3 when Emmett Till was murdered. I was 14 when Malcolm was killed, 17 when Martin was killed, and 18 when Fred Hampton and Mark Clark were murdered. I grew up in an environment where black people fought for everything that you all are benefiting from. I left Chicago in 1971 to come to Howard University, and I'm here in DC. I lived at 16th and S and walked to Howard back and forth every day. walked down 14th and U, which looked like Beirut, 1971. Within a week of living in D.C., I knew who all the drug dealers were. I knew where I could buy any drug that I wanted. And it dawned on me that if I know where the drugs are, then the police know where the drugs are. And this situation is designed in order to produce the outcomes that we have been fighting against all of our lives. I graduated from Howard in 1974, be 50 years next year. When I graduated from Howard, I felt that I wasn't quite ready for the world. Something was missing in my education. Something was missing in my development. I was fortunate in 1975 to meet Nana Kwame Brown and a Khan priest who introduced me to African spirituality. And once I gained a better understanding of who I was as a person of African descent, that helped charter the course which has been my life since 1974. February 21st, 1977, I met Dr. Ivan Van Sertima, who gave a presentation at Georgetown Law School. He had just published his book, They Came Before Columbus, The African Presence in America. His presentation blew my mind because that was the first time in my life anyone had ever told me that the ancient Egyptians were black. That little piece of information contradicted everything that I had seen on television, everything that I had learned in school, everything I'd read in every book, even though I attended predominantly black schools all of my life. While I was not educated in African-centered knowledge, I did gain from the benefit of a good education. I learned how to read, I learned how to write, I learned how to reason, I learned how to appreciate the acquisition of knowledge. After meeting Van Sertima, I realized that I had been miseducated, and I began the process of re-educating myself. And what I discovered was what I now refer to as forbidden knowledge. There's information out here that is crucial to our development as human beings that has intentionally been withheld from us. I began reading some of the writings, some of the works that Dr. Van Sertima referenced, specifically the works of Ivan Van Sertima, Chancellor Williams, Dr. Ben, John Jackson, and decided to make my first trip to Egypt with Dr. Ben, who I met at Cramden Auditorium October of 1980, and decided to go to Egypt with him in December of 1980. Those 13 days that I spent on the Nile with Dr. Ben changed my life forever. I saw the physical evidence that I had indeed been lied to all of my life. And what I realized is that most of the people who lied to me were teachers who looked just like me. And I realized that you only know what you know. So I couldn't blame them. What I needed to do was to gain access to the knowledge that had intentionally been withheld from me. So when I returned to DC from Egypt, began reading more. I was presented with an opportunity to do a 7-week class at the University of Maryland. I brought that class to DC in 1982. I established my second business in 1982, the Institute of Karmic Guidance, created a vehicle primarily to use my art and design skills. I'm a fine arts major here at Howard University. So my experiences in graphic design and advertising, I became interested in African and African-American history and culture through the back door. And what I've done is to use my skills as an artist, as a designer, my marketing skills to find ways to produce knowledge and present it to people who have been programmed to resist favorable information about themselves. So I have been able to do that as a business successfully for 41 years now. I've been able to author or co-author at least 14 books. Following the advice of my good friend, colleague, and brother Paul Coates, I have my own publishing company because I understand business. A brother I saw wearing a T-shirt in Independence Bank a number of years ago said that if you don't sell yourself, somebody else will. So I understood the value of being self-employed. I've been self-employed since 1979 because I made the determination that I'm not going to work for racist white folk or ignorant Negroes. And controlling my own destiny has allowed me to do everything that I have been destined to do in this life. So through the creation of IKG, as Quaylee mentioned, I've co-authored a number of books. We established an institution where we sponsor seminars, lectures, and most of the programs that we have offered over the years were held right here at Howard University. And as I'm in the last quarter of my life, my job now is to pass the baton to those young folk who I've been working with, who I trust, whose attitude and intellect I respect, and know that they will take what I have created to the next level. I've been working primarily with my daughter, but I'm also working with the young folk that you see here on the stage in order to ensure that what we have created will outlive us. The last thing you want to do is to die holding down the fort and have your institution die when you leave. So it's about sustaining something that is more important than your individual life, establishing something that future generations can expand upon. So in conclusion, let me just share with you my perception of what maroonage entails. First, you have to free yourself, your physical self. And after you're free from the clutches of a system that is designed to destroy you on all levels constantly, you have to then free your mind and know those things that you will never learn in most institutions. And once you know who you are, then you have an obligation to free your family and free your community. And then the third component of maroonage, which is so critically important, is a cultivation of a consciousness of spirit, a spirit that transcends our religious interpretations, a spirit that have failed us in many instances and hold us in spiritual bondage. And once these things are in place, then you're in a perfect position to be able to allow your life to be guided by the only AI that matters, and that is ancestral intelligence. We are who we are because of the ancestors who opened doors for us and paved ways for us. And everything that we have done, everything that we will do, is a direct result of our connection with souls who are not physically here, but who we have access to. And the most important thing that you will never learn in school, fraternity, sorority, churches, is that the essence of you is an extension of your ancestors. They live in us. And when you know that, when you understand that, when you make those connections, when you build on that, there is nothing in the world that you will not be able to do. Thank you.
Should we have you, Sister Utsi, answer the question?
Sure. So my inspiration for founding Sankofa Homeschool Community was here. I wanted him to stay so I could introduce him, but he just left with Sanu. He's 23, and I homeschooled him K through 12. What inspired me or motivated me to want to do that was love. We started as a group of moms, Mocha moms. We were home with our children, and what we found is that people who were enrolling their sons in schools were having problems because, you know, boys are active and they don't want to sit still. And so we ended up being very boy heavy. And so during the preschool years, we were at home with them and we were doing things with them and we were taking them to the library and to nature centers and that kind of thing, and we enjoyed it. And so as other parents started to enroll their children in school, we started thinking about how we could continue to do what we were doing. And so in 2004, the Sankofa Homeschool Community, I co-founded it. And we decided that instead of enrolling our children in school, we were going to collectively educate them ourselves. Now, homeschooling is very popular now, but back in 2004, when we would go out to various events, most of the families that were homeschooling were white. So we didn't want to create an environment where our children were not able to, you know, have a reference group that looked like them. And so through Sankofa Homeschool Community, we coordinated events so that if there was a field trip happening at the zoo, we would all show up together. So our children began to know each other and we began to know each other, and family bonds were built. And then 7 years later, after we had all run ourselves ragged, taken our children everywhere, we decided that we wanted to have a dedicated learning space for them to come together on a weekly basis. So we looked within our community, we looked to other parents, and we enlisted them to teach our children. And so we created this collective where our children had an opportunity to learn from people who look like them, and also one of our missions is that everything they learn is taught through an African lens. So if it's literature, it's going to be, we offer a class called Black Girl Magic. There's no reason why the study of composition or literature can't be through our story. And so fast forward today, 2024, Sankofa homeschool community is going to be 20 years old. And it's a, thank you. Like I said, it's an effort of love. It's, you know, we weren't rich doing this. We weren't thinking about, you know, the impact that it would have on the community, but we are glad that it has had that impact. And we are continuing to do the same and be motivated and continue to be motivated by love for our children, for our community. And Amoa is a part of Sankofa. So, you know, that that makes me feel good when I go out in the community and I see young people who have, you know, been a part of our community collective, because we really did this together as mothers, helping one another. You know, if somebody is, you know, homeschooling means that if you're not married or you don't have a partner, somebody's not working because somebody is at home, you know, taking charge of that education. And so in that respect, we had to work as a community as well to help one another sometimes in those cases.
That's so awesome. One follow-up question, and then we'll get to Brother Kamal. I know since the pandemic and kind of, you know, the consciousness that Black folk have kind of emerged into with racism and curriculum in the school system. I mean, we've already known it's there, but I think it's been an increase in how many people have become aware of it. I think the numbers on Black homeschooling have like tripled, if not more than that. Have you seen an increase in demand for your services since the pandemic?
Yeah, absolutely. We get parents all the time who come into us and, you know, they say they didn't know what was happening in the classroom until the pandemic. So now that they know, they don't want to go back to it. And so that is another resource that we provide. Many of us have been doing this for a number of years so that we can help those who are coming along who may fear that their children won't be able to get into college. Howard student there, you know, people who have homeschooled have gone on to the new school, Howard University, Temple University. So sometimes parents need that reassurance, and we're here. We not, in addition to providing classes, we are also a support group.
Thank you. Brother Kamal.
Peace and blessings, everyone. I'm honored and humbled to be on this panel. I want to reference something that Tony Browder said earlier, that we need to focus on the only AI that matters, ancestral intelligence, and that we are a culmination of our ancestors. Just as us, you know, we have our parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, great-great-grandparents, and it goes on, and they all live within us. My journey to maroonage started before I was even born. My parents were impacted by the works of Tony Browder, Dr. Ben, many scholars, Ivan Van Sertima, Dr. Marimba Ani, and when they made a concerted effort when they had children that they were going to liberate us, and so they gave us African names, starting by the name. So my name is Kamal Malik, last name Grimes. My dad's name is Herbert Nelvin, so he wanted to move away from that. And Kamal is a Kikuyu word, and it means silent or quiet warrior. And Malik is actually an Arabic word meaning king or ruler. When I was growing up, I think my parents, they said Kamal was Swahili. And this is interesting. Now that I'm grown, I understand that my parents were undergoing a process of re-educating themselves and learning, and they were doing it on the go, really, on the fly and in real time. And so I've been able to take the information that they gave to me, what they knew, and go miles and miles and miles, thousands of miles actually with it. You know, my family, my dad, he never went to Africa, you know, but he told me that he learned from Malcolm X that we are Africans in America, not African Americans. And that I never grew up not knowing that I was an African. I never grew up not knowing that I was connected to Africa. And it's interesting, you come in contact with other young people, and you know, as a kid, I used to be embarrassed of my name because the kids would they had trouble pronouncing it, or they would call me Camus or Kamal or Kamil or Camille. You know, I could go on and on. And you know, when you're a kid or a child, as I know, because I'm not a baby goat, but when you're a child, you know, you don't want to be the one that sticks out. You know, you just want to flow with everybody. So even one, so to continue it and say, what do I do now? I'm continuing the legacy that my parents put forth to me. This is just on my heart right now because this is a beautiful experience. Not to call you out, Amoa, but Amoa Salam is the first student I ever had in the school system. Him and his partner, Savannah Akoto, at Nation House Positive Action Center, or some people know Nation House Watoto School and Sankofa Institute. And they were the first people to call me Baba. And it was really, really like it was like an out-of-body experience. I was still just 26 at that time. And so I was like, how can I be the Baba? Like, no, somebody else is Baba. But the thing is, that was my introduction. Because in the African Center School, you're either Mama or Baba. And, you know, once you get to that age, you know, some of the kids, the younger students, they could have been my children, you know? And so it's that intergenerational transmission and realizing that you're actually going on to the next level. And that you don't just remain in whatever stage that you started at. Like, you guys may be sitting there now thinking, okay, I'm a college student. Yeah, right now, you know, but it's not always going to be that way. It's going to be years later, 10 years from now, you'll be in my position looking back like, wow. And you're going to connect the dots. You're going to connect the dots. There's so many people in this room that I know through my own journey of maroonage, associated, whether it's independent institutions, whether it's before I ever taught at Nation House, I was involved with an organization that had a Saturday school, and we had it at We Act Radio. On Saturdays, we got Brother Kimon Freeman here in the house. Yeah, so these maroonage spaces happen everywhere. Also, just to wrap it up, and so we can continue the conversation, what I'm doing now is I have 3 jobs actually. Many people in the room know me from Sankofa Video Books and Cafe, because I'm there every day, Monday through Friday from 3 to 8. And they say, well, how can you teach at Nation House and be at Sankofa every day? Well, I'm at Nation House every day from about 9 to 2, you know. And then a few days out of the week, I do personal training. I work at a gym out in Virginia. So this morning I was training people up at 5, 6, 7 a.m. and hit high-intensity interval training workouts. Because it's the mind, the body, and the spirit. Like, for me, I always was an athlete. And so, like, if I'm not moving, I'm not thinking properly. It really affects my mood and my productivity. And so that was also an effort in maroonage. Working for these independent black institutions is not for the money, because, to be honest, they don't really have the money to really pay you a competitive salary among that. You might look at your peers working here and working there and be like, am I really making the right decision? But when I see everyone in the room, and then when I see my students doing the drum call, you know, for us, and I'm sitting here with Barbara Browder, who I interviewed on a Howard University radio show years ago. I've been in a tomb, an ancient tomb in Egypt, with Baba Browder from the 25th dynasty, and not just being there, but we were actually it was our site, you know, that Baba Browder put forth. He literally has the only African American funded and excavation in the history taking place in Egypt, in Luxor, Egypt. It's been going on for over 10 years. And the Asa Restoration Project. And he didn't mention that, but the other name, his other name, Karak, it comes from Karakamun, who was the ancient, he was a mayor of ancient Waset, which we now call Luxor, which was the capital of ancient Kemet, which we now call Egypt. So I'm just enthralled to be here. African-centered education, maroonage is what I'll leave it with is, you can read all you want and write all you want, and that's great. It's going to supplement everything that you do, but you got to feel, you got to see, you got to hear. And we have 2 ears for a reason and 1 mouth, because we should listen twice as much as we speak. That's also something I learned from Baba Browder while we were in Kemet. And it's a beautiful thing to listen to everyone and then get the chance to speak. So thank you for listening.
Thank you everyone for that insight. And I think some of the common themes, some of the common threads we see in this work is that it requires perseverance, right? Because you are working in the face of hegemony and everything that says don't do this if you want to really be quote unquote successful, right? But it takes a courage and it takes a willingness to do that work no matter what, right? So you'd have to have a community to help support you, I think, too. And I'm also reminded from what you all were saying, like especially with you all's comments about having a holistic approach to education, right? Malimu Shuja has a book called Schooling versus Education. Dr. Lee actually has an essay in that book. I forgot what year, in the 90s, I think it was published. But he talks about the difference between schooling and education, where schooling is just really socializing the citizenry to be how can I say it nicely, good citizens, right? Not really trying to evoke the best out of you and make the best. Educate means to bring out from within, right? So it's not about that. Schooling, this whole school system we have was actually created to socialize the citizenry to Anglo-Saxon values or Americanisms to make sure that people complied, right? Education is about really holistically bringing out the best of you and giving you the tools you need to do that, right? So these people are educators, whereas this system we see that's called an education system is really about schooling. So the next thing I want to ask you all about is generally impact that you have seen with the work that you do with youth. So with my own research, which again I completed in 2021, I really wanted to study the impact of African-centered education or African socialization, because there is in the scientific literature that there's some in there, but there's not a whole lot of treatment that's been done for that. My calculation was, hey, if we can, the more scientific evidence we show that this works, we know it works, right? But the more scientific evidence we have, the more we can shift money that's wasted on other things and get it into these types of programmings, right? Because you can also have a program in a mainstream school that might do something like Tony has been involved in mainstream schools, even in pushing programming there that has a big impact on students. So just to preface that, I remember, so I should say this too, like I'm really thankful for Tony, because if you're a graduate student, you know that, and you want to do research with students, with youth, it's kind of difficult to get into schools and to kind of get access, right? So he was doing a program in 2016, 2018, actually before that, but that's when I was involved, in San Jose, California, where he was going into the school system once a month and teaching black students. And in San Jose, you know, if you're familiar with the Bay region of California, it's a place where even white students are kind of more the minority. It's really highly Latinx and East Asian and Central Asian, right? So black and white students are kind of the minority, and especially black students, though. And academic performance for black students is at the bottom, right? Which is the case in a lot of places because of racism, basically, is the answer to that. But he was doing this programming because they were trying to help black students there. And so I was hired as an independent consultant and to assess the impact of the programming. And I also used that research for my own academic work. So I was, you know, again, very thankful to have that access. It was a huge opportunity. And so I looked at the impact of the work and then also try to answer the question of like the process, why and how does it work, to more really understand and help enhance the programming. And so I just want to share one thing. There was one student that took 2 years of the program, and he shared with me that his confidence, he was very aware that his confidence just completely transformed, right? So his friends in school were, he was saying they were Mexican and Asian, most of his friends. And he said, before this program, they used to tell me about their history. They knew their history, right? Because their parents had immigrated or however many generations ago, or maybe they were just the first level immigrant. And he said, you know, they could tell me about their history and be proud, and I used to have nothing to add to the conversation. And then after taking this program, he said, now I can share with them my history and culture, and I have something to bring to the table, right? So he felt just elevated just by this knowledge, just starting out, right? So that was just a piece of the impact of this programming. So I want to ask everyone on the panel if you could share more of what you've witnessed in terms of the impact of the work that you've done, in particular on youth.
I can say that the first book that I wrote, published 1989 from the Browder File. We've sold almost 1 million copies of that book. It's been a perennial bestseller for 34 years. It's one of the most read books in prisons today. A decade or so ago, I was getting letters from inmates, maybe 30 letters a month, from brothers, and then an increasing number of sisters, because black female incarceration is the highest rate of incarceration in the world. And what I found is that for the majority of our people, once they're incarcerated, it's the first time in their life they have time to sit down and read and study and analyze who they are. Malcolm was transformed in prison, and so many millions of others' lives were transformed in prison. So to know that, you know, the Browder File is one of the most read books in prisons was important to me, to know that I'm helping to influence these brilliant minds who are like behind bars 10, 20, 30, 40 years. But I received an interesting letter that prompted me to begin to focus more attention on young folk, when someone said, if I had read this book 10 years ago, I wouldn't be here in prison doing 15 to 20. How can I get this information to my child so that they don't follow in my footsteps? So I began to think about more of replicating what I was doing with my daughter. I took her to Egypt when she was 7, wrote her first book when she was 8. And so the work that Quayle was talking about, going into schools and teaching young people as early as possible critical information about who they are, makes all the difference in their lives, and what they know they will pass on to their children, what their children know they will pass on to their children. So we're in a position right now, based on what we say, think, and do, to influence the next 7 generations. That's 150 years in the future. So when you know that, when you understand that, when you act on that, then that's all the encouragement that you need to come here and do your best work.
Thank you. Dr. Lee, can we get you to answer next?
Well, first, there is a body that documents sense of what is called academic. And that is well established. For us, we have little thousands of people over the last 50 who have gone through certain schools, who are now adults, who are self-confident, active in our community. Just all of those people. I would like to add that part of what we are doing is trying to prepare us for a very complex world. So I believe it was saying that independent probably won't make a lot. We have to learn how.
Can you repeat that last? You're kind of coming in and out, just so you know. I think it's the network, but you said, what was your point? The last point you made?
That we have to teach our children how to build businesses.
Build businesses, okay.
Over time. So I wanted to read in terms of vision and reason. And so, yes, our ancestors expect us to learn, go beyond what they accomplished. And how do we connect with our heritage is complicated, and tension is in part due to enslavement. And so as we to what A.W. Boykin calls the deep code that transition, it's unequally that our children that we cannot imagine, and it is important that as part of understanding how across the desk we have impacted it. And I could have written the Haitians were broke, and he ran out of money, and so he sold state, great irony in itself, but it was because of that. In a similar, the Moors who were black ran Spain for 7, and it was all 700 Spanish to keep them in 14 to establish states together. Columbus got lost trying to come over here. So my point is that we have to deal with reason, understand what we learn from the fact, but also understand our centered reference, because we're dealing that are different than our ancestors did. Are going to be in a world on top of the earth, going to face challenges of. So I will go into this a little more. I just argue that this learn about the past here and other complications. One of the things I'd be interested in Tony's response is that he died because
you repeat that last sentence? You're kind of going in and out, unfortunately. I think it's the... We could try that. Actually, yeah, could you try it? That's a good point. Could you try, Dr. Lee, turning your video off? It might help the audio. That's a good point. Let's see, can you keep talking?
Now, his trip, taking his malaria, drank the uncle. And for me, again, sort of the complexity that we have needs to build structure that is, they can support our people. And if we have, it would be great. It's a necessary.
So, Dr. Lee, we're having, unfortunately, a hard time understanding you. I think it's the Wi-Fi network, perhaps on your side, but I'll text you. Perhaps you can like type the next response for me. So definitely want to keep you involved. But actually, we can try again in a little bit. But I think we're having a hard time hearing you, so I think we should probably move to the next person for now. Sorry about that. You want to answer the question about impact?
Well, I have a number of, I guess, anecdotal examples of impact of African-centered education and raising your children in that community and that culture. For me, I found that my sons moved through the world differently. They were confident. They had knowledge. If they're in a space and they hear something that doesn't sound right to them, they can challenge it. Some examples are, we used to attend Union Temple Baptist Church, and there's a mural that you look at, and Jesus is black. So when we went to the museum and the docent showed us a picture of Jesus, he said, that's not Jesus. Jesus is a black man. Once we were on vacation with another family, and it was a timeshare, and there was a story time, and he was the person who was reading the story, asked all of the children where they were from, some from New York, Ohio, different places, and my son said, I'm from Africa. And the reason he said that is because I made a conscious effort to, from the age of when he was born until about 8 or 9 years old, I did not allow him to read any books that didn't have images of him. So we must have read every folk tale known to man, so he saw this image that looked like him, and it was in Africa, so he deduced that I am an African. Also, he played soccer, and most of his teammates were white. There was one young man, African American. I think his mother was even Nigerian. And they were at the house just hanging out, and his friend said to him and his other friend who also drums, why are you all always talking about Africa? I don't know what we're talking about. But he said because we're African. But they didn't say it in a judgmental way. They just kind of casually said it and went on about what they were doing. In another instance, a group of Sankofa students took a class outside of Sankofa that was taught by a guest speaker, happened to be a white woman who I guess she assumed they didn't have any political education, any political background, but they went toe-to-toe with her about some things that she presented that they didn't agree with because they had that knowledge. And when she started talking about, she said something about if you walk barefoot in Africa, worms will get in your ankles or something crazy. They walked out because it was insulting. And so I think that, like you said about the student who said he had something to bring to the table, teaching your children their history gives them something to bring to the table. I remember another one of the activities we used to do with our children was taking them to the Discovery Theater, and they have this show they do every year called the Festival of Lights, and it's every culture does a representation of how they celebrate Christmas. And one year, Kwanzaa wasn't included. And all of the children were asking, well, you know, where's our history? Where's our culture in that? And so I think it's important for us, for our children to know that. Otherwise, you know, they will feel excluded in other spaces or omitted altogether.
In terms of the impact, I'll speak on the direct impact on my life. I did attend an African-centered school in kindergarten. 1 year of my schooling was an African-centered school, and it was founded by an educator by the name of Abena Walker. Some people may know her. And the school was actually called the African-Centered School, and we shared a building with Ruth K. Webb Elementary, which is now KIPP, one of the KIPP public charter schools. And what I would say, that was the most memorable and enjoyable. You know, memories are often couched in emotion and the feeling. And so, like, my whole life, I always had remembered that feeling that I felt when I was in that school. No other school ever made me feel that way. And so we called the teachers Mama and Baba. We used to play drums, and we had, I just remember the closeness. When you're a child, you don't really know everything. But it was just, it worked and it impacted us. I was about 4 years old, so I can't remember all of the details, but I just know, even when I was in college, undergoing my own personal development, search for my identity, and started becoming more, looking for Africa, looking for blackness, looking for who am I realized it would always go back to that time, and I realized I wanted to teach in a school like that. I was like, wow, what would it have been like if I could have stayed in a school like that? And I was able to finally go back and teach at an African-centered school, which happened to be Nation House, which is a private African-centered school, founded by Howard graduates who are the same people. They were among the group who, you know, took over the A building in the 60s, late 60s, 68. Baba Ajay Akoto, Kwame Ajay Akoto, at that time Isaac Hargrove, Akua Akoto, Baba Akili Ron Anderson, who teaches at Howard now, and Mama Kahembe Eichelberger, who also teaches at Howard in the music. So they're in the music and art. And they founded this school because originally on 503 Park Road, then moved to 770 Park Road, and some people thought we were gone, the school was gone, but it moved to Northeast, 6101 Dick Street, far east, about as east as you could possibly go in the district. And I know that because there's actually a boundary marker that marks the easternmost point of the city. And I learned about that boundary marker through Egypt on the Potomac, becoming an Egypt on the Potomac facilitator in Anthony Browder, and was able to find that marker. It's been there since 1791. There's a stone on one side, and it says it's the marker, the border between D.C. and Maryland. All these things are connected. That's the beauty of African-centered education. That's from my perspective and how it impacted me. But what I've seen, the students that I've worked with, prior to working in an African-centered school, I did after-school programs in the public school system, did summer camps, DC Youth Summer Employment. I worked with a lot of different youth, even with the Saturday school I was telling you about. And the thing is, this thing can't be part-time or it's not going to work. You're competing with too many other things that are louder, more appealing, and are going to find them even when they're not looking for it. African-centered education is something that you have to. We have at least 5 to 6 schools in the area, and people never heard of them. Some of them been around for 50 years. Ujamaa, which is on 9th and Q, only about 10 minutes from where we are, 5 minutes from where we are now. That's the oldest African-centered school in the nation. Been there since 1968. We have homeschool collectives, but these things aren't going to advertise themselves to you the way that the next movie or whatever, food that's going to kill you is going to do, right? So that's the difference that you see, is that it's reinforced. Schooling is not just giving information. Sometimes you try to go do an hour presentation at a school, and some of the kids might pick up something, but it's not reinforced in their home. It's not reinforced throughout the entire school. You have other teachers and administrators going to even contradict the information that you're giving them. And all you can do is kind of like piecemeal, like spark people up and hope that they do something with it. But with African-centered education, you have access to them. We do in Nguzu Saba 365 days of the year, like Kwanzaa 365 days, like truly black history. And it's beyond what's in the book. It's the culture. It's the enculturation, that process that takes place. And by that, the socialization part of it is more important. You can't underestimate the socialization aspect of schools. And so when you're socializing in an African-centered environment, you don't see the same pathologies that you see. And we're in the same communities. We're literally in the same communities where you see crackheads, liquor store, illicit sexual workers, and then we just out there in our dashikis, playing in the backyard, talking about, Moja and Billy Tatu, I go, I made. Like, when you get to practice your culture it's a beautiful thing. And you don't really know what that is until you actually get a chance to be in that space. So, yeah.
Peace. Thank you. So the next question was primarily for Dr. Lee and Baba Tony, and she emailed me her answer, so I'm going to read it. And then you all feel free as well to answer this question. But one of the things I've seen, with people that are creating publications and even content, right, even if it's not a publication, and institution building, right, that's a lot to do at one time, right? So how do you balance that? So the question really is, like, how do you balance, Tony, you've published several books, not several, like 6, 7 books. I think you have more on the way. But Tony has also been extremely active, as you've heard, in actually being a practitioner of the work. And the same with Dr. Lee. Dr. Lee has published, not only done this work in the alternative spaces, but has been very much in the mainstream educational research spaces and things of that nature, right? And published many scientific studies at the same time. So her answer to that question of how to balance it is, she says, we work collaboratively in our institution building. We have intergenerational leadership in our organizations with people who attended the schools who are now in leadership positions in the schools. So I guess that's part of passing the baton. With regard to my research and writing, the issues on which I focus are connected to the cultural work I do. So for me, this is not work that stands in tension, but work that builds on one another. And I can just add one other thing to her response. As a young scholar, as someone who has cited her works and my own works, it's just inspirational to, like, I really like going to scholars' works like her that I know are on the ground doing the work, but can also go into those other spaces and hold it down on like a scientific level, right? And make sure that they are also pushing that agenda of like, this is the real type of education our children need, even to some people who probably don't care, but there are people out there who care that are not in our communities, and I think it's worth making sure they know what type of work is worth being done. And I hope we can actually talk to her more about, again, her work with literacy with Black youth. But, Baba Tony?
One of the most significant aspects of my life is an understanding, basic and fundamental understanding of what life is. What I know from my own personal experiences, and I make it a point to only talk about what I know, not what I think, not what I believe, is that we have been sold a bill of goods, false bill of goods, regarding the idea of people being born in sin. You live your life, you die, you go to heaven and hell. That ain't true. And I say that based on what I know. I've been to Israel. I've been to Ethiopia. I've been to Egypt 66 times. I've been studying this information because I want to know. And one of the most significant things that I've learned from the 14 years that we've been involved in the Asa Restoration Project, excavating and restoring 2,700-year-old tombs and walking into these spaces that were built for the dead, they were very clear that death is not the end. They were very clear that death is a doorway into the ancestral realm. They were also very clear that we come back and that we have always come back. So if you want to hold people in spiritual bondage, you put the fear of God in them. Because as Dick Gregory said, fear and God can't occupy the same space. You make them fearful of hell. Heaven and hell are right here on earth. You create heaven based on your mindset. We have the capacity to produce things that will expand our ability to transform the world. We have that in us. And an education is designed to bring that out of you, because all it's doing is tapping into the 300,000 years of ancestral memories that we carry in our DNA. You can never expect your oppressor to tell you who you really are, to talk about your relationship with the Creator. It ain't in them to do it. It's not their job, and they can't do it as well as we can. So what sustains me is accessing the physical proof that documents what I'm talking about, and being able to live that and serve as an example, because people have been socialized to accept an inferior station in life. And when you talk to people about things that you want them to know, they have a tendency to shut down, cognitive dissonance and all of those things. But people are always watching. And we've reached an inflection point in American history where we turn the corner. And white folk in America know that their time is coming to an end. They're circling the cultural wagons. They're banning books. They're banning people, because they know that the truth is coming to light. And once people are empowered with the truth, their time is up. So they're doing everything within their power to keep us in place. And that's what they're supposed to do, because that's what they've been doing better than anybody else for 2,000 years. The question is, what are you supposed to do? Know yourself, understand who you are. Your life is more than just this life. Your life is built on the lives that you've lived, and it sets the stage for the life that you will live. Once you understand that, once you know that, fear doesn't exist. And you are empowered to do everything that you've come here on this planet to do. That's the lesson that I want to impart to folks.
And that point on getting around fear, having courage through fear, is something that they echoed yesterday in the banned books panel as well, right? So we see this thread going through. Did y'all want to answer the question as well?
Can you repeat the question?
So it's the balance between creating content or publishing and writing, while at the same time institution building or working in the institutions or your institutions that you've established that are an example of maroonage.
Well, in my case, as I was homeschooling and looking for resources for homeschooling Black boys in particular, I didn't find any. And so I started chronicling what I did in a blog called Chocolate Covered Boy Joy. And so in that blog, there are resources, there are best practices, there are things that I did that didn't work, places that we traveled to. And so once my homeschooling journey is over, I see myself, writing a book based upon that. But I think that you can document little by little the journey as you're in it, and still be able to continue to do the work. And that's what I've done in my own case.
Theory and practice have to be married, and that's one thing I see. When I graduated and was, graduated college, I went to Morehouse College, graduated in 2012, and came back home. And I was searching for a similar feeling that I had at Morehouse that was very empowering, where it's, you're reflected everywhere you go, the excellence of who we are, the diversity of who we are, the full range and gambit of who we are as a people is reflected. Came back and went to Howard University, and that was the closest equivalent. I actually had to leave D.C. and go to Morehouse to realize what Howard actually was. I mean, just growing up in D.C., I thought Howard was just another school. I went to they were kind of grooming high school I went to. They were grooming kids to go to Harvard, and the schools like that. So I was even trying to go to UVA, just like, oh, what's the top ranking school? But Morehouse gave me a full scholarship, and that's where I really was able to rest in my blackness. In terms of balancing, I've seen it done extremely well when at Nation House. Baba Ajay, who passed away in 2019, December 2019, who was the long-standing principal and the backbone of that institution through generations after generation. He wrote two very, very important publications that are here and available, Nation Building and the Sankofa Movement. And basically documenting everything, the work that they've done, and giving others a blueprint or a guide if they want to do similar work. This is a movement on re-Africanization, family development, and nation building. I think that the balance comes in when you focus on your family, really. The way that Mama Monica focused on using this information to help raise her son and help other children. The way Baba Tony used this information to raise his daughter and help other people. The same way that the Akotos who started Nation House, they started for their children and other children, right? And I think that's really where it starts. You can't separate it from your own family, but you also can't isolate yourself from the wider community. And you have to document it. In terms of my own personal, I haven't written a lot of works outside of what I did for school. I did publish 2 articles within the Sankofa Journal that comes out every year. And I basically documented my experience traveling to 7 different countries. And all of it is just in search of my own identity, knowledge of self, who am I in the context of African people. So I want to write more. I wouldn't say I have quite that balance yet that I would like to have, but I'm working on it. And I have great examples to follow.
Thank you, and I want to encourage, I hope both of you publish very soon because, we all need to benefit from all the insight that you've acquired in your experience and make sure that gets out to everyone. My next question, because I know a lot of people are involved in this, I want to start with you, Sister Monica, please, to answer is, why do people of African descent need to visit Africa?
Wow. Well, I'll say you need to go back home so you can see yourself. So you can see that the things that you may do in your homes and your families, it has a history, it has roots in Africa. You need to go back so that you can tell the story from firsthand experience. No one can lie to you and tell you that Africans don't like black people. That's a lie. They love black people. They copy us, they mimic us. We need to set a better example for them in terms of the things that we do so they're mimicking proper behavior. You see African young men sagging in Ghana, and I tell them, do you know what that means? Let me educate you. So I think it's important for so many different reasons, but most of all to connect with your roots, and I say too that it is for your mental health. One of the things that I experience a lot when I'm in Ghana is that I don't think about America. I don't think about its holidays, its celebrations, and I don't think about its violence. Women can walk alone at night in Ghana, in alleys where there are no lights. And it blew my mind, when I would be out walking, I would say, I would never do this in America. We can go to festivals that, what's the rapper's name? He did the Black Star. Chance the Rapper. It was 50,000 people there. There was not one incident. And I mentioned to the people that I was there with that we don't stay until the end. We leave a little early because you want to get out before, anything jumps off. So I think it's important on so many different levels, reconnecting with your roots, eating the food, hearing the music, touching the land, seeing the people, and just having your own African story to tell.
Thank you. And Baba Tony also mentioned earlier that his daughter has traveled to him with Africa many times. And I believe when she first started going with you, she came back and published a book, and she was the youngest published author in the country at the time. And she's published 2 books and republished one of them recently about traveling to Africa. So I know you have a lot of insight in that.
Yeah, well, if you want to know yourself, if you want to experience freedom, if you want to experience real freedom, leave America. And you see how people are living, you'll have an understanding of the things that we take for granted. The poorest person in America lives a better quality of life than 90% of the people on this planet. We've got opportunities here that most people in the world cut off their right arm to take advantage of. So traveling to Africa opened my eyes to what the world really is and to what we have here. And I want to leave with this reality. Within 50 miles of where we're sitting right now is the greatest concentration of wealth and education in the hands of people of African ancestry. The question is, what are we doing with that wealth? What are we doing with that education? The only black-owned hotel in D.C. closed the day after the Million Man March. That was the Howard Inn. We got all of this money, but we're not using it to the extent to which we should be using it, and that's because of how we have been schooled and not educated. So that's on us. And as Sister Monica suggested, the world is watching us. The world imitates us. So when we get our act together, the world heals itself. You all are the answer. So read, study, bring out the best of your ancestors within you. Be a model for success and strive to be as independent as possible. You don't need as much as this society makes you believe you need. All right? So just live your life and model for yourself how men and women should live, and bring children in the world who will be loved and who will know that there's a place for them, and who you can take now around the country and around the world so that they can begin to see what their contribution to humanity will be.
Thank you. And we're going to get to questions in 1 second in the interest of time. Go ahead.
I just wanted to speak briefly to the importance of visiting Africa. I would say every person of African descent, I want to say must, but I don't have the authority to order people, but it would greatly, greatly benefit your entire life, every fiber of your being, to be on the continent once. You don't realize to the extent that right now, if you've never been to Africa, Africa is a figment of your imagination. It's not a real, tangible place. Whether you have whatever you think about Africa, negative or positive or indifferent, is something you learn from here or outside of Africa. I took an intro to philosophy course when I was at Morehouse, and they spoke on African philosophy of the Yoruba people and what is knowledge. Some things that we call knowledge, they don't call knowledge in that sense, because we would say, if someone told you something, you would say, oh, I know that. But in terms of their epistemology, it doesn't compute that you know something that is secondhand information. If you didn't experiencing it, that's how you know, in a sense. And so we don't really, even language, you need to be in an environment where people are speaking an African language and you don't even know what they're saying. You need to humble yourself, because when people come to this country, we don't accommodate them in any way based on what language they speak. It's like, you get with this English stuff. But when you go over there, people are so accommodating, trying to speak English with you and this and that, and you don't realize how much you've embedded the American exceptionalism within yourself. Okay? So, Africa, I've been to Ghana, Togo, Ethiopia 4 times, Egypt and Tanzania. I want to go to more countries. You guys got to go. That's all I'm going to say. Ever since I went, all I've been trying to do is bring more people, and I've brought at least 15 or 20 people to Africa since I went. And you guys come along. Go on Sister Monica's tour, go on Baba Tony's tour, you know, go on your own tour, but just make sure you go.
And I think you had a great point just about the importance of language, speaking to epistemology and cultural values, right? So at Howard, this is one of the, I don't know if this happens anywhere else in the country, but we have in our African American Studies Department or Africana Studies Department, we have Dr. Mario Beatty who teaches maroonage, or what Europeans call hieroglyphs, right? So I was so fortunate to take 4 years of ancient African language in that department prior to my dissertation studies. And I remember one of the things that I learned that was really spoke to that being kind of enlightened to epistemology was in ancient Egyptian language, you don't really say, I am this, I'm a teacher. The way it translates is, I am as a teacher, meaning like I am playing the role of a teacher, but that's not who I am. That's the role I am playing, right? So in the same way kind of what you said was, it's very much a much more humbling type of way of being, in terms of when you look at the language in Africa, and then here there's just an arrogance, I think, that the language expresses in its heart. When you don't have the right language, you're going to fall into that epistemology that's the dominant one here. So just understanding language. I want to try one more time before we do Q&A to get Dr. Lee to answer a question. She did email me, so I'll read it if we can't, and then we'll get to Q&A. But I wanted to ask her just to tell us a little bit about her research and practice of leveraging American African culture and curriculum to support African American literacy, or American African literacy for our youth, because she's done some amazing work with that and published about it. So Dr. Lee, if you could tell us some about that, and hopefully it works. I'll tell you after about 20 seconds if it's not, so hopefully it does, so please.
One of the challenges in the United States is all of the disciplines. There's a tendency to assume that all sources of knowledge are somehow attacked. And what I have is to build on the strengths of African American and the way in which we
Sorry to interrupt. It's cutting in and out again.
Okay.
So sorry about that. But let me just tell you a little bit about her work. As she mentioned A. Wade Boykin earlier as well, who is a great pillar of African American psychology, worked at Howard for decades, influenced so many scholars, and his work was around looking at how African cultural values on a fundamental level influence us and also cause this dichotomy when we go into American schools. So fundamental culture is not about how you express yourself with, say, a dashiki, or say, like, I'm African because I'm wearing this African paraphernalia or whatever like that. It's more about the more deeply rooted values, how you do things. Do you do things in an individualistic way or with a communalism type of orientation? So his work has looked at Black cultural values at that kind of fundamental level. And I think Dr. Lee also has done very similar work. So one of the things she's done, I'll read her answer. She said, my research around signifying and literary reasoning is based on the understanding of the power of African American English and how the way we value figuration plays out in literature. It's rooted in understanding the power of our cultural practices as resources for learning in school. The work has been replicated successfully many times, showing positive impacts on students' ability to read and their desire to read. So I try to just summarize what that work is. So signifying, I'm sure y'all familiar with signifying, right? When I was in school, we called it joning, right? So when we just kind of joke on each other and it's a game and it can get pretty mean, honestly, like hurt feelings and all that, but that's just how, that it becomes a game. And I think there's actually a lot of value in it in terms of just cognitive development as well, if you don't get too hurt, if your feelings ain't too hurt. But her work has looking at signifying in literature and then introducing that to her students and then studying that in English classes too. And then when you're using those types of works that are familiar to black students and not works that use like white English, like the outcomes are much better, right? And I think it's so important to recognize that it's not about having a lesser form of communication, because African American English is a language, right? It is not something to be devalued. It's more like, this is our language. When you go into other spaces, you might have to code switch just because you got to do that, but like, it's not to say that African American English is any lesser at all, right? It is a language, it's our language, and it's something we should actually, I work at Howard, I don't code switch at all. I hear some people do, and I'm like, whatever, you trying to be professional, think it's professional, but like, no, this is just how we communicate, right? So her work has looked at, when you put that in the curriculum and you use that as a basis, like, of course we're gonna get better engagement, right? So the point of her answer is that she's used that, she's seen it work, she's researched it, shows it works empirically, and then many people have replicated that because she's published about it. So I think it's very important to also remember that a big part of her contribution is not only where she has a school that she's able to implement these practices, she can then research it, scientifically show it works, publish that in mainstream journals, and then it goes out across the country. Many other educators can take that and say, hey, this works, we can do this now. Right, so I just want to illustrate how valuable that is. And I'm sorry that she can't tell us in her own words, because I'm sure I didn't do nearly as good a job at explaining that research. But it's 12:45, so I do want to get to Q&A. So if you have a question for any of our panelists, please come on down to the mic. And can we give just a round of applause for them so far?
Thank you so much for this panel. It's just brought back many memories. It's given a lot of information. I am Brenda Green, Dr. Brenda Green from the Center for Black Literature, McGivers College. I'm also professor of English. So good to see you, Safisha. I remember, and I really, really applaud your work. It's been really important. And Brother Tony, good to see you. So one of the issues that came up yesterday when we were talking about building a black university is, what does that entail? And coming from an African-centered school perspective, I think there are a lot of values and the embodiment of cultural values that really can give us something and tell us something about what we mean when we build or we talk about a black university. Medgar College is a predominantly black institution, which was formed as a result of community leaders coming together and demanding a black college in central Brooklyn. And so I'd like you to comment on, how do you think the values and the information and culture that embodies African-centered schools can also be transferred to what we talk about when we are teaching at the university level. Just also want to share that I had an opportunity to work with Suja, and my son, when he decided he was going to leave college, he gave me the book I already had. He reminded me of Too Much Schooling, Too Little Education, and this is why I'm sorry I have to leave college, but he ended up doing very well. And both of my sons went to African-centered schools. It brought back many memories. They started at Weusi Shule, and which gave them, I think, a really good foundation. And I was concerned, as you are, raising two black sons, of making sure that they had the confidence and a strong sense of self. And I think it's played out. And you look at those who have come out of those schools, and we can see the results. But yeah, I just would like to know, how do we transfer what we know about the African-centered schools into the university? Predominantly black colleges, historically black colleges. Thank you.
Great question.
Well, I would say acceptance or acknowledgement of African-centered education, independent institutions. So I'll use an example. My own son, he did took college classes while he was in high school at UDC, at the community college. He had 12 credit hours, straight A's. But when he applied to the university and was offered a presidential scholarship, they wanted him to get a GED, which was an insult, an affront to all that we had done. So sometimes Black institutions can turn back the clock, all of the work that you've put in, like, you know, encouraging business students to wear suits and cut their locks and things like that. So if you want our gifts that we've cultivated, these educating them from African-centered perspectives, once they reach these institutions, teach them in a way that shows them how they can build businesses, how they can you know, reach their goals and still be true to themselves. I just posted on my Facebook page a couple of days ago about a young man who is an attorney, and he refused to cut his locks. You know, he didn't get some jobs, but he now started his own firm. So I think that the Black universities need to really cultivate that spirit of African-centered education, because sometimes a Black university isn't necessarily African-centered.
Yeah, I want to echo that. I wouldn't say sometimes. I would say there is no African-centered Black university. There's pockets of African-centered activity happening in the university, but I think the way to go is not necessarily through the courses originally, but to go through the student organizations like the Kwame Ture Society. Because Nation House was started out of a study group, and they were an artist ensemble and a study group, and then they started a school later on with that, but they had already been working as a study group, so that's where the theory and the practice comes to play. It's like Mama Monica said, the acknowledgement of the existence of these institutions, whether it's in New York, Chicago, DC, wherever it may be, the acknowledgement of the existence of these institutions is the first thing. Because people are finding out about this stuff every day, and a lot of these institutions have been around for 50 years. And they need to duplicate, you know. Sometimes with our institutions, they may want Nation House to step out on the forefront of African-centered education and recruit hundreds of students and to scale up. But when you know the day-to-day, you have to move at your own pace. You have to conserve, preserve, and protect the youth. You can't just put them out on Front Street just to demonstrate, you know, whatever and prove a point. You still have to. You have to have the integrity and authenticity to work with those young people and keep them in a safe environment. Allow them to be children and have that joy of a child, and not necessarily give them the burden of like, oh, well, you go to African-centered school, so you got to save the race. No, like we're trying to. One thing, you see true joy. You know, you want to give them that joy. So I would say the student organizations. And you guys should start your own schools. That should be a part of it. Should put it on the agenda. How are we going to educate the younger ones? And do it now while you're still young. I think the beauty of me working in African-centered school, working with young people while I'm still young, is that I'm more relatable to them. I'm like just a couple steps beyond. You know, they're going to listen to what the elders say, but the way they perceive it is like, okay, that's way out there. But they can see me and they're like, oh, wow, you look like the age of the rappers. You know what I'm saying? Or the age of the basketball, the age of whoever. You talk like them, you move like, but at the same time, you're something different about you. Okay, then they start to be intrigued. They could see themselves growing up and being in that role. So that's why I would say start with the students, and you guys form a study group, or a Saturday school, or
Yeah, I'm going to sit down, but I just wanted to just say that also what was brought up last night is, the complexity of the Black experience in African-centered schools. So in colleges, in Black universities, you have the PBIs, you have the HBCUs, you have the colleges that are public colleges, state colleges, but they're primarily Black students. So it's really it's much larger than the African-centered school. So I'm really looking at what are the values that we can bring to creating, our Black university. I'm going to sit down and let you answer.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, everybody.
Hey,
Oh, I was going to say, y'all better speak back, because, we got to speak back to each other. So my name is Zakia Ali, and I'm in the doctoral program in the School of Education and Leadership and Policy Studies. And my friend Brandy in the back, she said, what are you going to wear tomorrow? And at the point, I was like, I don't know what I'm going to wear, depending on how I feel. So I guess I woke up this morning feeling like Ghana, because I bought this dress in Ghana, and I like your dress, too. Okay. There's a lot of things that I want to say, but the first thing that I want to ask is, how come we always equate struggling, especially financial struggling, to building Black institutions? And why do we always couch the ways that we feel about building Black institutions with where they can't afford to pay us this amount of money? Because when we think about the American Red Cross is one of the biggest nonprofits. To your point, Brother Browder, about being independent, I know sometimes we don't want to be dependent or be beholden to anybody that's giving us money, but when we think about the expertise that we have and being able to write grants and being able to go after contracts and things of that nature, how come we don't use those resources to better fund our institutions? And the second thing that I wanted to ask is, we have a School of Education here at Howard University, and when we think about education, it's always presented in a traditional style, in a traditional format, like you go to K through 12 and then you go to higher education. But my dissertation is focused on African-centered education, primarily homeschooling, and looking at Sister Clara Muhammad as the modern architect of the modern homeschooling movement, and she's nowhere inside of the literature. So when we think about the University of Islam, that was a homeschooling effort that the Nation of Islam modeled after what was being done in the quarter communities during the institution of enslavement here in the United States of America. So how do we get you all in all of your efforts to also support or to come into these schools of education to show that homeschooling and independent schooling is a viable option, also to understanding to the understanding of K through 12 education and everything else that follows? So it was two questions, but yeah.
If I can address some of your points with regards to how can you get us into schools to share our knowledge, we only come when we're invited. If you don't invite us, we don't come. So it's important to have people like you within the institution so that you can extend invitations to people that the institution may not be aware of. That opens the door, gets our foot in the door, and then we can make things happen. The other issue that you spoke to, which I really appreciated, was the issue about funding. One of the benefits of being self-employed, I've been self-employed for 42, 43 years, is that I know the money that I generate is directly proportional to how I spend my time. So I've never bought a new car in my life. Don't need a new car. I use my money judiciously, and something that I learned from this brother when I first met him about 17 years ago, the whole concept of the entrepreneur, social entrepreneur, right? So what I've done is I use my creativity to draw money to me. One of the things that I learned is that money is a tool. Money is not the object, it is a tool. And once you know how to use the tool, you can build anything. So we get hung up on the fact that I don't have money for this, I don't have money for that. Well, as long as you say that you don't have money, you will never have money. It's a matter of understanding how the mind works, and you attract to you that which you focus your attention on. So if you know the money is not the object, but the things that you want to build with the money that you will get, if you focus on that, then you will get those things and you will circumvent the need for needing money. So everything that I've done through all of my businesses, with the 14 years of the Asa Restoration Project, we raised over $2 million. I'm not a fundraiser. For over 14 years, we raised over $2 million. And the idea behind that was to go to folk and ask people to contribute X amount on a regular basis. And if you appeal to enough people and appeal to the interests of those people, then they will step forward and fund your work. I don't believe in calling up Oprah and asking her to give me $1 million. Look, black folks spend more money than any other people on the planet. We got money. The key is, how do we get our people to understand how to use their money strategically? And it's all about marketing. That's the key. Everything that we do is predicated upon marketing. Someone putting an idea in your head that this is what you must think, this is what you must buy, this is what you must do. And when you manage that concept of marketing and focus that attention on speaking to the consciousness of your people and do it correctly, they will respond and you will have everything you need.
At one point, I just want to add to that. I was talking to Dr. Lee earlier about Third World Press, and they recently, their bookstore in Chicago recently, I think it was last year, had a flood, and it was really damaged the property, and I think like within a few days they had a GoFundMe, they had enough money to repair everything, which speaks to the point of like, if you're doing great work and your community knows that it has benefited, they will support you, right? So just a similar example to what Baba Tony was saying, I think, and to make sure that your work also, I think the importance of publishing so people know your work and know and have learned from you and then therefore can also benefit. And she had one answer to the question about HBCUs earlier, and she said black colleges and universities need to be able to build greater financial independence, meaning who's on the board of directors and how are alumni supporting the schools. That's where the real power is. Did you all have any, want to respond to that last question? No?
I did, because I was the one that made the comment on money. The reason we equate it is because of our experiences, our lived experiences. That's the reason why. But you can't base your future off of your past experiences if you want to have a new life. And so what happens is we get trapped in the fact that this is how it's been, so this is how it must be. So we do need to speak to the reality on the ground, because I'm still figuring it out. That's why I started my own business. I started my own personal training fitness business. You know, if I want to do the things that I'm passionate about, selling black books, educating black youth in a sovereign, independent, uncompromised space, such as Nation House or Sankofa, okay, that you're swimming upstream in a society that is pushing, the current is against what you're trying to do. So we have, like Baba Browder said, we have to be creative, get money through our creativity. I started saying, well, what skills do I have? What can I market? What are people looking for, and what do they need? And, you know, one of the things I landed on was fitness, because it is apolitical, really. You know, it applies to any person. You know, you don't even have to be pro-black or have you could believe anything. Everyone wants to look better, feel better, and just be healthier. And so, you know, we have to be creative about it, I would say. And like Dr. Lee said, part of the education should be on businesses and entrepreneurship.
Sean, I should just mention too, Howard does have a Center for Entrepreneurship that just opened at the School of Business last year, and they do have a program where they're giving grants to student entrepreneurs. So if you are trying to build a business, I think more than ever before, there's probably money out there to fund the initial seed investing, or not even just investing, but angel investing and seed funds and, you know, all incubators and all those things specifically for black and women-owned businesses right now. So there's more opportunity to do that with support than there, I think, probably ever, especially, I mean, after the pandemic and everyone at least trying to act pro-black or trying to tell the world that they will support black folks. So go ahead.
Peace and blessings, everyone that's here. Thank you so much for coming out. My name is Nakaja, and I'm an author and also a business owner. And my question was, I wanted to learn more about what you guys have done with planning for the protection of your organizations and institutions, and specifically What has been your planning around that to ensure limited infiltration, or if you have had any experiences in that space? Thank you.
Well, one of the things that I can say is that we were made for these times. What's happening in this country now has awakened in many of our people who are sitting on the fence the reality that you can't depend on this country, and that you have to gain knowledge of who you are as a person of African descent. So there are more people within our community who want more of what we have now than ever before because of what's happening. So it's a matter of being prepared and being able to have integrity and offer things to your community that will help them realize the value of what you have to offer, and to build on that. So that would be my suggestion.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just, I would say in terms of, preserving your institutions from infiltration and things of that nature, I would say in terms of Nation House, like I was speaking to earlier, it's not, anybody can't just walk up in there, and you have to be vetted, you have to, someone has to suggest you have to be trusted, and so you do have to guard that access. And I think it's very important because everything can't be broadcast on social media. Word of mouth is still one of the best, if not the best way of organizing, honestly. And so I think we rely more on word of mouth. We rely more on also just integrity, and discernment. Whatever spiritual system you practice, be in tune. We're intuitive, and use that gut feeling to the best of your ability.
If I can veggie back on what Kamal said, this thing about infiltration, COINTELPRO is real, and you all need to understand how real it is. We're in the process of COINTELPRO 2.0. So there are probably several infiltrators in this room right now. So the key is to be aware of that and never say or do anything in public that can be used against you. So be strategic. And also, as Kamal said, follow your gut. People tell you who they are. They show you who you are. And when you get that gut feeling, you better believe it and you better respond to it for your benefit. Because 9 times out of 10, it is right. And it's leading you in the right direction. So trusting your instinct, being connected to a spiritual system that allows this ancestral intelligence to communicate with you so that you hear that voice soundly and clearly and you know how to respond. That's how you neutralize the infiltrators.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to jump in real quick. This very powerful panel. I want to acknowledge Dean Crew, who's in the audience, Dean of Social Work, who has graciously hosted us all week. We allowed the panel to keep going because we didn't want to stop the energy, because it's been amazing. And I'm going to take one last question from a student and then a very brief response. Okay?
Hi, my name is Micah Clark. I'm a junior political science major, Spanish minor from Washington, D.C., and I'm also a new student employee here at Moorland. And my question was, you were speaking about traveling to Africa and everything like that, and I wanted to ask about the importance of having the right mindset when you do travel, and that way you can get the best experience and be able to fully understand where you are and the beauty of how other people live and how you can take that back when you return back to America.
Great question. And one of the best things to do in preparation for any trip is to read. Read the right books and to go for the right reasons. And if you do that, if you align yourself with the outcome that you desire, then one of the things that will happen when you take that trip, you will meet people. Strangers will come up to you and they will give you the answers for questions that you don't even know you have. If you go to the motherland with your heart, mind, and soul properly balanced and aligned, then you will find the motherland will give to you everything that you're looking for. So you get out of the universe what you put into it. Align yourself, align your thinking, and you will find the power that you need to do the things you want.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I would say something. Prepare, yeah, like Baba Browder said, prepare yourself, watch whatever documentaries you can watch, read whatever you can read, and try to connect with somebody who's from that country. I think that's one of the most beautiful experiences you can have when you have someone who's from there. You can meet with their family, they can host you, they can show you around. You know, you don't necessarily just want to drop yourself in Egypt, right? You can, but there's so much that you would miss. So make sure that you plan your trip to be with the right people who have the information that you want to get, because it's gonna really impact your experience. So that's what I would say.
Cool. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for the answers. And one last note from Dr. Lee regarding the question about infiltration. So really quick point. She said it only occurs when the work you're doing is important. Your books will be, if your books are banned, same thing. If your books are banned, it's because the content is really important and subversive, which we want. So that concludes our time. I want to thank Dr. Tolton for allowing us to do this panel today in the Moorland-Spingarn Research Center. Thank you to the School of Social Work and Dean Crew who's here as well. Again, and thank you to the panelists for being here. Really, really appreciate it. An honor for you to be here. Thank you, Dr. Lee. Sorry that we had some Wi-Fi issues, but so happy that you were here as well. And that concludes our panel. Thank you, everyone. Peace.
All right. Peace, y'all. Peace, y'all. How y'all doing? Peace, y'all. How y'all doing? Hey, man, it's good. It's good. It's good to see y'all again on this side. My name is Alafia Bailey. I'm a fifth-year senior, Afro-American Studies major, minor in African Studies from Houston, Texas. H-Town, you know what I'm saying? Hold it down, right? So this morning, we had 11 a.m. We talked about the maroonage and the quest for independent black education, just moving towards a black university. Right now, we're going to talk about the power move, writing Howard's history through hip-hop. You know what I'm saying? Because moving towards a black university, you got to understand our music and our like musical expressions, right? So hip-hop is a part of our tradition, our cultural expressions, right? So me, I come from a tradition of down south hip-hop. You know, Houston, Texas, you got Slim Thug, you know, Zero, you know, man, hold up. I done came down from the Houston, Texas, from that age time, you know what I'm saying? Just the hip-hop in different ways, you know what I'm saying? But we're going to explore hip-hop on this panel. So right now we have our moderator, he's going to introduce everybody else. Our moderator is Timothy Jones. So, brother, how you doing? All right. So right now we're going to continue on this tradition of understanding the black university and moving towards it. All right, Ashe?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I thought I was in here by myself for a second. All right, because, you know, he said he was from Houston and got la-da-da. Where Brooklyn at? Okay, we can continue. Just wanted to make sure, because we can't talk about hip-hop and Brooklyn is not somewhere in the building. This is a long time coming, but I would be remiss. Hey, how are you? I would be remiss that we are talking about Howard's history through hip-hop. And I know that the panelists are not going to create this glossy, over-romanticized picture. That we have been blessed to be here when actually putting the words Howard and hip-hop in the same sentence was an oxymoron. So this is way past a long time coming, and this is not to call anyone out, but this is also a way to encourage the students that there will be times that you will have to make power moves without the approval or acceptance of those who think that they have the power. And you can figure that out as we go through. So I'm going to start here. Lance, you can just quickly introduce yourself, go down. We're going to dive into some of these questions. We're going to do it like a cipher. We got Tony Blackman with Freestyle Union, and so you know that by the time that third, that means you got to pass it. And then we want to have enough time for people to ask questions, all right?
Hey, how's everyone doing today? All right, my name is Lance Williams. I was a student at Howard. I came in fall of '90. You all right, Jay? Came in fall of '90, and I'm first of all, I'm very honored to be here amongst all these other people here. I'm just someone. I was a kid from Long Island when I got to Howard. I just, you know, was happy to be here. My parents went to school here, so I followed in their footsteps. And yeah. My mom and dad both went to Howard. They met here, and you know, I ended up, you know, meeting a bunch of other like-minded people in fall of '90. My brother DJ Parlay, he's sitting right here in the front. We were kids from like the New York, New Jersey, Philadelphia area. We just brought our way of life here. We were doing what we, you know, knew or thought that's what we were supposed to be doing, and the music we enjoyed, how we went about, you know, how we moved on campus. So we had a group called Power Move. It wasn't a student organization. We were entrepreneurs, like before there was even this big, you know, black businesses. We were throwing parties. We were bringing what we felt was hip hop culture. Like I said, we didn't look at it that way. These were just things we enjoyed. We brought different DJs down here to throw parties. We threw a lot of parties. We were raising money for a bunch of our friends to get in the studio and record demos, because at that time, like my whole peer group, we all wanted to be in the music industry. So the best way that we knew how to do it, Howard wasn't offering a major or a minor for it. We were like just doing, you know, things in between time, in between classes, throwing parties. We were promoting artists. We just brought that kind of flavor and energy to the campus. I'm gonna pass it down now because we
I
have
was about to come at you via cookout style. It's always that uncle.
Yeah.
Like, man, just say grace, man.
We got a lot of stories to share. So, like I said, I'm just happy to be here amongst my peers here, and mainly these are all my friends. So,
thanks. Afternoon, lovers and friends. My name is Steph Lover, Howard alumni, straight from the BX. I know Brooklyn in here, but so is the BX.
There you go.
Ironically enough, like, you know, we're all Howard alum, right? So can I do the traditional HU?
No.
Man, I'm the first one to do it. Thank you. That felt good. That felt good. But it's funny because I applied to I don't know how many colleges, and Howard was the last college that accepted me, and I was so grateful for that. I don't know why. I think when you go to Howard, you kind of know it. It's like a calling. You don't go there, it calls you to come. So that was kind of the vibe when I got down here. I swear it was my first time like leaving New York without my mom. Is the day they dropped me off here to go to school. It was surreal. You know, back then there was no internet. You couldn't check nothing out. All I knew is I got accepted and I was going, you know. I had one friend that came here and that, in addition to Spike Lee school days, I was convinced this is where I needed to be. I had to go to a HBCU. Prior to that, you know, I went to just all-white schools all the time. So I had a pretty good balance when I got down here. As far as the music business, how I got into the music business was a friend of mine started working at a station called 1580, Flavor 1580, and I was such a hip-hop head. You know, my motto is, if you do it for the love, the money always comes. And I was just such a hip hop head. I always had the mixtapes. So she kind of suggested me like they needed a chick. So they was like, I know this chick that just loves hip hop and she's just immersed in it. I think you should holler at her. And I did. I'm a marketing major. I don't know. Everybody thinks I'm communications and all this. I just love hip hop and, you know, I love the culture. Literally, I came from, you know, the BX, grew up in Shaolin a little bit, and just got dropped in the middle of this go-go. I didn't even know what go-go was and all of that. So it's some amazing stories about the trading of genres, learning go-go and the essence of it, and, you know, all of that kind of stuff. But I think for me, the music really started with like 1580 for me was the bass. I don't know how many people are old enough to remember that, because they didn't play hip-hop on the radio as much as they do now. It wasn't dominant like it is now. It was only in mixed shows and such. So we were grateful to have it. That's how I met next up, Miss Tony Blackman. And just so you know, I'm still here. I love this genre, like, and you grow up with it too. So I went from 1580, Hot 97, Power 105.1 New York, came back here, PGC, like, it's matter of fact, I'm working on a doc because I can't even keep up with. I just know I just got to keep going. So, you know, right now, Live Squad, right? Can't forget the Live Squad. We're getting all that, but right now I'm under the Radio 1 umbrella, still grinding crazy. I'm in Baltimore and Magic 95.9, and then out here on Magic 102.3, 92.7, and I have never flubbed that. I just want y'all to know I've never flubbed that on the air. Go ahead, Tony.
See.
Where's my mic at?
Sure.
Everybody got a mic. Blessings, everyone. My name is Tony Blackman. Like Steph, I had never been to Howard before I came to Howard. I had never been east of the Mississippi River. And my mom and them couldn't afford to come, so they were like, "You crazy?" I said, "Yep." And I came by myself and landed here without much knowledge of DC and had never heard go-go music either. But it changed my life, and this experience here at Howard changed my life. I knew that I needed it. I was very intentional, and I wanted to have classmates. I wanted to have friends who worked in TV, who were journalists, who were authors, who were doctors, lawyers, and my dentist My third grade teacher's son had went, Mrs. Rice, her son Binky had gone to Howard, and he told me that I could find all that here. And so that's how I landed here. And it's true. My network is sick, and it's because of Howard University. So, you know, nurture and cultivate the relationships with folks. Even if you don't talk much, keep in touch, have contact information and resources, because as you get older, the network becomes more important and more beneficial to you. I've been a hip hop head since the first time I listened to a mixtape somebody's cousin brought from New York City. And I'm from the Bay Area in California. And I've been doing hip hop education since I was 16. Started one of the first hip hop theater ensembles I started was called Hip Hop Arts Movement, was here at Howard University. I chartered an organization way before its time, pre-East Coast, West Coast beef. So I couldn't get down with it because the New York, New Jersey people were like, nah, son. But it was the foundation for what I later started called Freestyle Union Cypher Workshop. And it grew into many other things. I ended up becoming the first cultural ambassador for hip hop to tour with the United States Department of State, and I've been able to travel to 50 countries around the world, and now my work is primarily based in Africa because I am an African-centered human being. I believe in building bridges to the motherland, to the continent, and we all know the source and where it came from, and it's one of my greatest joys of the work that I do now. My new book, Wisdom of the Cipher, will come out this fall. I am a growing writer, returning to writing, developing confidence in what it is that I do, and still very much so. And then I have music coming out with collaborations with the Senegalese artists. I have a lot of collaborations with African artists, and I'm doing a lot of hip-hop meditation and mindfulness work, using hip-hop as a tool for healing. And we'll be back here in February with the Cancer Center on U Street doing some wellness ciphers and some other work. And I'm excited about what's going down. I do artist development professionally. I coach rappers. Worked on a Disney project the past 2 years. And now I have independent clients. So if you want to learn to rock the stage, rock the mic, have a commanding presence, and become a freestyle master, holla.
Good afternoon. My name is Iron Lynn Waller. I'm a native Washingtonian, which is interesting dealing with hip hop stuff. But I'm a native Washingtonian. I came to Howard in the year of 1987. I'm originally from Northeast DC, Capitol Hill. By the time I got to Howard, I was living in Petworth. So my journey through Howard is a little unique because, and we were just speaking on this, I never lived on campus because my house is 13 blocks up the street, so it didn't economically make any sense. So I have certain experiences, but very unique to me, being a Washingtonian. In terms of me and hip hop, I fell in love with hip hop exactly in 1984 with a record called Roxanne, Roxanne. That record catapulted me. Before that record, I wanted to be a political cartoonist. So I'm in middle school. I was into comic books and I was into politics. I watched the McLaughlin Group. So I wanted to be a political cartoonist. That record hits me, and it was magical. I mean, just the same pause I gave you now is the pause it gave me. I was like, this is magic, whatever this is. In terms of what I've done career-wise, I was able to parlay that love of hip-hop into DJing on radio. I was the first person to take the aggressive approach to DJing on radio. I started at WKYS in 1991. I stayed there for 23 years, moved to New Jersey for 4 to 5 years. I came back, and now I'm working at WHUR right down the hill. So now I am a associate producer for Steve Harvey, Frank Ski, and you can catch me on the air on Sunday afternoons, and I produce a gospel show as well. So in hip-hop, it's still my favorite thing. Still, at age 53, it's still my favorite thing. I can't exactly give you a reason why it is, but I'm adamant that if it wasn't my calling, it is most indeed my passion, and it has not removed itself. So again, hip hop's my favorite thing. I love discussing it, and I love watching it wake people up. I think hip hop has the power of waking people up in ways that they don't know about themselves. It could be movement, it could be simply in speech, it could be simply in communication, but I think it is, for lack of a better word, it's urban oil. Like the Arab countries have oil, extensive, never ending, it's created billions of dollars. I think hip hop is urban black people's oil, and I think we need to start treating it as such and start giving it away the way we've given it away.
That's a lot to follow. My name is Young Guru. I came to Howard in 1992. Like Iron said, hip hop is my passion, my love. I would do it if it wasn't my job. I feel as though I benefited just tremendously from what not only all of these people did, but what came before me. I had a very special thing that once I got to campus, a lot of things were already set up that you'll hear about later. Cultural Initiative was already throwing the hip hop conference. I entered the DJ competition and won that. A lot of people got to hear about me through that. When I got here, I literally made it my point to say that I'm going to try to take over the DJ scene in DC in terms of clubs. And I felt like Iron, along with CeeLo, was also, a bunch of people that helped me successfully do that. With my crew Power Move, once I won that DJ competition, someone who is now the second in command of the city of Newark, Amiri Baraka, walked over to me and said, "You got to be down with my crew." And I said, "Of course." So Power Move became my family, became my musical family, became the place where I got to express myself. DJ all throughout Howard, every club that you could think of in DC. 1996, I became the tour DJ for another DC act named Nonchalant. She had a really big single called 5 o'clock in the morning. We were lucky enough in that year to be the opening act for the Fugees on their Ready or Not tour that took me around the world. Hip hop became my job at that point, and it's never stopped being my job. So in 99, I moved to New York to try my hand in engineering after having worked with Chucky Thompson, God bless the dead, another DC native that really took me in and showed me the game of music and engineering. I went on to be very successful working for another Howardite named Derek Angeletti, who was part of the Hitmen and Bad Boy and that whole thing with Puff. Then I went independent as an engineer and ended up working for Jay-Z and Rockefeller and had an incredible run with that whole label still to this day. So it's a bunch of questions that you guys are going to get out. I'm going to try to be brief and be short. My family, it was weird that we said this earlier. My father is native DC, Southeast, so I had never been to Northwest until I actually came to Howard, and my mother's from Newark, New Jersey, so I'm the product of those two places.
That is the longest I've heard you talk about yourself and not say Wilmington.
Oh, I'm originally from Wilmington, Delaware. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, I remember being at the club like, yo, I'm the DJ, so I'm shouting out Wilmington, you and the other student that got in.
Absolutely.
So there's a couple of questions that we want to cover, and I'm going to trust because there are going to be certain questions that certain individuals may be more in tune to lean into, and then we're just going to kind of keep this moving. So the first, and y'all talked about it briefly in your introductions, but I think that is important since looking out at the audience, there are a lot of students currently in the room, which makes this the reason why we're here. So what was the nature and kind of character of the hip hop scene at Howard and in DC in the late 80s to early 90s? So we could start speaking with some of our 80s.
Yeah, the older guy, not a problem.
Tony too?
When did you get in here? When did you get in?
No Tricks in 86, it's time to
Oh,
build.
wow, okay, there we go.
Okay.
Question answered. 80s Howard University and hip hop. At that time, hip hop was this transformative thing happening with young people. It was their music of choice. There was other music that they loved. Of course, everybody loves New Edition. They were loving New Edition and all that type of stuff too. But hip hop was at the epicenter of changing music at the time. In my humble opinion, the sweet spot of hip hop is not the 90s. It's 87 to 89. I think is the sweet part, the sweet spot of hip hop. So that's when everyone is really exploring it, and there's so many different pots to choose from. No disrespect to right now, but no one sounded alike. Everyone had a distinctive sound, going a distinctive different direction. And part of the reason why I came to Howard is because of hip hop. As a native Washingtonian, to love hip hop at the level that I loved it, you're kind of asking yourself to be somewhat ostracized. This is a go-go town, especially in 88 and 87. This is a go, and still is. This is a go-go town. So for you to kind of hold up a flag for hip hop at that time, you're kind of asking to be somewhat ostracized. But I was able to find like-minded hip hop lovers here on Howard's campus pre-coming. So I'm going to Banneker High School across the street, and all those daggone Howard Flyers are everywhere. So I'm going. They're going to play the Jungle Brothers? I'm going. So I would go, and I'd be like, okay, they like what I like, and that was part of me choosing it. But the first place I found the moment I came to Howard's campus was the student-run radio station. Is there any communication students in here at all? School of C? Well, I found WHBCU, and that was my home from that moment. I'm not going to lie. I was telling them up here, I missed a lot of Howard because I simply stayed in the School of C at the radio station and that type of stuff. So I found what I wanted to do and wanted to chase it down. And also in our conversation pre this, in 1989-90, pre the explosion of Sean Puffy Combs, there were maybe 5 to 4 to 3 people who wanted to be in the recording industry. Myself, Puffy, and like 4 other people, maybe 2 other people. And it was a strange request to ask of people. So you got to understand, at that time, the recording industry did not look like a job to be had by someone who's not an artist. So no one's thinking in 88, there's a whole team of people creating these artists, from what they visually look like, from styling them to picking who's writing the songs, which writer should be there. So that made it very interesting. But at that time, it was very incubational. And then years later came the hip hop conference, which I did not believe was going to happen. I thought that, I don't think the administration of Howard University understood the ecosystem that it was creating at the time and what it would turn out to be. And better yet, who believed in it more than the university. So the first year, all the big name people are there. So Busta Rhymes is there. Everybody's there. Tupac is there. For a conference, for its first conference, every top tier A-lister hip-hopper is there on this campus.
And accessible.
And accessible. So you're sitting there talking to Queen Latifah. Like, I'm a vegetarian too. Like the same thing. So you're having these conversations and the ability to forge things. And the most important thing she said is to start building relationships. I can't stress that enough. Relationships are going to get you in doors that your money and your know-how will never get you in. I'm at HUR now based on a less than 5-minute long relationship. I want you to take that in. I knew 5 people working at HUR and they could not get me in the building. A stranger got me in. Can I share that story? So I come back to DC, I'm broke, I'm newly divorced. Who knows divorce and broke, all right? So newly divorced and broke. And I'm selling records, I'm a record collector. Anybody buys vinyl still? Okay, I'm a record collector, right? So I'm a hip hop record collector, so in breaks, and we'll get into all that. So I have multiple copies of certain records. And I'm selling my second and thirds of certain records. This gentleman comes to where I'm selling the records. He buys $80 worth of records, but I could tell he's enamored by my yesteryear of being DJ Iron. He could care less about the record he's buying. He asked me to come watch him DJ at Ben's Chili Bowl on 8th Street. He said, if you could just come by for 30 minutes next Friday. I go. I watch him play. I was like, oh man, you're on your way. Doing a good job. 2 weeks later, he calls me. He's like, Iron, are you still trying to get into radio? I'm like, of course I am. He said, can you meet me at Howard at WHUR at 4:30? I was like, yes, I can. I walk up to the front door. He jumps out of an Uber, introduces me to one guy, and jumps back in the Uber. He's like, this guy could do it. Jumps back in the Uber and goes back to his job. He said, you could do it, you can have the job. A relationship. Start bonding with people. Be something to somebody. Be something to someone.
Yes, quick. Because I'm
No.
gonna start using the mute button on people in a minute.
And I came, like I said earlier, I came in 1990. So I got to Drew Hall. Shout out to anyone that lives in Drew Hall. All right,
Drew Hall?
I see y'all. I see. I was room 344. My roommate had already gotten to the room, so I'm getting to Howard. I'm pissed. I'm like, because I didn't get to choose what side of the room I would be on. But I look at the Foot Locker, and I see Compton, California on it. And I'm like, oh, wow, this is going to be interesting. Now, I'm from Long Island. I don't know, anyone here from Long Island? Yes, 2 people. At that time, like Long Island, we had like Public Enemy, De La Soul, EPMD, like, you know, we were doing our thing in hip hop, but it's like, man, Compton, like, you know, it's these dudes with jerry curls and whatnot, you know, like, what's this gonna be about? But it turned out to be the best thing having a roommate from the other side of the country, because I was able to ask him so many questions and just learn so much about what life was like out there. And I learned, you know, like hip hop was bringing us together in a way that, you know, would not have happened any other way unless I had been here at Howard. It would not have happened any other way. And by the way, he told me the cats were wearing jerry curls because it was like a status symbol out there. It let the women know that these cats had money. I was like, oh, okay, I get it. You know, like, wouldn't be what I would do, but, you know, that he explained all that to me. So, you know, I was exposed to now West Coast artists. When I was on the 3rd floor, the football team was on that floor. These dudes was playing all types of wild music, Above the Law. They would march down the hallway. Like, yo, it was crazy, but I loved every single minute of it.
So, go ahead. Let me do this. I'm going to transition so you can answer this and go into the next question, because then you and Steph, and then Jamil, you and Guru, you and I are going to talk about the 3rd question. But to just capture a point from the first question about the 80s and 90s, you have to understand that hip-hop gave us a revolutionary, enlightened soundtrack to do what we were doing. I dare say that hip-hop provided the soundtrack for the takeover of the A building in 1989. It provided the soundtrack to make us believe that we needed to do a hip-hop conference to take a level of control of this culture. So for my young people in the room, ask yourself the music that you, like your personal playlist, what is that scoring for your movie? Like, I can't put a value on having one-on-ones with Chuck D and KRS and being told that's like, okay, Fear of a Black Planet, this is what you need to do at Howard to make them understand, you know, what that means. I just wanted to put that out there.
Besides my parents being alumni here at this school, when I was in high school and I saw the takeover of the A building, like it was on a Today Show or something in the morning, I looked at the TV and I said, that's exactly where I want to go to school. Like I knew as soon as I saw these kids, and little did I know I would come down and they would become like my big brothers and big sisters, you know, like just, you know, through commonality, the music, you know, these things just, we all attracted each other.
So Tony and Steph, that's because both of you all evolved into practitioners. So definitely share any thoughts you have about the scene, but then also as Howard students, from your perspective, how did we impact hip hop? Like there was a reciprocity there. Hip hop was influencing us, but as we're celebrating the 50th anniversary of hip hop, I would dare say there is not a university on earth who has a footprint in hip hop like Howard. So, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. I just want to mention, like, freshman year I was in the was it the talent show? Was it homecoming or residence hall? I can't remember. First semester, and I had on a long pink blazer and some white cowboy boots. Like, it was like white cowboy boots were hot in Cali at the time. Like, all the California girls had white. Culture shock. Because as soon as they said from California, all the New York, New Jersey, Philly people started booing. And then somebody from New York started saying, well, you know, you seen the Apollo, you been seen the Apollo. And I don't know if I said no. But yeah, I got booed before I went on. So I just want to say, and some of these people were in the audience. But
I was still in high school.
but it was here at Howard that in DC hip hop. For me, I was such a purist and a hip hop head. None of the other stuff didn't matter. What other people were doing didn't matter. Like, it could be three of us in a dorm room. We got hip hop. It's like, yeah, we got hip hop at Howard. Like, it did not matter. I was naive. I had small, little life experience, and so it was all beautiful in that way. I do know this impact that you're talking about, it's so very real. It's one of the reasons why I have the confidence to do what I did. I didn't have the internal confidence, but I had that Howard swag, that Howard, people who didn't go to Howard call it arrogance. But I know that it's not arrogance. It's just a certain thing that you get because you know who your classmates are, you know? And so even going to those meetings, like Puffy used to have meetings in a classroom where everybody would go. And then Haq Islam was having meetings in a classroom, right? And then Black Neoforce was having meetings in a classroom. And I would just go from meeting to meeting. And experiencing that, seeing these folks who did have the confidence to do what they were doing made me think that I could do whatever I wanted to do with hip hop. So although I was on the opposite end, I wasn't headed towards the industry in that way. I was headed towards building, institution building. I was programmed from a cultural frame of reference, right? Hakeem Adabudi was my idol, you know? And so these are the people I would go to the Moorland-Spingarn room and read about, starting from jazz appreciation, I got inspired. So I started reading about the free jazz movement, Ornette Coleman. That's how my freestyle rap stuff started, is because, we've been doing this. We've been doing this. And Dr. Stephen Henderson tried to convince me to go get my master's at Temple and to study this, but I didn't have the courage because all of my professors said, you need to make some money. And so I didn't do really what I wanted. But I ended up doing what I wanted to do in the end. I just took a longer route. And so when you look around and you see who Akiba Solomon is in the house, y'all. She has interviewed so many people, written for major magazines. Hip hop, like low-key chilling, you sitting right next to hip hop. This happened every single day. Steph Lover, walking across campus, no, she's on the radio. Like low-key, like you know this chick on major radio, talking about hip-hop. I remember bumping an IRA at BET. And it became very normal to go at BET. Like, I would get calls that when people didn't show up, I would get calls to fill in, right? And that kind of stuff. Like, you know. And there's the energy around, because we saw it as not just revolution in the socio-political sense, but entrepreneurially. I can't tell you how many businesses Steph had. Like different businesses. And that's the thing about an entrepreneur. You try this, you try this, you try this, you try this. And so that starts to rub off on you. Or watching young Guru go from being this young kid to like rising up to being the most popular DJ in the region. There's something about that. It might not be overtly political, but when you're Black and born in the skin that we are in, it's all political. Yep. It's all political. You are making a statement, and when you carry yourself with dignity, and because you know a Howard person, what a Howard person gonna do is reach back. Something in us, we are the kings and queens of pulling somebody else up with us, right? That is called service. And if you're a true hip hop head, there was no word for service, because that's what we do as hip hop heads. That's the culture. I could go on, so I'm gonna be quiet.
Let me just jump in. Tony, she sparked a thought, and it was like my first memory here at Howard. I mean, everybody has that moment, you know, where like, you know, your mama ain't gonna save you, and like you on your own, like you gotta figure it out. And I remember being on campus and, you know, kind of, I don't want to say like lost, but trying to get my footing right and trying to figure out where I fit in this whole dynamic, because where I grew up, it was very defined, this is what you're gonna do. You know, my mother's one of them, but I was sitting on campus one day, I think in front of the School of B, and I saw them changing the flag, and very mundane stuff, not even thinking about nothing. But in the corner of my eye, I see them changing the flag, or so I thought. So somebody took the flag down, and then they set it on fire, and ran away and threw the fist up. And I remember just sitting there like, now, what was that about? Like, I mean, a few people were there, and it blew my mind in a sense that I have never seen anything that radical up close. You know, you hear about all this stuff, you know, in the news, the black and white, the dogs attacking the people. I've never seen anything like that, that radical, that rebel kind of thing. It was Black Male Force. They definitely owned up to that. And I just remember that spirit that I was like, this I'm not here for the status quo. I'm here to shake it up a little bit. Like, and I took that very spirit with me when I got into the music industry, because it wasn't a lot of females. It wasn't no females in the lead. You was always the girl sidekick, the this, the that, the butt of the jokes. And you know, I took it like I want to get front runner money, like I want man money, like you know, and the only way you get that is if you're number one, you know, that kind of thing. So, but that flag burning thing always stuck in my mind, and like, you know, being from here, from Howard, all of us are from here, and you know, it just always had that in me, like I gotta be the one to say something, I gotta be the one to start it. I gotta be the one, you know what I'm saying? Because if I'm not the one, then who? You know, and you never know. You might not be the one to finish it, but you can be the one that started. And a real quick story about how we're all connected, because, you know, I'm not in a sorority or anything. I was just like too busy, enamored with the music when I was here. Like the music was a sorority, believe it or not. But you know, I have a friend, Kenan Thompson, is a Saturday Night Live, so I'll go up there, and Chadwick Boseman is there, you know. Black Panther's there, so I'm scheming. I got to get close to Chad. I got to. You know, it's one of those, you know, real quick, I'm sorry, but, and this is just how we're all super connected. So me thinking, I'm like, man, he went to Howard. He went to Howard. He got like 30 chicks around him, no lie. And I'm over here like, Kenan, I'm gonna go for it. Ain't you? You know? He turned around and said, you the Chad, what's up, baby? Hey, baby, you know what it is, ain't you? You come, Yo, I swear, if looks could kill, they was all like, what did she do? What was that? It's a secret society. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, I have been in a jam, right? And I'm talking about, and I'll see Goo, he be over there, I'll be like, yo, Goo, ain't you? Like, Tracy Lee, what's up, Tracy? Shout out to Tracy Lee. I'm just making a point.
Yes, Tracy.
Tracy Lee. But I just had to throw that out there because, like, I don't know this man. Like, I took the picture and, you know, and RIP, but he knew we were connected because of this. You know what I'm saying? And it was beautiful. And if you don't know, you don't know. I didn't explain it to nobody. He didn't have to explain it. It's just that thing between us, that kind of unity, like we're all in this together. Yeah. So, you know, be mindful of that. Like when you out, it doesn't, you know, necessarily have to be a Howard alumni, but just be mindful of putting that energy out into the world, because you're definitely going to get it back whether they went to a HBCU or not. You know what I'm saying?
I want to add on to what Steph said. Two things. Hey Tracy. There is at one time, in all honesty, at one time between somewhere in the mid '90s up to 2000, there might have been a seven person, a separation between Howard people in the music industry.
I say even less than that.
Maybe a three-point person separation in the music industry somewhere between 95 and 2005. And with also to speak on the power of just simply those two letters, HU. I have a friend who works in HR at a predominantly white college and done it at maybe 4 or 5 of them. And she told me the most powerful thing that I had to give to my children about HBCUs, especially this one, and she's a graduate of this one as well. Does nothing scare white people more than hearing you went from Howard.
Oh, wow.
It terrifies them. And I watched it happen to me at a job I had in New Jersey. But I just want to remind you guys that somewhere, I don't know why, and it's not the truth, but I want you guys to use it to your advantage, that white America sees 3 black colleges. All of them are important, but they see Howard, they see Spelman, and Morehouse. I don't know why they won't view past that, but please understand the power you're wielding simply by being a student here. And she also taught me this. It's not, well, I don't want to give bad information out, but just listen to me and help me make sense of it. It's the funnel of getting in that's more important than the grade point. I know that sounds wild, right? But when they ask people, did they go to Harvard, they never ask what their grades were. The funnel of getting into Harvard and Howard is tighter than the funnel of good grades and stuff like that. That doesn't mean suck. I'm not encouraging you guys to suck. Like, you've already done it. I got in. I can suck. You know, all that type of stuff. I don't want you to think that way. But understand, there has been a finite funnel for you to get here, and it's in divine order. So use it properly.
I think, just real quick, I think what he's really getting at is, like, when they know you in here, they can't get over on you. They can't get over on you. Right. Like, they see HBCUs as a lower standard of a college. Like, you see how Dion went from Colorado, now he's, when he was at Jackson State, it was, At Howard, they know it's not like that. They like, as soon as you went to Howard, they be like, damn, okay, we're going to have to give her real money. We're going to have to negotiate in good faith. We're going to have to, you know, it's all these things that it demands. Seriously. You know, and that's why we the real HU. You know what I'm saying? Like, because they really, you know.
There we go.
Hey, man,
there she go.
It's the truth.
So in the spirit of hip hop, you know, you thought the album was done, and then they was like, we got one more song. So please just introduce my brother Trey Lee, but please just introduce yourself. Make it an interlude.
Nah, it'll be real quick.
Cause we got stuff to cover.
Nah, I mean, because I didn't.
People looking at me sideways. I'm just saying.
Listen, I had no intention of coming in here and crashing a party. I was just gonna sit in the back and just watch my people. And I know everybody up here personally, up close experiences and all that, and everything that I've heard is absolutely true. I mean, this is the greatest network in the world. I don't care where you go. I don't care where you step. I don't care who you encounter. HU has power. You say that, you know what comes out. You know the responses. And it's like, especially in the culture of hip hop, you know what I'm saying? Like Tim alluded to, there is no stamp louder than ours, other than maybe the Bronx in New York, you know what I'm saying? Howard's where it's at, man. You know what I mean? Like, we got our footprints everywhere in this culture. Whether it be music, whether it be fashion, whether it be language, whether it be the walk, whether it be the vernacular, it doesn't matter. Howard has a footprint on all of this.
Wow.
In case anybody doesn't know, my name is Tracy Lee. I'm a graduate of Howard University in 1992, came in at 88. This is my brother, one of my partners in crime. So is that brother down there, Young Guru. This man right here, met him freshman year on the bus when I was commuting damn near in Southeast, but right across the line on Temple Hills, you know what I'm saying? Steph Lover can't say no, like she, you know, beside radio and all that, she's an ill spitter too, by the way. I don't know if anybody knows that. And Tony, Top of the Dome, freestyle, all that, we go way back. But this is all a network and a family that we built throughout the years, and we can take the program from there.
No doubt. Thank you. And he has a new album out called Different. See, in the midst of the humility, you let other people big you up. Yeah.
So, this is just an ideal moment to remind the students that you see Hip Hop Foundation. This is foundational parts of hip hop music and culture right here on this stage, and that you have a role in how many hip hop heads do we have in the room? You consider yourself a hip hop head, right? So you have to evaluate what your role is going to be moving forward. Otherwise, Young Guru's sacrifices have been in vain, right? You have models before you. You have models sitting beside you. So whether it's in journalism, It's hip hop education, hip hop theater, hip hop and spirituality, the hip hop music industry, whatever it is, there are opportunities for you to do something profound and great. Don't settle for mediocrity. Go beyond being mediocre at whatever it is you choose to do, and don't be afraid of pushing the envelope, of trying something different, of cultivating something that has not been done before. Everyone here has done that. Whether it was behind the scenes in marketing, on stage, on air, in the studio, everyone here has done that. And so you have an example before you, and don't wait for someone's permission to do it.
Right.
And don't be afraid to fail. Fail up and fail big and go for it.
That's the most important part.
Hip hop is not in its best state right now. It's not in its best state. Let's keep it 100. But whose job is it to make it better? It's not ours. We did our part. We survive it and thriving. It's still ours. But you got to step up. The people who raise their hand as heads, what is your role? And instead of complaining about what you don't like and the negativity out there, start pushing the stuff you do like and you do love. Put forth a culture of support and affirmation. All right? I had to preach for a minute. You know I'm a preacher.
I know. So, hope, young guru. So, there's no way we can talk about the history of hip-hop at Howard and not talk about, in 1991, Black Nia Force, Philadelphia International Records, and the Howard University Student Association came together and put on a 3-day event in February that was called Hip Hop at its Crossroads, Seizing the Cultural Initiative. It was supposed to be a one-time event. It actually became the Hip Hop Conference that ran to 1997. Thank you to the Moorland-Spingarn Library, because in doing research, because for 30 years we told people we stopped in 1996, and literally doing research, we found hilltops and literally found flyers for 1997, and it was like, I guess we did it. So, but, young guru, from your experience, because honestly, you really came up in it. What was the hip hop conference? And for you, talking to them, what was its significance?
Wow, that's like saying the significance of my life. So, number one, I can hit this from a lot of different points. First of all, I want y'all to understand that hip-hop was not in higher education, period. It wasn't talked about. It wasn't a class. It wasn't something that you could take. Howard University, this conference was the first time that I was even thought of. They may not brag about it all the time, but I brag about it. It's the first time it was ever thought of. For me personally, I come into a university where I'm coming in 1992 on the second year of the hip-hop conference. I, like everybody else around me, was broke and did not have enough money to do anything. I wasn't this big DJ yet, so my grand idea was that I was going to go volunteer for the hip-hop conference. Again, this is the Howard spirit. I'm gonna figure out a way to get into this conference. So I went and volunteered and said, hey, I'll help you stuff badges and organize it if I can get in for free. First of all, taking that initiative. Second, I meet some of the most dynamic people that I've ever met in my life. One of them is who's moderating this whole panel, who later became my manager while I was at Howard University. You have to remember, this is, again, like we said before, not only the artists that were coming around, but they were accessible. You know, this is Tupac walking around in a 555 soul hat. This is Biz Markie doing parties. This is me meeting I had a car actually freshman year, so this is the first time that I'm going to the airport to pick up the Lost Boys because their flight just landed, and now I get to meet them and chop it up with them. But besides that, it was the lessons that we were getting from the panels. So what would happen is we would have panels like this every day talking about different subject matter. This is the first time I'm hearing about publishing. This is the first time that I'm hearing about all the different things in the music industry is being brought to me and handed to me on a silver plate. Like, this is the music industry and this is how you survive. So for me, it was my direct education into it, and it was also a place where the crew that I would be with would showcase what they wanted to do. I entered in and won the DJ competition, which my roommate, Jim Nice, if he was in here, would tell you that I kept him up every day for like 2 weeks practicing this DJ routine. He would literally get up at like 4 o'clock in the morning in Drew Hall and just be like, hey, cut it off, I got class in the morning. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's literally what will go on. I won that, and my friend Mitty, who became my roommate, walked over to me and said, hey, we got this whole crew down here. You need to be a part of us. That's where I met Trey. That's where I met Lance. That's where I met Jay, Parlay. That's where I met all the people that would be not only just my friends, but my group, the people that would support each other. That's the thing that they're trying to get across about how Howard was. If there was a problem or if there was something that happened, the mentality that we had was we don't care what happens as soon as I hit this brick wall, right? If I hit this brick wall, I'm gonna send somebody down that way. You see how long it is to get that way. You see how long it is to get that way. You go get the shovel, you start digging, and if none of that works, somebody go get the dynamite, but we getting through this wall. That was just our mentality. Nothing could stop us. And I think all of that came from me coming here and seeing a whole conference being put together by students. You have to understand, this was student run. This was not run by the university. This was run by other students. So that was the legacy of what the conference did for me. It kicked off my career. It allowed me to meet a bunch of different people, but it was also the educational part of it. It was me getting, I never heard the word perpetuity before I went to one of these conferences and signed a contract. I had no reason to sign a contract until these points. So for me, the conference was just that incubator that led me into the music business and was the foundation for my career.
So Lance, building off of that, and I'm gonna bounce around, the name of the title, it says Power Move. And there's no way we can talk about the history and talk about the conference. And I will say you have always been like the voice, because your clique was wild. Let's keep it 100. That it was like, we gonna do all the parties, we need to get 35 people in, and we trying to figure this out, and this, that, and the other, and you need to sign it today. And then Lance would come through, and it's like, all right, let's work this out. So for Power Move, talk about that connection, because the fact that you are, as a group, what you are today is a story that's worth being told in and of itself. Because I feel like in some ways we came up interdependent upon each other. So build upon that.
Very true. Yeah. I mean, we came in, the majority of the Power Move crew in fall of '90. It had like my brother John Doe. He was a DJ. He was from Philadelphia. He lived on the 3rd floor, drew with me. He had the records, he had the equipment. And ironically, first day I arrived at Howard, my father recognized his father. They both were at Howard together, and now here they were bringing their sons to Howard, and we became like fast friends just from that. I would go to John's room. He was playing music on the turntables, and I don't know if y'all know, but like Philadelphia is straight up official with the DJs. Like they cutting, scratching, Jazzy Jeff, that Transformer, all praise to New York, you know, hip hop of Philly, they put it down with the DJ. So my man John was the illest DJ. So people would come to his room, they would start rhyming. That's where Mitty, that Guru's talked about earlier, Mitty would come in, my other boy Mike, and they formed a crew, One Step Beyond. They were rapping, had Jay, he was one of the dancers, and we got Drew Hall behind us. So we took this whole thing on campus, like everywhere. We get to Crampton Auditorium, we performing. That's where I meet this brother Tracy Lee right here. He's looking at us like, yo, these dudes, like, they got like the whole dorm, like, all in Crampton, like one step beyond, Power Move. And, you know, we just tried to bring a big type of energy to everything that we did. We brought, like, you know, this hip hop spirit, you know, to campus as much. We just lived it. This is just what we were. You know, we didn't know, we weren't any other way but being ourselves. So,
but Lance, can I say this?
Go ahead,
real quick?
go ahead.
I don't mean to cut you off, but what was so impressive as a freshman walking onto the campus, seeing this group, they had a very distinctive, and this is what Tony was talking about earlier about entrepreneurship. So if you figure at that time, we had DJs, we had MCs, we had graffiti artists who were doing the flyers, and these flyers were posted all over campus. We had people that was actually making and selling clothing on campus. So if you put all of this together, me seeing this, the very first party that I go to was thrown by these gentlemen after the ice cream social, right? You go to the ice cream social, but that night, they were throwing the party that you wanted to go to. It wasn't the glamorous 930 club that it is now. It's called the WUS. So seeing all of them together in that way is what made me want to get down, and these were students who were putting this together. When we would throw parties, you know, it was already understood that I'm not going to take a whole bunch of money from the party as being a DJ, because we need to facilitate buying things for the studio. So all the money that was made from the party would be put in one pot. So imagine that kids that are 19, 20, 21, 22 years old is grown enough to say, I'm going to trust this person with the money, and then we're going to go in the studio and facilitate all of these things. So it was super duper powerful to see that together as Power Move. And then I don't think enough credit gets thrown on Trey for being sort of the vanguard for us learning, and our mistakes and all the things that we went through were things that were on his shoulder. You know, Trey is 4 years older than me, so you could imagine at the age of 18, 19 years old, I don't think Trey got his deal until I'm 23. So a 27-year-old has a whole crew of 10, 15 people looking at him every day like, yo, what we gonna do?
What we gonna do?
And he's trying to figure it out for himself. So you gotta realize how impactful, how powerful that is, and how young everybody is when all this money is coming in. So I think that really was the essence of what Power Move was, is that we was young kids and we learning and we doing it, but at the same time, it's all this entrepreneurship going on.
Yeah.
Hold on one second. And there's some students who may need to get ready to transition to class. We just wanted to just show you all love. Thank you all for being here. And if you can stay, please stay. But if not, definitely thank you for being here. But there's a couple of points I need to hit because I want to have room for questions. All right? So this word may sound archaic to the present day, but there was a time that radio actually meant something.
Wow.
And so
that hurt.
And so for Steph and Iron, what was the state of like DC radio, HU radio with regard to hip hop in that late 80s, early 90s? Because like I said, for young people today, it's almost of no consequence.
Well, I think, you know, for me, you know, I'm in like that mid-90s era, or like the 91 to 94, 5, like that era right there. And that's why it's called the golden era. That was the foundation, because before that, you know, hip-hop wasn't this big money-making thing. You know, you kind of did it for the love, you did it for, you know, represent your neighborhood kind of thing. It wasn't until, you know, 80% of it started being bought by suburban kids that it became, you know, a big issue, because they were really trying to live this life, you know, through NWA or, you know, what have you. But for me, you know, coming from New York, like I just, you know, brought the New York vibe down here. It wasn't no hip hop scene in DC, to my knowledge, when I got down here. The hip hop scene was on the campus, because it was people from New York. First time I heard NWA, my friend, I never forget, he camped out in front of the FYI right on Georgia Avenue, and I was like, dude, wake up. Ain't nobody thinking about NWA. Like, you good. It's not going to sell out over here. Like, don't worry. Like, you can go get it tomorrow. It'll be there. But in his mind, coming from Cali, it was going to sell out, you know? So that was like, you know, it was an exchange of those kind of things, you know. First time I heard Ice Cube, first time, you know, like you had your roommate. So for me, it was non-existent. When I got on Flavor 1580, our catch, it was an AM station, and it was predominantly in Southeast. The antenna went down at 6 o'clock. You could only hear Southeast. So you got to cater to your audience. So we started playing go-go. And it was the old bait and switch. You know, we give you some go-go, but here's some hip-hop. And it wound up working, because a lot of the go-go bands, they started bringing out Scarface. They bringing out mad hip-hop artists. Then when the hip-hop artists started getting a little bit too costly, the go-go bands would just mimic the songs, and then that became a thing. So it was for me, it was beautiful to see, because being a hip-hop head and going up to the Ibex to see Genghis and Backyard, I'm scared but excited at the same time, you know? And I think vice versa. Genghis used to come see Nas at what was
I
that?
bet.
Yeah, no, the other one. Damn, I forgot. One of them clubs used to run.
Black Hole.
Ritz.
Yeah.
One of them like that. And you see Genghis like, shouldn't you be uptown? Like, and he's like, Nas, you know, and it was that exchange that I love. And I'm happy to be a part of, you know, pushing, like, quote unquote, the DC sound forward. You know, like I was there instrumental helping Wale and, you know, Nonchalant and EXO and this and that. You have all these artists, Fat Trell, that, you know, it's more than what you see, believe it or not. And we're still there pushing. It's just that, you know, go-go is so predominant, man. Like,
Steph, you just really quick.
Go-go is so predominant
And Guru
here.
was there, and this was at Coolidge High School, because there is a level to understanding it ain't where you're from, it's where you're at. And you were there because Nonchalant was doing her thing, but Montel Jordan was big. And they were doing a little free promotional performance, and the people from DC was telling them, you need to go before Backyard. But
they didn't listen.
And they did not listen, because Montel Jordan, this is how we do it, signed the Def Jam, and I remember Guru was telling, like, I'm telling you now, if you think somebody's gonna go on after Backyard, and this is like the height of the Unabomber. This is late 90s.
They did that with Big too. Remember they did that
so
with Big Guru?
one of those things where, you know, Kevin Hart said, you're gonna learn today.
The artists that the hip hop artists that understood that were the Scarfaces, and were, as being somebody that came from a lineage of my father being from Southeast, go-go was already, I didn't have to learn go-go, I grew up with it, right? But it was also a thing where I had a chance at that time to tell artists that was beef, I would see the beef, and they would be like, why is this Backyard whoever, and that's how they said it, like this Backyard whoever going on after me, and I'll be like, bro, you don't want to go on after them. They're gonna suck all the energy out the room, and people gonna start leaving. And I've seen it happen to major artists a lot, that the whole crowd would leave after the go-go band got on.
They dismiss what they don't understand.
Yeah.
You know, and
but those that accepted it, like I've seen Face get on stage with a band and start playing the bass. You know what I'm saying? And then that's how Scarface became so beloved in DC.
To further on the radio piece, guys. There was hip hop in the mid 80s on radio, but in very small blocks. The pioneer person for it is on WHUR right now, Frank Ski. Frank Ski had it was called Rapper's Delight.
Yep.
It was on, UDC's radio station in the mid 80s. So it started there, and then Conan on WOL played rap as well. But rap is a format, like what Steph was able to do at Flavor 1580 was outlandish. It was a format, not a mix show sectioned off for Saturday night for an hour and a half, 2 hours, but the entire programming was designed around that. And with that being said, I'd like to speak how important WPGC was as a radio station for hip hop. The first person to really forge into playing a lot of rap was not an urban station. It was the Churban station, meaning we're a white station, but we play a ton of black music, but we'll take your white dollar. So understand what that means. So Mercedes won't advertise with us, but they'll advertise with them, even though they're playing our same content. So PGC was forged ahead with their mix shows and did all that stuff. And then my station, KYS, had a rap show that I started with CeeLo and John and Paul Howard later on. But PGC could not be out of the conversation about where hip-hop is in terms of radio. Now, let's bring it forward. Let's be honest, you guys are not radio people. Y'all don't love radio like that. If you are listening to radio, it's only in a car. You don't listen to radios at home, and you guys have curated your own playlist. So radio has to create a space where we're giving you a content that is still music-based, but to still hold you, which is hard now because now all of our attentions are splintered. We now have this device in our hand that captures almost 65% of our day. So radio has to figure out how to compete in that particular space in terms of getting people.
That's a point that nobody has brought up, and especially for this younger audience, about Howard at that time, and try to give you, I love this word, it's my favorite word in the English language, the zeitgeist of what it felt like to be here at that given moment. You have to imagine going to Howard with no cell phone, no social media. There's no way for me to just text my friends and say, yo, this is what we're going to do. We have to actually meet up at somebody's house, right? Like, that was what was going I thank God that we didn't have cameras in everybody's pocket while we went
Well,
that is a different panel.
Hold on.
No.
That's a different mode of research.
But it also made us, I think, closer and stronger because of the fact that we're not staring at our phones all the time, and you had to actually get up and you would wake up in the morning and Power Move would have plastered at night the whole campus, every single tree with a flyer. You had to walk and meet people. You had to put a flyer in somebody's hand. You don't believe how many times somebody would walk up and hand me a flyer and I'll be like, nah, sis, that's me. You know what I'm saying? But it's because they were doing their job and getting people to pass out flyers. You met people that way. Like, that was the difference back then, is that it was a more in-person sort of thing. We didn't have social media.
I came to Howard to be a filmmaker. I love Spike Lee. You know, I was just like, that's what I want to do. I want to make films. Like Christmas of 1991, my father gifted me a camcorder. So I was one of the few people really, like, kind of intentionally running around just videotaping everything. I look so straight, like, what are you doing? You know, like, I'm just filming. I would have no idea that 30 years later, like, a lot of these recordings from Howard would mean so much to me, but you know, that's what happens, you know. And I was lucky enough, I captured a lot of footage from the hip hop conference that year. I could only imagine if I was authorized to actually do it, how much footage I would have. But that's what Tim is saying, like, sometimes you gotta break the rules. Like, I'm on camera at WHBC, I work there, you know, helping out and everything. I'm like, we about to take this camera into this panel. I don't know if we can do it, but we gonna do it anyway.
But
you know,
one thing.
That's what you got to do sometimes.
One lesson that we learned the hard way. You were saying when you fail big. That honestly, we were so focused on doing that we were not documenting. We were just so focused on doing. Whereas now, like, if you are putting together your team and your crew, literally make sure you have someone whose only job is to document. Because we literally now are trying to go back and piecemeal the story, and then we're able to do it somewhat because of the relationships, which was another meaningful word. But please document. And sometimes we don't document because we really don't have the confidence in ourselves to believe that our movements are historic.
That's powerful because...
Say that again.
That's very powerful based on the fact that one of the things that breaks my heart about hip-hop is the lack of documentation while creating some of this beautiful work. We could go online and watch the Beatles recording stuff from their first and second album. Who had the forethought to record them while they're recording? I would love to see the process of recording Low End Theory. I would love to see the process of recording Fear of a Black Planet. I would love to see the process of recording, Drake's first mixtape. I would enjoy that. But we didn't have that type of forethought. So, but luckily, again, the universe is constantly conspiring on our behalf. Would you agree? Yeah. And now you guys have a device that does it all day.
So, final question, and then I want to hear from them. Go Tony and Lance, because it's Power Move. I want to come to you, or we'll just go Tony, then go to questions. You talked about traveling to 50 countries, and hip-hop has turned 50, so on average, you hit a country for every year of culture.
That's right.
See, you didn't realize that. So, what do you want the broader hip-hop, African-American community, what do you want them to know about hip-hop, about Howard? What do you want them to know?
The broader, not the people here, but the broader.
You could start here and then, because here is going to go out, because they're going to tell somebody who going to tell somebody who tells somebody.
Well, I think we want we want people to respect our cultural traditions. We want them to respect and honor what we've created, what we've given birth to. We want to respect the craft, the art of emceeing and the art of DJing, even the art of being a hip-hop personality. There's a science to that. Being able to host an event properly. There's a science to that. I just had a client, she's a DJ. I'm coaching her on how to use her voice and introducing other people. There's a science to all these things. And I think what happens often, because as colored folks, we have creativity in our veins. And so because it flows from us easily, we think that ease means it's less valuable, right? Because it happens organically. We don't attach value to that. I am a high creative. I have 5 projects moving now that could have been monetized like 15, 20 years ago. But I didn't attach value to it in that way. And so I would want the world to know that without us, the potato salad is bland. Right? So we bring the flavor, we bring the seasoning to everything in the world.
It's bland and may have raisins in it. Okay.
The real overall point to add on to that too is when you say across the world, as I've traveled the world and the way that not only just other races and other cultures, but other black people across the world, no matter where they are, they view you, the African American, through the lens of what they see on television, which always is not the representation of who you truly are. So when you do your art, realize that this is the way that people across the world are going to view you. So if they only get it through certain media, and especially now through reduced media. When I say reduced, I mean a 30-second clip on TikTok or those sort of things. You have to be really careful and really mindful of the way that you present yourself, because that is going to be the representation for the rest of the world. And again, I'm emphasizing this. Not only we expect it when other cultures misrepresent us, but you are representing yourself wrong to your own people across the world.
Yeah.
And can I just add one last little thing, especially for all the sisters in here, the young black ladies? Listen, get your money. Be intentional about that. And I have to stress that because you can't be dependent on your parents or your husband, boyfriend, baby dad. Make sure you got you, because you can't help anybody else if you're not straight. And that's one of the spirits I learned here at Howard, is that, I could help if I got mine together, and I'm always, that's how me and Tony hooked up. There used to be about 10 of us females, and it was always a matter of how can I help? And even today, I always try to be of service. But when it comes to the financial aspect, I can't stress that enough, because that is like one of the weakest points that they could attack you at if you have a child, or if you have, because women will do really drastic things to provide. You know what I'm saying? And if you got that part covered, you can't be manipulated as such. So whether that means getting that financial aid, doubling up on that. I worked at 3 different jobs when I was here at Howard. My mother got sick my junior year and couldn't help me anymore. So I could have just folded right then and there, but it was too far gone. Like, I wasn't going back. I'm 3 years in. I'm at the finish line. So to me, it's always that test, that unforeseen test. But if you already ready, you ain't never got to get ready. So if you already know, like, I got to, get some paper together to make sure that if anything happened, I could finish this journey, then you're always a step ahead. The stress level is, I had to just put that out there, especially to the women, because it is really difficult, when you're on your own. You might not have your parents' help. You might be a single mom, or all of those things. And,
Or you could just be a high creative with ADD. And
all
walking in circles. So get your business straight. Have your business straight. Auntie Tony learned the hard way by not doing that. And so now I have it now. But get your business straight and do your inner work so you feel good about yourself.
All right, this
Plan the
community-
work and work your plan.
Yes.
Hold on,
That's it.
because we're about to wrap up. But one thing, so you see here, it says the Moorland-Spingarn Research Center, 110 years of preserving the global black experience. I am going to say something that will probably be unpopular, uncomfortable, may not invite us back, but that is okay. You cannot talk about really being about hip hop and education at Howard University if you are going to stay stuck in the traditional paradigms of assessing and evaluating what is worthy knowledge. So here is a crew that we're good to research, but because you don't have a degree, you can't teach. But then you're going to let somebody who read and studied this firsthand life experience, and then maybe we could adjunct, or maybe we could be a guest. We are still living. God has graced us. This is a moment. Howard University. Because one thing that hip hop taught us was the art of the remix. So you can't talk about being the Mecca if you're gonna follow the crowd. Any students, anyone have questions? We have a few minutes. Come on.
First, I just want to say thank you to the panel. Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to the panel for today and all the days. My name is Victoria Colston-Brooks. I'm writing my dissertation in the Department of History. I'm talking about pivotal African diaspora conferences here at Howard, including the Hip Hop Conference, and my goal is to write Hip Hop at Howard into history. So,
Okay, that's powerful.
Thank you. So,
However we can help.
So as we celebrate the 50 years of hip hop, I couldn't help but notice that the Hip Hop Conference and people like April Silver and Sion Smith and Alberta Geisha Kolker are not being mentioned, and they're really being left out of the conversation. But you guys are really the pioneers of hip hop pedagogy and brilliantly bridged the gap between hip hop and the academy. So I wanted to know, how do we transform these celebrations and like the study of hip hop beyond music and artists to the people who critique it and maintain it and support it and the culture as a whole?
Get your contact information at the end, because everyone you named was a part of the cultural initiative, and we actually were here on August 11th. We were just here on August 10th, speaking on a panel. So we'll definitely will.
I was going to say that was going to basically be my answer. Was that they have been, but I think it may be a thing of promoting it more so that you guys could know. But they have been here.
Yes, but there's always room to grow. Come on.
Hello, I'm Blake Spencer. I'm a junior nursing major from Flint, Michigan. And my question really was kind of going off the critique of today's hip hop, mostly by the pioneers. Well, not mostly by the pioneers, but like sometimes by pioneers and whatnot. And my question really was, when we look at hip hop as an art, also expressing it as a reflection of today's paradigms, how are we able to critique, or how can we begin to critique such an art form with subjectivity in terms of what is good and what is not good, while also realizing that it is a reflection of today's paradigms and today's social structures within the society?
One person could answer, because we got a line.
I'm going to dive all the way in for you. For somebody that deals with 18, 19, 20-year-olds every day, right? And I'm not somebody who rejects today's music, but what you're looking at is someone who sees the purity of where something came from. Nobody's saying that we didn't have music that had negative messages, okay? Shook Ones is not a positive song, and we was bumping it all day long. But what I'm saying is that there was a diversity in what we saw. For our NWAs, we had a Public Enemy. For every woman that you saw that got up that was a Little Kim and a Foxy Brown, we also had a Lauryn Hill. Like, we're not saying that. What we're saying is that now everything seems to be, it just was promoted, because I know artists that are great. But if I myself want to be the change and I go and sign a Rhapsody and it takes me 7 to 10 years to get her out because she's not talking about her booty hole is brown, then there's a problem. I'm not saying that we can't bump to that. I'm not saying that we can't bump to that. What I'm saying is there's no balance. There used to be a balance in the music, and now we don't have that particular balance. If one producer came out, I didn't want to sound like that producer. If Jay made a beat and he used a certain sample, I'm not touching that sample no more. If somebody had a rhyme pattern that was theirs, the next person wouldn't use that rhyme pattern. This is what we're critiquing. We're not saying necessarily that it has to all be this super positive, let's go to church on Sunday music. What we're saying is originality is lost. We're saying that the diversity is lost. We're saying that messages are lost. I want to know what it feels like to go to Howard right now at 18 years old. I'm not getting that. All I'm getting is your 4 hours in the club. That's it. And I'm not saying you particular, I'm talking about what's promoted. So that's really my answer. We just want to see the diversity, and we want to have a broader experience for what it is to be a black artist at this time.
And the only thing I want to say is let that marinate. Don't just let that gloss over. Like, what he said is exactly what it is. Let that marinate.
I think you also have to blame social media a little bit too, Trey. Because they want,
but that's
the numbers.
But that's a part of what he's saying. It's one thing. It's one thing, whether it be through social media, whether it be through the radio, whether it be through the television. It's one thing. What Guru just described is originality and diversity. Let that marinate, man. Don't just be subjected to one thing.
I will say this on your behalf. The thing from my end that I don't like of the old heads is if there was a young man in North New Jersey who's on the corner selling drugs, I don't go up to him and be like, yo, you need to stop selling drugs. Right. I'm going to walk up to him with a white T-shirt on the same way he got, sit down with him and have a conversation. What happens too much is the old heads go, that's corny, that's trash, and then the young boy is going to react like, yo, you yelling at me. It's the way that we communicate too. We got to be better parents. You understand? But that's really the back and forth.
Yes. Thank you for that. And speaking of originality, trying to push and do something different, my new little brother, quickly introduce yourself and ask the question, because you represent a whole mob that they definitely need to know about.
For sure, man. I really appreciate that introduction. I really appreciate you all being here in this space. This space is very needed, very important. First off, I'm Joshua Hughes. I'm a senior mathematics major, secondary education minor from Queens, New York, by way of Sicklerville, New Jersey. I'm also a multi-hyphenate, multi-faceted, big creative, right? Also with ADHD, so I have a lot of different ideas, a lot of different, forms of expression and points of expression, all with the main goal of just leaving a mark on this world. And so my question would be to you as a young creative that's in a very similar point to where some of you have been at already. Also realizing and noticing that, the organizational aspect just as important as the creative aspect. So my question would be to you, do you have any concrete tips? I don't know why the mic is going in and out. Do you have any concrete tips to be able to put it back in here? I was just gonna ask, do you have any concrete tips to be able to quantify that organizational aspect of the creativity, as well as continuing to be that beacon for, the real, the different, the authentic?
I think certain things just haven't changed. Everything is going to take 10,000 work hours. And then also setting some levels of realistic expectations. The problem with hip hop now, it looks like low-hanging fruit. When I met hip hop, I knew I wasn't going to be Rakim. Now I watch, little nipple in the foreskins. I was like, I can do that. So I think what's happening is that if you could just put your head down for your craft, literally put your head down for your craft, and understand that there's success for everyone is different. So success does not mean Jay-Z for everybody. Yeah. There's successful artists that are literally unknown, but meeting great senses of success. I don't know one Tech Nine song, but I know he's very successful with his audience. What I can ask you to do is simply put your head down, be willing to put, If you could do something and know you love it and not be mad that you're not getting paid for it for 6 years, you're on your way. You're on your way. You have to have a conversation with yourself on what success looks like for you. Does success look like Oprah, or does it look comfortable like someone else? Have that conversation with yourself. The universe is always going to reward hard work. It may not come in the form of money. So what if I told you your artistry is literally for the sake of stopping someone's death?
Yeah.
And there's no money involved. We have to start defining success in other ways other than
Can I
money.
add a very practical
Tony.
tip? I want to add a very practical tip. As someone who's right?
Yeah.
You got friends here at Howard who are the opposite of how you are. The only way I got ish done was I had this friend who then helped out with my outfits, my this and my that. There was a sister 4 years behind me who, when I freestyling, who came, she got the sign-in sheet. She got the this. She called the MCs. She did this. It takes a village. You do not do it on your own. The key is it can't be 5 of you trying to do it. Right. So these opposite people may feel abrasive at times. Yeah. You may beef with them. They may talk too much and get on your damn nerves. But understand that they play a critical role. The same sister who helped me in '95 is now my project and business manager.
Wow.
She set up my Trello project management board. I can't do this on my own, right? My partner, the brother of my life, he gets on my damn nerve. But guess what? Shit is done.
Yeah.
Because he's an engineer and he thinks like a scientist. So in a very practical sense, don't partner with another artist who's like you. Leave her alone, right? Be smart. Make sure that who you date and engage with is contributing to your destiny and you're contributing to this person.
Come on,
I mean,
Auntie.
let's be real practical, because I made some bad choices that took 10 years out of my life. Be smart about that. And then learn, every time you get a chance to learn something about organization, make that as important as your writing, as your production, as your engineering, and make friends with the anal people who love spreadsheets. I still hate them.
Stronger together.
Remember, it's called show business. You got to have your business together. You could have the greatest show on earth. And if your business is sloppy, you're going to be the brokest, greatest artist on earth. And we've heard a million horror stories about that. You already know that. But the foundation here at Howard is education. So at the very least, you should, you know what I'm saying? Be able to, dot your I's, cross your T's, that kind of thing.
Thank
So
you.
I'm gonna ask all of you on IG, please follow 360 Creativity Saves Lives. So when you literally was asking, would you do it if it was gonna save somebody's life, it's called 360 Creativity Saves Lives. So appropriate is September, Suicide Prevention Month. Please follow 360 Creativity Saves Lives. You'll get my invoice in the mail. Next up.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Hi, Tony. Hi, y'all. My name is Akiba Solomon. I'm a journalist who used to focus a lot on hip-hop, now do criminal justice and some other things. And my question as a journalist and talking about cataloging the work and archiving the work, I communicate with Lance quite a bit because he's archiving. So my question is, if you can't afford or you can't find a person who can do good video for you, what should you do? Like, is there a place to learn how to do video?
I'm sure there is, but you know what has blown my mind?
What?
Good video is amazing. But what I'm finding out is that the larger majority doesn't care the quality of it. Yeah.
Well,
so when you go to YouTube, the thing that's the most watched thing is not some Hype Williams level
well, no, but
type
let me
of thing.
let me finish. Let me finish, because those videos still have a certain aesthetic. So it doesn't have to be high value, but it has to be right, so you can see your face, so you actually can see the caption underneath if you need that. So what I'm saying is, just practically,
is there a starter kit for people who are doing video on both Google Pixel and iPhone?
Yes, there absolutely is. And
Okay.
Hey, hold on, Guru, before you go, I need one person to speak so we can get everybody on this line. All right?
YouTube is the place that you can go.
Y'all don't got nowhere to go, right? We're gonna stay here as long as we need to, right?
Okay.
All right. Matter of fact, you can sit
this
down.
is the
I'll
problem.
do that now.
This is the problem. I think there's
Boy.
a 4 o'clock session though. I gotta be respectful.
So YouTube.
Yes, everything in the world that you need to know how to do is on YouTube.
Right.
Like
And
literally the research. So
Can you share a search term? Like there's so much.
You can search. You can search filming with iPhone or filming with Google Pixel.
Thank you.
Yes.
But also like the best thing is you learn by doing, just practice. I mean, and Akiba, what you're saying, like the videos I have, I'm the hardest critic of them, because they're not perfect. But I'm lucky now because they're 30 years later and people like look at them and they're like, wow, and no one was really doing it, recording like that back then. So like I said, I'm lucky in that sense. Everyone's doing it now, but I would tell everyone to definitely be intentional. Like Tim said, know that we are living in history every moment that we're breathing. Like, don't take any of these moments for granted. I mean, because you never know. Be a couple decades later, you're looking back, you'll look at something like, wow, like I really captured this, and you're sitting on something.
Come on.
Hey everybody, Zakia Ali, doc student in the School of Education, Ed Leadership and Policy Studies. My question is regarding giving away the art, because I look at hip hop as an extension of homeschooling. So my question is, how do we reclaim the autonomy in hip hop? When we think about the fact that it can be monetized, but we're not the ones who are distributing the music. So,
I think there's some people out there being able to recapture it. Again, corporate America will be corporate America. The question is, can you turn down the coin when they come? Can you turn down the coin when it comes? There's people doing independent hip hop and being very successful at it. I think, and virtually unknown. So I think what the industry allows you, they're able to take you from star to superstar. They're not even willing to do the work to make you a star anymore, but they're willing to take you from star to superstar. So if you can remain and keep the autonomy, it is yours. The question is, we're black. It's hard to turn down that massive amount of money, knowing how many lives we're going to change. I read somewhere that the average black person with some level of mediocre wealth is helping 8 other black people. So our ability to be able to say no, which I'm learning is the most powerful thing to say. Learning how to say no and being able to say, I'll sit with it as it is. That's the only answer.
You got to realize the time period. So when you say that, what are we really talking about? Because at the end of the day, we do not sell music anymore. And that's a factor that a lot of people just do not realize, that this is not the same music business today than the one that we came up in. It just isn't. We don't sell music.
And you got to know your worth, too. They're not going to give you what you're worth. They're going to give you what you negotiate. So have a hard line. And remember, if they don't hit that number, you got to be willing to walk away. Because if they don't hit that number, then you start backpedaling, and they got you. That's just good business. I got you now. But if you say, listen, this is my price, this is the value I put on this service, if you don't feel as such, then we're at a crossroads. So you find somebody else to give you that value for that price. Go ahead. Or I'll wait, I'll wait.
Hello, my name is Brooklyn King. I'm a senior English major, secondary education minor from Capitol Heights, Maryland. And my question has to do mainly with what you spoke about, Ms. Blackman. Something you said about just retelling the story of hip hop. I consider myself a hip hop head. I definitely grew up on it. So my question has to do with education and telling the youth about hip hop. So how can myself as an educator use hip hop and its culture in my future classroom to inspire students? Whether that be in curriculum, whether that be outside of the classroom. I just wanted to hear you all's perspective on that.
Bam!
Well, there's many examples of out now. So when we started doing hip hop education, there was nothing. We were just figuring it out. I started doing hip hop education before it was a term. I was 16 and then I was an undergrad here at Howard. And then I worked with an organization here in DC called Teaching for Change. And the director had me go into training teachers in DC public schools when their checks weren't coming and everything was late. So it was very painful work. But for you, there are so many curriculums now available. There are books written. There are hip hop scholars to follow. Timothy Jones works with Hip Hop Ed. The organization, if you look up search hashtag Hip Hop Ed, you can find Tim Jones. The Hip Hop Education Center was founded by Martha Diaz. You can search for the Hip Hop Education Center. And although that was a part of my foundation as a pioneer in hip hop education, I've shifted my focus. But you have to decide, what lane do you want to be? You have to make some intentional choices, now, because then you could shape this. So by the time you finish, you're working. So are you going to focus on hip hop and science? Or are you focus on hip hop and social studies? Do you want to create your own unique offering? Do you want to go be an apprentice with somebody and study with somebody? Do you want to go to higher levels of academia and study and learn? Do you want to codify what's already out there and available? You have some choices to make about how you want to approach it and how you want to do it. But I mean, it's still a blank canvas, because only this much that's possible to do with hip hop has been touched upon. And as a woman, know that everything you do is the same. If you were a woman MC, you still gonna have to stand up. The dudes are there, they're in the front. So you have to do your inner work, and like Steph said, learn your business and know how to negotiate your rates. Because as a black woman doing this work, they will always try to get you to work for free. And they will act like you're a sellout or you're crazy because you wanna pay your phone bill. So learn how to negotiate.
And can I just shout you out for being named Brooklyn, a hip hop head named Brooklyn from Capitol Heights? That's a hell of a combo,
And also, right there, get that brother Baye, get his contact information, because he's homegrown. It's about the network. Your network is your net worth. So definitely build from there. You are welcome. Next up.
Hi y'all, I'm Nia and I'm from Dallas, Texas. I'm currently an undecided major. And my question was, did stars like Pac, Bismarcky, and Law Sports contribute to the panels that were hosted by students, or did they just perform music?
No, there were parts of panels. All of them had something to contribute. Of course, performance is one thing, but they all had something important to say. I mean, rest in peace, Bismarcky. Bismarcky was a wealth of information, like literally a well of information and stuff like that. I think that's what the hip hop conference was able to do. For most people who thought hip hop only looked like entertainment, I think the hip hop conference was able to make it look like academia on some levels. So, and again, I think that's where the strength will be. I think the ability to see hip hop at its highest form will be as academia at its end.
Yeah, that's why it's necessary for some of the footage that's there and for the story to be told. But all of the major artists that came down, whether or not that was a Marley Marl or Pete Rock or whoever was famous at the time in hip hop, they all spoke on panels and gave information. And not only them, the executives that were in at the given time spoke and gave information.
Yeah, I mean, Marley Marl was on a panel telling us, he was warning us about a lot of things at the time, like the advent of CDs, like how that was a way to kind of slow down hip hop. Like, how would you go from CDs when we're using vinyl? The DJs can't cut and scratch a CD, or like how much hip hop was outselling every other form of music. Like an example he used was like Michael Jackson had put an album out at the time, and it wasn't even like gold, after like 2 weeks. And like Michael at the time was the biggest selling artist, and he's having a hard time. But Public Enemy put an album out that went like platinum in 3 days, So he was telling us there were so many things that they were trying to do to slow down the culture, and such, among other things, that a lot of information, a lot of knowledge was being shared, and all of that will live one day in the Moorland-Spingarn. Where's Ben?
He's right. He's right there. He's right there.
I also had a second question. I was gonna say, when do y'all think we lost autonomy of hip hop?
Say that again.
When do y'all think we lost autonomy of hip hop?
The second that it got sold, as soon as you started putting it on records, you gotta understand this. When you talk about hip hop is a culture, right? It's not just about MCing and
Not
rapping.
just the
That's
music.
one part of it. The music is one part. But the minute that you mix, and this is with anything, not just with us, but because it's our culture, we're specific. But you have to be real careful with art and commerce, just anywhere. That's a very difficult line to walk, is art and commerce.
Yep.
They just the other day, that's funny you said that. They said 95% of all NFTs are worth nothing. Could you imagine the people that mortgage their future on, something so, you got to be really careful because art is subjective. You could see something I don't see. We looking at the same thing, It's like you got to be really careful with that. And I think for me, art, hip hop, the culture. It depends on who you are. Really, it depends on how you was raised. Like, some hip hop is offensive. Some hip hop is very inspirational to others.
Mm-hmm.
So it really depends on your perspective, I think, as far as that.
But this is super important for y'all as students. You got to look at what is the institution that makes the art famous, right? So if we talk about music, at the time that was record labels. We don't run the record labels. If you take it outside of music, just art. If you look at a Basquiat or people that was painting on trains in the graffiti world, it didn't really translate into money until he goes downtown, and we don't own the galleries. It took this white man to bring Basquiat into this world for him to start getting noticed. Why? Because he don't own the institution, right? So it's like, the MoMA may not agree with what I think is high quality art. The Guggenheim and me don't match on what is high quality art. You understand what I'm saying? So once we get the institutions, I don't have an institution where I could take her photos and say she's one of the best photographers in the world, not just in Washington, D.C., not just in the United States, in the world. It's sitting right there in this audience. But I don't have the institution to say that. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, that's Sharice.
That was a really big theme, like especially with the conference in '92, the whole underground music, because we were really starting to see the music get commercialized. There was like a lot of conversation like around Vanilla Ice and even MC Hammer, like Marley Marl. Again, I'm gonna cite Marley Marl. He was like, urban kids are not gonna want to hear Vanilla Ice and MC Hammer playing in their cars, and that's when, if you want to put a time period on it, things were starting to get a little funny in the early 90s. Like, it was starting to really go here, but there were still a lot of people that were here. Like, we got to keep it, level and whatnot. So,
come on, young brother.
Good afternoon, everyone. First off, I just wanted to thank you all so much for being here, for setting the foundation for us as the future of hip-hop. My name is Zoe Franklin. I am a junior honors psychology major, human development minor from Washington, D.C., and I am also a rapper and performing artist. I'm part of 360 Creativity with Josh, and I'm also associated with the Warner Music Business Center under Jasmine Young, to which I had the pleasure of meeting you, Young Guru, last year at the Plaque event. My question was just like being an artist who talks about, things like poverty, racism, our socioeconomic conditions. I try to make music of substance. And I've had garnered a good amount of success over the past year, but I've seen how there's a lot of adversity for talking about things that are different in the current state of hip hop. I just wanted to ask you guys, how do I continue to navigate that space with the adversity and try to bring back that balance that you all were talking about earlier?
I think it's a great question for Trey, for him to answer. Because I'm going to be too long-winded with that.
Nah, man, we're relatable. Like, we're kindred spirits here because even as an artist that's been an artist for the last 30 some odd years.
Carry the one.
Yeah, I mean, whether it be on a major label or independent, man, I've seen both sides of the fence. There's this need to try to assimilate with the masses and trying to incorporate your ideas, and oftentimes even being subjected to or even turning your material into something that is popular, or taking the route that you're taking, being different, being unique, being the person and talking about the things that you want to talk about. And my advice to you is just create your own space. Simply create, especially now, because now you have the tools right there to create your own space. You have the technology. You have the wherewithal, or at least you have the things that you can actually learn from to create your own space and not worry about what is in or who's doing what. People will come to you. If you put it out there, the people will come. I don't know if it's 10 people, I don't know if it's 10,000 people, but you have to, just whatever it is, continue to speak about the things that you want to speak about and be the artist that you want to be, because everybody has an audience, and you have to just go with that. And there could be, there will be, not could be, there will be a domino effect, because that person will tell some person, and that person will tell another person, and there will be like-minded people that are into the things that you're into, and just stick with that. There are going to be a lot of things that come about that may distract you or might deter you. There's the money that comes that says, hey, man, we can give you this check, and you can start talking about this, that, and the third, if you start talking about this, that, and the third. But you got to stand on what you're doing. You know what I'm saying?
So here's a quick entrepreneurial plug. Because when you're creating music, who's your market? I'm telling you, the untapped market is the education space. So you connect with the teacher.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, okay, let me make the soundtrack for your curriculum. Because I'm telling you, that space, they're starving for content. Because it's one thing to rock arenas, and trust me, there's a lot of money in education.
And let me just add on, consistency is key. Consistent, like Drake, who I love Drake, but I love Drake mostly because he's always out. He always dropping something. This guy drops, every 8 months, and I thought it was a Kawiki thing, get it while it's hot, but he's very intentional. He's like, soon as one of his projects trail off, he drop a single, an EP, then a major album, and then he's doing something. Consistency is key, because if you're always dependable, what's that saying in the NFL? The best ability is availability. So it's kind of that, like consistency is key. If you're always there, you're always around. I think that's mostly how I got into the hip hop scene here at Howard, is going to all the shows, making sure whether it was Tracy, Guru DJ, Tracy, whoever, like if you're everywhere, you're not missing nothing. And it's a passion-driven thing, because like you said, it's not really about money right now, but you're building a foundation. And the beautiful thing about hip hop is you could create your own job. You could create, like, hip hop has not only changed the artists' lives, but the people around them, the videographers, the guy that filmed Kanye for 30 years and then sold the footage to HBO for $10 million. Like, wow, what an investment. Like, I know Liz is thinking about that, like, damn, like, we almost had him. Like, but you could create a stream of revenue. Somebody told me in this hip hop business, like, you have to have 5 streams of revenue. Radio's 1, I do sports, I do voiceover. Oh, you got 7. Damn, okay, I said 5. I had 5. But, think about those things. If it's a side project, I remember you guys used to deliver water. Somebody used to, like, deliver water every Sunday morning. Don and them. That was Don and them hustle. I'm trying to tell you, there's a, you know what I'm saying?
I'm going to step away.
Hustle hard.
Al Jazeera, they say that they've arrested Tupac's murderer.
Yes, so, in the name of hip hop. 27 years later.
So we got 3 more quick questions we gonna get through.
Thank you so much.
But thank you so much. So in the spirit of De La, 3 is the magic number.
Yes, quick question. I want to thank the panel. It's an important panel, an important conference. My name is Clayton LaBeouf. I'm also known as Kowalta Clayton. My question, for anyone who'd like to answer, is what do you think the state of hip-hop journalism is right now? Because I felt I had to share this with everyone in the house and shout out a lady that was working here at Howard. Her name is Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. And if anyone knows, she is as important to hip-hop as any sister in the activist world. And if I'll share this so the students can come. What happened was, when Fear of the Black Planet was released, they were introducing a pamphlet through their marketing team of Dr. Welsing's called The Cress Theory of Color Confrontation. Now, this is very important, because what it will do is will show, okay, I got it.
Okay.
What it will do is to show the connection of Howard and hip-hop, and that's all I wanted to say.
No, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On the question of journalism, there really is none at this point because of the fact that we have social media and these quick clips and the fact that we get to a point now where it's not about journalism, but it's about sensationalism. And so whatever the most sensational story, so this is why you get the academics of the world, and this is why you get those people that the more sensationalized you could be, the more drama that you have, that's the more clicks and the more views and the more likes that you're going to get versus somebody sitting down and really getting into. I haven't seen an interview in a very long time where someone actually talks about music. They talk about who you dating, who you fighting, I don't know nothing about the album once I see this interview. So that needs to be addressed. And also our foundation, while these people are still alive, we need to stop arguing about the founding fathers and who did what in the Bronx and Queens and Brooklyn, and all come together for people that are older than me that was actually there to put the history together for a final time so that our children can know what the history is. That's the necessary part right now.
And also, one of the issues that all of media is having is their thirst to be first and not accurate. So everyone's in a rush to be the first one to say someone, but not be accurate. So what kind of world are we living in now where the number one news outlet is TMZ, above CNN? That's where we are now. So again, as the world runs forward for clickbait, let's make accuracy and the truth more important than simply just being first.
Gotcha. Thank you. 1, 2, and then we through.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for your time. My name is Solomon Brooks. I'm a senior history major attending Howard right now. And so I heard a lot of like lamentations about sort of the current state of hip hop, right? And sort of that defined by current market relations, the industry, etc. And it's like the industry itself, as normative under white supremacy, right, like is going to be something that always reinscribes like death for black people, right? And so sort of if we've already like answered that question as something that like, you know, industry in a white colonial state, which is sort of defined by the white market, the white consumer, which is thirsting for black death, sort of at what point do folks who are in industry adjacent like start to look beyond the market for sort of these sources of black creativity and whatnot? Like I'm thinking of Earl Sweatshirt in particular, like in 2018, who had a critical juncture in his career while being industry adjacent.
Who got his album mixed by Young Guru.
Yeah, and turning to the underground.
But look at what's happening now.
Hold. What's your question?
Yeah, I was saying.
He's saying when are the people who are industry adjacent, and this is a twofold thing. He's saying when are the people that are industry adjacent going to look outside towards the underground? And I say that we do. It comes in a form of support. So if I take my time to go, okay, I like Earl. It's not, nobody had to tell me that. I'm not going after Tyler. I'm not going after that. I say, I like Earl. Earl, come to my crib. Let me mix your album. It's creative. Let me try to put it in the best space that I can for what I do, which is mix albums. And I go out and I tell people about it. The people got to support it. It's been the same thing. It's been the same thing since the start. You know what I'm saying? This is nothing new. It's just your version of it. So this is the ultimate question that we as black people have been asking ourselves since we got free in this country, is how do we do that very thing? Not just with music, but with everything. It has to do with unity and support. So when those people who like that particular thing like it enough to go out and buy it and not just complain about the main part of the industry, they got to show up with the dollars and with the supports, and in your world with the streams.
Well, that's where it gets interesting at, based on the stream. So what we've learned about the younger audience is that you guys don't want ownership, you want access. So you guys don't want to own a book, but you want a library card. So that's where the thing is. That's why you find out what now music, because I love music, it's always going to be a commodity for me. But for the current group of young people, it might not be the commodity, and you might have to use your music as a selling point for something else.
Like, is that a weird thought that if you love Earl Sweatshirt that you would give him $10? Like, even if it's on a streaming platform, would you yourself love that music enough to say, yo, I'm going to give you my $10 if he made his own website and still had it on streaming? Would you do that?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
not. I don't think that's a weird question, but sort of, what I'm asking is like, at what point, sort of, is what the industry adjacent looks for like not defined first by like support or elevation by a market which will always like reinscribe death.
Well, at a certain point, right? Because let me tell you something. People that are in the music industry right now, they're not going out and going, I like this, let me sign this. That's the old way that A&Rs used to work. They used to go to the 930 club and they'd be like, I like this artist. Now, your thing is that it's so many people doing it that it's hard to get above the noise. That's the big part. So if I'm someone that works at a record, I don't right now, I have my own, but if someone works at a record label and they say, oh, and someone brings them an artist, they're gonna go, what's the numbers on it? They've never heard it, right? Even if they like it, in order for them to push it up the ranks, somebody's gonna go, why would I give you $300,000 and you only have these many followers? When this person has these many followers, it's a better bet for me to do this than I'm gonna get my money back. That's just the way business works. You understand? They run by the numbers. It's not run by the way it used to be of, I like this thing. You understand what I'm saying? That's a harsh reality.
I gotta go to this last question. I got to.
We could be here all day with that.
I'm sorry, not sorry.
We have one more, and I want to let the student have the last. I want to let Shayla have the last
Yes.
opportunity, but I just want to say I'm Benjamin Talton, class of 1996, history major, English minor. I'm the director of the Moorland-Spingarn Research Center.
Yes.
This guy came into Howard just as he is right now. He used to be in the laundry room at Drew Hall holding sessions. Could the Moorland staff, students, and volunteers please stand up? We have a powerful team.
Wow.
And this is not even a third of them. Please, I know people are going to leave. That's why I wanted to jump in.
Yes,
please
please.
follow us on all of our socials. Moorland, spelled like that, with an HU behind it. This session and all the other sessions that we've had for the last 3 days, we've had a powerful, powerful festival. We'll be on YouTube in the coming days. We have one more session coming up. Oops, I'm sorry, I was ready. With our own Professor Nicole Salter, Oren Squire, Camilla Forbes can't make it because of the storm in New York. Mark Bamuti Joseph, who's right here in the building. Chisa Hutchinson and Ruben Santiago Hudson is in the building.
All right.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Come on, sis.
How are you? I'm Shayla Boone. I'm a freshman English major and a fashion minor from DC. So I grew up with hip hop and go-go all of my life. And I am an artist. So I have kind of a double-sided question. What you all were talking about as far as social media and how things are different from how it used to be, as far as you didn't have social media, so it had much more impact. Things are hard to get up now, and so if I want to call myself a hip hop head, how can I boost subjective, but what is good, quote unquote.
I think you're doing your job already. If you purchase, if you buy, if you go see them at shows, if you contribute to them financially, that's the only way now. No one's buying music, so if you can contribute to them by going to their shows, website, buying merch, all that good stuff, and, like Steph said, be consistent with posting what you like. You have a bigger audience than you know, most likely.
Okay.
Lance, I'm gonna give you the last word, and we gotta move stage left. So.
I'm gonna say, make it yours. Like, we grew up at a time, we listened at a time where you really couldn't bite off for other people, like everyone had to be original. So all those things you mentioned are good, but there's something that you can do now that people before you didn't have an opportunity to do, like try and tap in, whatever that is. Maybe it's not a thing today, but maybe it's something, it'll come to you tomorrow, if that makes sense. Do something, you make it yours, like we're not just here to keep doing what we've been doing, with hip hop and the culture and whatnot, but you have a unique thing about you that, you can bring to the world and show everyone.
Okay, I'm sorry. In reference to hip hop in the past, what was the poetry side of it? Like,
where's Tony?
Real quick.
She had Tony had to step off, but Freestyle Union in DC in the mid-90s, There's a brother named Kenneth Carroll who ran an organization called Writers Corps. There's some alumni in the building. I am one. So they actually merged. You could study the history of U Street, where you had, poetry going on and then going to mangoes. And so they definitely were cousins in their creativity. So we gotta go. It has been real. Thank you very, very much. We're gonna take a quick picture. I'm gonna pass it on to my sister from the Chadwick A. Boseman College of Fine Arts. We always here.
conversation around maroonage and the quest for independent black education. Then at 2 o'clock, we just had the hip hop, writing Howard's history through hip hop. And then right now, talking about the state of dramatic narrative conversations on contemporary embodied storytelling and dramatist practices. All right, so we finna get into, just about conversations and narratives for black people so we can move towards more the black university. All right, so let's have a good little time. Y'all ready? Ashe? All right, let's go.
I'd like to introduce myself, and then I'd like to introduce my panelists. What was the who?
You want this one?
There. All right, thank you. We'll share. Oh. We do. Oh, okay. They're ready for the stream? Okay. Thank you. This is live streamed, so that's what we're waiting for. And we're live. Hi, thank you so much for being here. As I was saying, I want to introduce myself, and then I want to introduce my panelists, and I want to get right to this conversation. I know we have a number of dramatists. I'm looking at many of them right here. The future leaders of our narratives are in this room, along with our current leaders of our narrative. And I'd like to jump into the conversation. So my name is Nicole Salter. I currently serve as chair of the Department of Theater Arts in the Chadwick A. Boseman College of Fine Arts here at Howard University. This is a role that I'm playing. I'm actually an actress and a dramatist myself, and an educator and an arts advocate, and most recently a director, still growing into that one, right? So I'm all over the embodied narrative. It's really my life and has been since I was pretty much 8 years old, give or take, yeah? I am really encouraged to have this conversation because I actually don't remember growing up with any conversations like this. No one ever talked to me about what it meant to be a dramatist, what I was part of, what continuum I was part of, and what I should consider to contribute. And I feel like we have a really amazing opportunity here. So I'm going to get to the introductions of the fabulous people. First and foremost, I have Chisa Hutchinson. She is an educator, a playwright, and an actor. No? I know, but we'll claim it. She teaches creative writing at the University of Delaware, and she's a writer for Star's 3 Women, and is currently developing a biopic for Shaka Khan. I didn't know that. As well as a Pan-African heist flick for 3000 FT and Super Special. Her first feature, The Subject, an indie about a white documentarian dealing with the moral fallout from exploiting the death of a black teen, is available on various VOD platforms after a successful film festival circuit, during which it won over 30 prizes. Give her a hand. Mark Bamuti Joe, okay, we got amplification now. Mark Bamuti Joseph is a son of Morehouse College, is a poet, playwright, and performance artist extraordinaire. Among his many accolades, he is the 2017 TED Global Fellow, an inaugural recipient of the Guggenheim Social Practice Initiative, and an honoree of the United States Artist Rockefeller Fellowship. You got some money, Mark?
You got some.
He is also the winner of the 2011 Herb Alpert Award in Theater and an inaugural recipient of the Doris Duke Performing Arts Artist Award. In the spring of 2022, he was elected to the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. Just scrolling. Aaron Squire is an Aaron Squire is an award-winning playwright, reporter, and multimedia artist. He is a 2-time recipient of the Lecomte du Noir Prize from the Lincoln Center, and has received residencies at the Royal Court Theatre in London, Arts Nova, the Lincoln Center Lab, the National Black Theater, the Dramatist Guild of America, and the Brooklyn Arts Exchange. He won the 2017 Helen Merrill Prize for Emerging Playwrights and the Emerald Prize from Seattle Public Theater for his new drama. His political satire, Obamaology, was workshopped at the Juilliard New Play Festival before becoming a sold-out hit at Finborough Theatre in London. His comedy, To Whom It May Concern, won the New York LGBT Theater Awards for the Best Play, Best Playwright, and Best Actor before being optioned and having an off-Broadway and critical acclaim run at the ArcLight Theater, and was published by Original Works Publishing. I want to hear more about that. Arun Squire's drama Free Falling was first produced at Barrington Stages before going on to win the first prize at Inspirato Theater's International Play Festival to receive the Fiat Lux Prize from the New York University's Catholic Church. You are global. And then, Mr. Ruben Santiago Hudson. Tony and Obie Award winner, American actor, playwright, and director. He has won national awards for his work in all 3 categories. He wrote the screenplay to the 2020 film Ma Rainey's Black Bottom. He is best known for his role of Captain Roy Montgomery from 2009 to 2011 on ABC's Castle. In November 2011, he appeared on Broadway in Lydia Diamond's play Stick Fly, one of my favorites. In 2023, he starred in the TV series Low Winter Sun, a police drama set in Detroit. And he has also played the role of Bynard Rustin in the film Selma. He directed the Broadway production and national tour of Jitney. Ruben Santiago Hudson has won national awards, including his 1996 Tony Award for his performance in 7 Guitars. In 2000, yes, it was good. In 2006, he won the Humanitas Award for writing for HBO film adaptation of his play Lackawanna Blues, one of my favorites. In 2009, he was given the NAACP Lifetime Achievement Theater Award at the Los Angeles NAACP Theater Awards. Give it up for Ruben Santiago Hudson. So, where do we begin with an illustrious group like this? This is where we start. I have an icebreaker for you. New Edition or the Jackson 5?
This would have been a no-brainer. It would have been Jackson 5, but then controversy, right? Because we can't have nothing nice. But I'm still going to go with the Jackson 5. I'm still going to go Jackson 5.
Yeah, easily New Edition. Sorry. Yeah, easily New Edition because Bobby, Ricky, and like if you take out Michael Jackson out of the Jackson 5.
Oh no.
You couldn't.
No.
But you could take Belle Biv DeVoe out of New Edition. You could take Johnny Gill out of New Edition. You take Ralph Tresvant out of New Edition. You take Bobby Brown out of New Edition, and all.
Oh, that's hurtful.
It's the truth. New Edition.
New Edition. Mr. Hudson.
Easy. Jackson 5.
Oh. Easily.
Real easy.
Okay.
Michael Jackson, he is the Jackson 5. I don't care if it was us, we can make the rest of them.
Doesn't matter who the other 4 are.
That would never, I mean, if the Martians land today and you put that on and start dancing.
Yes, yes, they will.
I mean,
I was going to say Jackson 5, but that's a very persuasive argument for a whole group.
Yeah.
So if we're talking about a whole group, New Edition. If we're talking about individual, just a star within a group like the Beyonce and Destiny's Child, then yes, Jackson 5.
We don't have to have a panel. We can just have verses.
No, we can't have verses. I just wanted to break it down because we have a cultural connection through pop culture and music. But I actually want to get right to the nitty-gritty and talk a little bit about cultural impact. Have a little bit of a reading for you before I ask my first question, which is, I think, a loaded question. We might be talking about it for a while. In 2015, I attended a conference of theater artists curated by the Theater Communications Group in San Diego. And I was writing a work about game developers, and it just so happened that the keynote speaker of that conference was a woman named Jane McGonigal, whose research and work in game design was being used as the keynote speech to talk about the intersection of games and theater as a paradigm for the future. Immediately, I bought her book. It's called Reality is Broken, about all the ways in which games build resiliency and promote cultural change in the real world as much as they do on the imagined plane. And there were two examples from that book that really stuck with me. One was an example of a group of medical researchers who were looking for a genetic mutation causing a disease they hoped to cure. When they finally amalgamated their data set, they realized that it would take them decades to comb through the amount of data that they had received in order to find this gene so that they could begin to work on the cure. And rather than give up or hire an army of researchers to the tune of millions and millions of dollars, they hired a game developer to gamify the actual search process through the DNA data. And within months, they had the gene and the cure. Another example that was provided in her book came from politics. She was looking at the ways in which members of parliament in England had been accused of abuse. And rather than deal with the accusation, they dumped onto the oversight committee hundreds of thousands of expense documentation, knowing that it would take them ages to get through it all before they could see who was corrupt and who wasn't. Again, the committee hired a game developer, and that game developer within months had gamified that entire process, and they had discovered who had stolen money, and those people resigned. I was thinking about the cultural impact of that. Aside from games or not games, the cultural impact of being able to take that particular art form, which often includes storytelling, and to actually change an actual thing. And it just stuck with me like nothing else in my career as a writer, really. And so, I know that there are lots of examples in music. It's overflowing with examples of the ways in which that form has impacted culture. I'm thinking of one primarily because I just directed Lady Day at Emerson's Bar and Grill. The song Strange Fruit, sung by Billie Holiday, is said to have incited the civil rights movement nationally. So my question to you is, if success is defined by cultural impact, what are the most important works of dramatic literature influencing the existence or the evolution of contemporary African diasporic cultures or identities? Why do you believe their impact is noteworthy? And please feel free to shamelessly include your own works, as you all are geniuses. Take it away. I didn't mean Go for it, yeah.
I guess the work for me that has impacted my group of friends, for better or for worse, at the top of the list is Slave Play by Jeremy O. Harris. As far as for 2-3 years, every time I ran into someone who was in or outside of theater, they asked me for my opinion about Slave Play. I have an opinion, I don't have to share that here, about the work itself, but after a while, people started writing reactions to that play or responses to that play, and I began to appreciate the conversation that was happening, triggered by the trauma of the play or the beauty of the play, whatever you want to think about it. I personally didn't respond to it maybe in the positive way that the writer may have intended, but I could not deny the fact that it kept circling around the conversation. And then Jocelyn's African Mean Girl play. As far as when I first saw that, it was 35, 40 minutes, and it just hits you in a way that good art does, which is it takes you to a space where you can't really verbalize what you're feeling, but it takes you to a space where you know something without being able to spell what you know out. And comedy, horror, those are great genres through laughter or through fear to take us to that indescribable space that you can't put words to, but you feel as a human being. Those are some of the ones that immediately come to mind. And then Lackawanna Blues I saw on Broadway, and as far as brilliant griot storytelling, that is also one of the best things I've seen in the last few years that has stuck with me and my friends. And just telling the stories of our ancestors, of our families, and like the community that it formed. So those are the immediate ones that come to mind.
Lynn Nottage, anything really by Lynn Nottage. For me, it was Intimate Apparel. I just think it's a perfect play, and it does this thing. It does this thing that I've been striving to do with my own work, which is to just present Black folks as human, like just as humans dealing with human shit, you know? And that it's not Black folks necessarily in relation to white people or Black folks just constantly struggle. I mean, there is struggle, but it's not like on the basis of, you know what I mean? It's just, they're just dealing with human shit, right? And that was a revelation for me. And also Susan Laurie Parks, who just has a whole other approach, more of a sort of poetic shards of Black experience, which is so cool. The first play that I read, I mean, everybody knows Top Dog, Underdog, but the first play that I read by her was Venus. And having studied the Hottentot Venus and felt feels, she just plugged into something for me, like as a Black woman, like, oh, that objectification, that fetishization, that, you know, all of that. And I know so many women for whom that play is a thing.
Hamilton, just Hamilton. Heard of it?
What'd you say?
I just asked if anybody heard of it. But for colored girls who've considered suicide when the rainbow's enough, and Zaki Shange, thinking about lineage and the poetic inscribed in the body, the idea of living word and the idea of body as text, the centering of female-coded narratives, and transparency and vulnerability and fragility. Thinking about what all of us have to do in terms of identifying monologues. How many ladies in red have there been on audition stages? And then I would also say a piece that's not a theatrical piece, but is an opera that is not performed as an opera, and that's Kendrick Lamar, Good Kid, Mad City. Listening to that album, it is a Compton set opera from beginning to end. It is a thorough work of fiction, and it bops. And there are going to be some cats that, if positioning the album in that way, thinking of it as a theatrical device, which it is, positioning the album as a theatrical device, they will be making theatrical work. So, you know, I cite Hamilton for its commercial impact, as well as where it's located in terms of American promise and American horizon. I cite Ntezaki's work in terms of legacy and where it has brought us to now. But I think it is in our purview to talk about the future and to manifest it by locating the very near present as impactful, as latently impactful. And I think Kendrick's album will impact the next 20 years of theater.
Mr. Hudson.
Go ahead.
I said, Mr. Hudson.
The entire body of work of James Baldwin, also the blues, because it's the clearest, most concise, undiluted journey of African Americans from South forward. The collages of Romare Bearden. I'm always looking for the foundation. I'm looking for the where from so I can get where to. And those things that where we have clear and undiluted voices, to me, set a real strong, solid foundation. I would be remiss if I didn't mention the jazz scene from the 50s and 60s. And I know y'all young in here, and I want y'all to think about these things I'm saying and go back and visit these things because they're very important. I like to talk about things when we, as people of color, speak freely, not confined, not under the auspices of anyone else's ideas. But when we clearly can speak freely, then we clearly have a clear direction. The rules get set by us. The measuring stick gets held up by us. So in those things that I'm mentioning, Baldwin's free voice, that jazz, that free jazz that was happening, Bearden did what Bearden felt, you know, so for me, that foundation is what I'm standing on. I know I haven't mentioned any theater things because, you know, I'm all over the place with that. And what matters to me in theater is a huge realm all the way back from Clarindy, you know, Origin of the Cakewalk to, you know, William Wells Brown, all the way up. You know, I like to, you know, Sterling Brown's Big Man. We can go all the way back. And all those things are what we're built on. So we have to make sure that what we're doing today stands on what we did yesterday. And so in the really wonderful thing about all these things that were offered is that it's the continuum of my education. Because each day what gets me up is the curiosity of learning and what's new, what I can discover, and what I can take to build on to what I already know, which is minute. And so all these things that I've been affected by that you all have said, from slave play, Susan Laurie Parks, you know, all these things. And I have history with most of it, you know, as an actor. So, but that's my...
Wanted to add one more thing. What to send up when it goes down. Just want to add that, but yes.
Do you guys think about cultural impact, your own cultural impact, when you create your work?
That's my purpose.
Talk about it.
If we don't preserve the culture, if we aren't the custodians of the culture, then the culture gets distorted in a way that's not only detrimental, but it's dangerous. Because if we don't impact ourselves with knowledge of who we are, it gets dangerous because we don't appreciate who we are. We don't appreciate the brother, the sister, the elder, the child. So in restoring some of that cultural integrity and history and knowledge is why I get up in the morning. Even if I'm playing a role, and you mentioned Castle, and it's like I'm playing a role in Castle which requires this much of me in the script. It's up to me to bring that much of me. It's up to me to bring this part of me. It's up to me to bring this part of me. And I owe all that to my culture, to Nanny's Biscuits in the morning and Reverend Wells' sermons at the AME Zion Church, St. Mark's, and Mama Overton, and you know, and it's the people that made me make this important to know and have, and to make me share this to show the generosity of my heart. So it's the culture, and that's who we are, and so that's like it.
What cultural impact do you guys consider when you're doing your work?
I mean, I started off as a reporter. So the training I received was to present facts in a pattern where the reader deduces what you want to say without saying this is racist or this is oppressive. You present the information in a pattern. And pattern storytelling is at the root of the African American experience because patterns are at the root of our history. things repeat themselves again and again with different variations, like blues, like jazz, and the musician picks up the riff and then takes in another direction, another musician picks it up. And so we're a pattern culture. And so it's about the pattern stories that you want to tell, to keep the lineage going, but also to add your riff to, strange fruit, to add your riff to whatever's in your roots. And then on a micro level, I had an incident this morning where I was sitting in a restaurant, almost completely empty. I walk in, I'm the only black person. The waitress takes me to the back and sits me by the kitchen. And it's a white waitress, young woman, and I looked at her for a second, and I was like, I don't want to sit here. And she's like, oh, okay. So I sat in the middle, and there were other things that were a little bit off, and I realized that she didn't know the history of what that means to black people in an empty restaurant, not like if it's packed. Right. And I was like, why am I? And so I was like, I'm calm, I'm not angry, but her pattern of information doesn't include the history of what this action means. So at the end, I very politely said, I am not upset. I just want you to know, in case you run into an older black person or a black person from the South, that when a restaurant is empty and you sit them near the kitchen, that is a sign of offense, usually regarded and used against black people. And so you don't get surprised at their reaction later on because you're not aware. I want to make you aware of this pattern of information. And she didn't know. She was just like, oh, that's my area, that's my shift. And I was like, I know, but like, I'm literally right near the kitchen door. And so like, and there's no one else here. So for the future, so you don't get cussed out, like, I'm trying to help you out. And I tipped her and she was like, thank you. And that was a micro cultural impact of like making people aware of your pattern of information. If they are white or other or not from the South or from the North, just being like, this is what this action means when you do it. When you enter a Japanese person's house, you take off your shoes at the door. There's a reason for that. Like, if you don't, it's considered disrespectful. So like, I think we all are stewards of our culture, and in polite ways, we try to expand what we know in other people's culture, and we try to expand what other people know about our culture, of like, this is the information that this action means.
I'm feeling that so hard. For me, it's a matter of empathy. So patterns and facts and history and the thing that I think about when I'm trying to like endow my work with some kind of potential for cultural impact is there was this study, bias. So the experimenters somehow measured the racial bias in this population of people. So they'd have, this pool of white folks, and they would somehow measure their racial bias. Somehow. It's quantifiable, apparently. Okay. And then they would sit them in front of a monitor in each individual person. Do you know what I'm talking about? They sat them in front of a monitor, and they would have experimenters standing by with things like feathers or brushes or whatever, right? And there would appear a black or brown person on the monitor in front of this person. And there would be, experimenters on their end with the brushes and the feathers and everything, and they would, just lightly brush the feather on that person's face on the monitor, and at the same time, the experimenter on this side, right, would be tickling the face of the racist white person with the feather, right? And it would forge this, like, empathetic bond, right? So, here, this hitherto, like, biased white person would suddenly find themselves really connecting, right, in a kind of a weird, visceral way with this black person on the screen, right? And then they would measure again, and the bias would have been reduced. And I'm like, how the hell do I do that with a play, right? Like that's what I'm trying to do. And not just with race, I mean, but just with, just fostering empathetic connections, like wherever, because I really think that, I mean, we're sitting here in DC where, legislation, whatever, right? I mean, they're upbraiding decades of legislative progress right now, right? So, okay, laws, they change, right? But I'm hoping that attitudes change too, right? Because if we can change people's attitudes, right, then we can get them to do the right thing by us, because we tend to be the ones who suffer most when we let that shit go unchecked.
Yeah. So Amalie Delto is my grandmother, and Raymond Joseph is my grandmother. Max Biambi is my grandfather. Michael Joseph is my grandfather. I'm a first-generation American. My people did not immigrate here for me to not be dope.
Mm-hmm.
So if I don't have impact, then I have failed them. That's on a genealogical level. On a personal level, I'm a Scorpio. I'm going to be 48 in 2 months. I'm going to be 48 in 2 months. So I am, inshallah, around halftime. And I have made something that premieres in a month that I think is the best thing I've ever made. And I'm now at the point in my human existence, understanding that this body is just a halfway house for a ray of light. I'm at the point in my human existence where I'm now beginning to catalog, like, was that the best meal I've ever had? Is this the most potent love I've ever had? Is this the greatest piece of art that I've ever written or made? And so this idea of cataloging an impact is macro outside of the body, but it's also very personal as an artist, as someone who's endured a journey. Is this the zenith of the journey? It's very personal in that way, in terms of like how impact comes back around. And then my square job is I'm the vice president of social impact at the Kennedy Center. So my philosophy for the work at the Kennedy Center is that there are basically 4 ways of looking at the future. One way of looking at the future is growth. So we are at this point on September 29th, 2023, and we're just going to move forward. The future just grows from a point. One way of looking at the future is through the lens of constraint. In the near horizon, there will be less, and we're going to have to make a future out of it. Another way of looking at the future is through the lens of collapse. The shit is all going to fall apart, and we have to make a future out of that. And that's kind of what Congress is trying to do, although they're not intelligent enough to know that that's actually what they're trying to do. But then the 4th way of looking at the future is through the lens of transformation, the transformative future. And as artists, no one else is going to cultivate the transformative future but us. It will not be your legislator. It will not be your chef. It will not be your banker. It will be the artist. So our responsibility is to have impact. Beyond ego or beyond lineage, the responsibility is to cultivate a transformative future, or else we are abdicating our social and civic responsibility.
I think that's very interesting because some would say that the dramatist's role is to put up a mirror to the world and to show us ourselves through what they create. But I've always thought that that's only like 50% of what the art can do. it's not just reflective, it's also projective. So it could be a place where we can practice who we say we want to be or what we say we might want to experience. When you think about the state of the Black dramatic narrative, do you find it to be more reflective or projective?
Well, there are multiple states. And for many of us, the job is to look back. For many of us, the job is to re-endure, because tragically in this country, against the buffer of white supremacy, somebody has to remind these jokers that actually we got here a certain way. And there was decency and there was dignity inside of the struggle, but there was a path.
But there's power there. When you look back, you have to gain power from that reflection. When you look back at, we think it's so hard right now. When you look back and you see that struggle, but that victory, because we're here at Howard University, ain't we?
Yes, we are.
Come on now. So the victory, see, y'all ain't the first ones, there's generations and generations. We have to gather strength, not the problem of the past, the power of the past.
So then, Nicole, that's the first, that is one of the states, to reflect so as to potentiate our power. There is another state, and that state is to project. And in that state, we imagine, like, instead of cash, what if you used light to buy things? What if light were currency? What if dignity were currency? That is the realm of Octavia Butler.
Amen.
That is the realm of the futurist, literally, because ultimately this continuum, the white supremacist, hyper-patriarchal, hyper-capitalist continuum, there's really no place for transcendence on that continuum. We have to write a different narrative, and that's also what the dramatists do. So I wouldn't refer to it as a monolith. There are multiple states of Black dramatization, and there are multiple responsibilities within that. And a lot of it is what the brother was just talking about. I think to identify, to reflect, and to see the responsibility then for audience or a witness to be empowered by it. And a lot of us also are living in a state of like, just imagine something completely different. And the beauty is that there's harmony, I think, in those dialogues, because even in our projective state, even as we're talking about in a yet to be imagined future, all of those yet to be imagined futures reference the struggle of the past.
Right.
Yes.
Unless you're writing to embody a world where the memory of that is wiped. That's my next play. No,
Let's go. Let's go.
I mean, I was at the African American Museum this morning, and they have a new exhibit off to the side, Afrofuturism.
Yes.
So, you were there. I was there at 11:30.
We got there at 12.
Okay, so I was there. Supposed to be there at 12. We could have met up. But like, I kept running across the sign by Sunross, the space is the place, or space is the place, not the space. It's like to reimagine, to dream, and it had references to Prince, to Janelle Monáe, to the lineage of Afrofuturism, going back to the abolitionist movement, going back to certain African tribes and the mask, and sort of dreaming into the cosmology of the planets and the future and all that possible, and how we've taken that and are using it and transforming it. So I went to the bottom, which begins in slavery, and it's very powerful. And as much as I think I know, I never know enough. And then that Afrofuturism, when I got to the ground floor, was kind of like a nice refresher of now, what does the future look like? How do we actualize ourselves with narratives into the future, and using the roots of what was in the basement?
But let's talk about the power of not only narrative, but the embodied narrative. Like, all of us here write for life to be breathed into a thing. And to me, that's the first step of the manifestation process. moving the thing with consciousness and intention from the imagined space, where we get most of our other narratives, to like, no, we're going to make it now. We're going to step into it now. We know that it's not real now, but we're going to make it real by endowing it with our belief, by endowing it with the body, by endowing it with breath. What do you think the dramatists, Black dramatists globally, African diasporic dramatists, should be breathing life into? Bars.
Yeah. I mean, that's such a specific question.
I'm sorry.
I mean, everybody. I mean, everybody's
Sorry,
gonna.
y'all.
If we're not breathing into like multiplicity of things, then we're not.
But what's the one
we become
thing?
a monolith.
If you could breathe one breath into a thing, what would you breathe into this world?
Black women.
Black women?
Yeah, like.
Breathe into me.
Yeah, like if it doesn't, yeah. Off top, like, yeah. Show me how we treat your elders, your children, your women. We'll show you who you are, you know. And if it's one thing, literal fertile ground. If we're talking about one thing, then I think that's where we start. Like literally the birth of a new nation. But the thing about that one thing is it's expansive from there. The landscape widens from there. The horizon widens from there. So if you're talking about inception, like incepting a Black future, then I think that's where we go.
It's almost like that question, if you could only be on an island, if you had to be on an island, you could only bring like one song, what would you bring? But it's like if you could only dramatize one thing that you think would advance African diasporic culture, experience, what would you breathe into?
Don't you think everybody would have a different answer?
That's the point. Yeah.
The Black poet who wrote Citizen, I'm blanking on her name right now.
Oh, Roxane Gay.
Claudia Rankine, the book of poetry. In a preface of one of her books, there's a quote that said, "We went looking for justice and found just us." And the idea of like you go out into the world pursuing this cause, this passion, this justice, whatever the phrase is, and at the end of that journey, you find the mirror. You find how you've perfected yourself, which is the only way to change the world, which is how Mahatma Gandhi, Martin Luther King, all the aspects of nonviolent protest wasn't outside there. It was seeking nonviolence in here and how that emanates out into the world and changes the world by first changing ourselves. But you still go out there looking for justice. You still go out there on that journey knowing that you probably will find a better version of yourself at the end of it. And that's how the world changes.
So your story would be, yes.
Claudia Rankine?
Yes.
Yeah, give it up for her.
Your story would be a Wizard of Oz story?
Exactly. Like an epic Homer, Iliad, whatever journey you're going on.
The Alchemist.
Yeah, The Alchemist.
Yeah. That's my favorite book.
I want to breathe some sense into ignorant people. That's what I would like to do. We've been talking about, the future. We've been talking about the past. But like, I'm here right now, dealing with these folks. I'm not a dream in the future. I'm not a ghost from the past. I'm a flesh and blood person right here, dealing and interacting with people who don't know shit about me. So what I would like to do is just inform them. Like, hey, I exist. People like me exist. Deal with it.
That's all. I'm going to segue our conversation to talk a little bit about the state of the dramatist practice in terms of opportunities. Now, it's a widely researched fact that, from employment data or anywhere else, there's a study, the 2021 McKinsey and Company study about the Black dramatists, mostly in media, television, film, and streaming, that they're underrepresented with respect to their actual population in this country, but also globally. I also think that the case of that may be different on the African continent, but when we think about like market share, there's still inequity there as well. And so my question is, what is your view of accessibility for the dramatist today? And where do you see accessibility headed? And how would you strategize to break down more barriers right now?
You okay?
Oh, you all right? You don't want to talk about it? You don't have to talk about it. You don't have to talk about it. You don't have to talk about it, Chisa. But it's a part of the state of the dramatic narrative, right? It's a part of what we have to talk about.
I will say this. I was in the Dramatist Guild Fellowship, and I noticed that almost all the people who were in the fellowship on the playwriting side were people of color. Almost all the people who are in the fellowship on the side of musical theater were white. And I was like, what's going on here? A year passes, and then they ask the people who are the current fellows, would they like to read the next set of plays and grade them? And I said yes. And as it turns out, all the people in my class said yes. And I was like, oh, that's why this is like this. Because the black writers before were reading the plays and picking it and guiding everything. And so without knowing it, we all felt a sense of responsibility of like, let me point out these things. So the Dramatist Guild Fellowship doesn't know that they have an extremely high amount of people of color in the writing side, because the people of color are volunteering to be the readers, the first line of gatekeepers.
Yeah.
And if you're the first line of gatekeepers, whether you're a creative executive, a low-level creative executive, or just someone who's reading scripts, to get into Juilliard or reading scripts for the Dramatist Guild Fellowship, you can begin narrowing the window in your favor, or in the favor of the narratives you want to tell, and the people who are telling those narratives. But a lot of times, I would say I don't do that. A lot of times I get something and I go, okay, I got it, that's good. And I'm always now thinking, how do I reach back? Can I be a reader? Can I point you in this direction? If it's an all-white panel, I'm going to give you a direction that's going to force you to have to make some hard choices, to either change and evolve or to double down on your bias that you have. But if you're going to double down on it, at least it will be clear what's going on because you were presented with options. I think that's what we can do as gatekeepers. Any competition, any fellowship you can be a reader, be a part of, to get it on the ground floor, to point people who may be older or whiter or of a different generation in the direction of the new and in the direction of the future.
I think we have to somehow strategize and try to figure out those people that have the most impact financially in our communities, to try to convince them somehow that what we do as artists is important.
The narrative makers have a narrative problem, don't
right.
they?
So we when we seem to be finding ourselves asking for permission from white people to do our work. And so if we could somehow, and I've had these conversations strongly with a lot of people, and a lot of us got a lot of money, and I don't mean us, I mean like those, y'all know, it's some billionaires that we don't even know that look just like us, that we have no access to and have very little regard for what we do as artists. But the art is the most direct, succinct platform, for expression and change. Because not only does it change people when they come in the room and see different cultures and different people and different things that they thought they were afraid of, like us, they see how beautiful and loving and powerful and intelligent and how much integrity we have when they come to see our work. But how do we convince, and I've been baffled by this, and I'm probably going to go to my grave and never solve it.
No.
But seriously, because I make the phone calls. I get them on the phone. They answer my call. They just don't say yes. But they answer the doggone phone. They be like, hey, Ruben, hey, what are we trying to do here, sister? But I am baffled that, I look at guys like Byron Allen that's making a big move, you know what I mean? But those real heavy power brokers, as far as they have been in technology and they have been in other fields, and they have money that they have not even counted because it's too much. They don't seem to think what we do is important. And if we somehow can change that and have that foundation. When Ma Rainey came out, there was 6 black films, I think, out.
Yeah.
And I did an interview, and I said in this interview with me and 4 other white writers who they felt were going to get nominated for Academy Awards, I said in the interview, what if all these films were being distributed by a black distribution company and produced by a black production house? And my publicist told me about 2 hours later, you just killed your Academy Award because you just messed with everybody's money. Because what if y'all did believe that? What if y'all all did? What if you and Shaka King and everybody who had written, my man that wrote Nights in Miami, what if we all did? What if we were all subsidized by a black production company and distributed? That's the big thing. We can make them now. We can go out here and make one now. Distributed by a black company. And that was a dangerous statement of one of my many. But Felicia, why are you shaking your head? She's not. But I'm saying that hurt. For us to tell the truth is dangerous. You dig what I'm saying? But it's we got to do it. But I think that would help if the miracle came, if I had that wand and can say, y'all come together, y'all big money folks, and let us make this money together. You know what I mean? Because we got the talent. We got the writers, the directors, the actors, we got everything we need.
We do.
Do we have the production companies, and do we have the distribution?
Do we have the belief that those things should be ours?
No, we don't.
No, we don't.
Not yet.
I honestly don't feel it. I was doing research about my grandparents growing up in Miami when Miami was segregated, talking to older black people. And they said something that was surprising to me. They said, segregation is one of the worst things that ever happened to the black community in Miami.
Segregation or integration?
I mean, desegregation.
Yes, desegregation.
That's the Lackawanna Blues, brother.
That's what his whole play was like. That's why he liked your play.
Yeah, that's right. And I was like, what? And they were like, the black community in Miami was so rich and self-sustaining from beginning to end, from production to distribution to consumption to owning the stores. And when desegregation hit, the concept of white supremacy that a lot of black people hold inside of them took hold, and they ran off to the store.
That ice was colder over there.
The ice was colder.
White folks had colder ice than we had.
They ran off to the movie that Warner Brothers were producing instead of the movies that were being produced home-based. And they were like, if there's any way to not resegregate, but there's any way to bring that concept that we had during segregation, which is like, without having segregation.
We had to, bro.
Yeah, but is there any way to bring that back of like, the ice isn't colder over there? You should buy it from your local grocer and not go 2 miles to Whole Foods to get your collard greens that have been like badly seasoned, or get the thing. Is there any way to bring the stories back in that sense of, no, we don't need to wait for Warner Brothers or Universal to tell these stories when you have people that you mentioned?
We were forced, Nicole, we were forced to make our own heaven on earth. And the thing is, when you talk about them days of segregation, that's me. I'm up to 50s. That's where I grew up. I'm born in the 50s, grew up in the 60s. So I remember, and my friend Keith was with me, we remember when we had black pharmacists, black barbers, black cleaners. When you wanted a chicken, we didn't go to the AMP. We went up to Miss Loretta's Fish Market up there on Ridge Road, and she snatched him out the cage and wrung his neck and brrrr, them feathers off him. And the fish was all on ice. And Nanny said, go get me, 4 dozen butterfish, same size as your hand, and I go up there with my hand like this, and Miss Loretta would give me them butterfish. But we had to.
You had to.
It wasn't a choice. We could not take our butts over there across that bridge.
Right.
So now how do we change that mentality back into
that mentality, I think, extends to the purpose of drama itself. I think that audiences in general have been indoctrinated to believe that what we're providing them is for their entertainment. It's for their pleasure, and it's expendable, as opposed to being the basis through which we are creating our relationships and our identity. And so when you ingest a narrative, let alone embody a narrative, you are giving life to an idea that you want to make manifest. And people don't view our work that way. They go, that was a nice show, it was fun. That was good. As opposed to like, you just incepted me. I mean, back in your day, Mr. Santiago Hudson, I mean, they literally call television shows programs. They still are, as are plays. It's a little bit of programming because the human body can't function by itself. It's be a zombie. The narrative is the software to the body's hardware. We are programming people.
But there were no programs with us in them.
But look what programmed us. Exactly.
You know,
exactly. It programmed us. And so when the proverbial gates were released, it's no wonder that we operated according to our program.
One other thing, in addition to this programming that you're speaking about, I was told that one of the best funeral homes back then were black funeral homes. Because we couldn't go over to the other side. So there was a pride, there was a dignity, there was an expertise with black funeral homes and burials because black people created Memorial Day. Because white Europeans just leave bodies out that were dead, and it would be black people like, no, you have to bury and honor these souls. And that has also gone away once desegregation, the idea of caring for the black body, like caring for the black narrative, we surrendered to other people. So then we go to other people's funeral homes, get bad service, and then I've recently had a grandparent who passed away, and we went to a black funeral home, and the quality was terrible. But the quality was terrible because they didn't have money, because people weren't going there anymore, and because they had to cut corners. And it was like, wow, this used to be one of the best things about funeral burial, which is a very dark thing to think about, but back then it was celebrated. It was important how you sent someone off. That used to be one of the pride of the black community, and now it's fallen by the wayside because it's just shoving a body. It's just shoving a body, disinfecting, throw it away, and the ice is colder on the other side, so just go there anyway. And I do think there is some connection between the black body and how we treat it and black narratives. And the idea of like how we treat ourselves and how we treat our narratives are connected. And how do we reestablish that respect from the 50s and the 40s?
For me, I mean, I'm going to argue that there actually is segregation happening I just about laughed my face off the other day because I saw Fox Soul is a thing.
Fox Soul?
What?
Yeah, girl.
What is that?
So you know how, it's like it's Fox, but black, right?
Oh, like BET Fox?
Because BET was established by black folk, right? Established by black folk. What's happening now is that the mainstream networks and channel distributor, whatever, they have they've segregated us.
Oh, so Fox Soul.
Fox Soul.
That's where you
go. Well, and it's like not Onyx, what is it? And then there's like Ebony something, HBO Black or whatever. It's there. So they're like, just here, let's take you and put you over here.
Ourselves? Like, are black people saying I need a safe space?
No, because we're still watching, Succession and Billions and whatever, all of those, right? Like we're still consuming widely, right?
I think one of the hard things around the framing of this question is the mountain of capital and the fallacy of scale. So here's what I mean by that. I have a almost 22-year-old son, and let's say he makes some music. He makes some music and puts a video on whichever platform, and 5,000 people watch that video. If I got 5,000 people to listen to my song when I was his age, when I was 15 or when I was 16 or when I was 21, I would have been overjoyed. But as M's turn into B's, as $1 million is like not enough. 100,000 streams is not enough. I think what's also gotten skewed is the idea of impact, scale, and radius, and cultural radius. So you know, does 5,000 views compare to, you know, the economic impact of Taylor Swift? Does it make a dent? No. Who's listening to that music? How is it targeted? How is it marketed? And what's his radius both of understanding and impact? It's a secondary metric, which is depth, which isn't as satisfying as the primary metric, which is vertical scale. And I think that that's part of both the danger and also the obstacle in what we're talking about in terms of dramatists and distribution systems. I don't think that we're contemplating depth as a formidable currency or as a valid currency, because living in the present, you do have to pay bills, and that does require a certain level of scale. So it's two parallel, sometimes intersecting, and definitely kind of difficult things that we're locating your question inside of. Are people making music? Are people making films? Are people making plays? Absolutely. Are people seeing them? Absolutely. But then you go back to cultural and economic impact, and that's really the deal. So what's the aggregate then of all the playwrights? What's the aggregate of, and you know, to your point, how do we begin to think in terms of collective impact rather than individual access or individual impact? Like, what is the impact of all the people in this room as opposed to Nicole or Chiso or myself, or like, once I think we begin to start, I don't know, thinking about different math in terms of the impact, once we start thinking about having a different math in terms of platform and platform share, I think that psychology improves your outlook. It doesn't necessarily pay your bills, but I think it widens the expanse. It widens the aperture a little bit of what you're actually getting accomplished.
I mean, I would posit an example of depth but not expansiveness would be a webisode series 10 years ago called Awkward Black Girl.
Right.
I stumbled upon that.
Right.
And I feel like a lot of black people stumbled upon that, and I was like, oh,
hysterical.
This is funny, this is different. Then it went away, and she got a development deal. And she won a contest.
Yeah.
And I feel like it was probably like a lot of black people hitting the vote button and then refreshing the window, hitting vote again. But it was the depth of and the passion of the fans. You never underestimate the power of a small group of people who are passionate. 12 disciples. Whatever it is, you can have 12 people that can change the world. You can have the lieutenants of Martin Luther King. You have 10 people can change the world if you are passionate and have depth in that collective. And you can spread out, then the radius spreads. And I think Awkward Black Girl, of course, went on to become Insecure, Issa Rae. But it was in a contest with tons and tons of webisodes that had higher budgets, that were almost all white, were slicker produced, and it was just the fans committing to voting for this again and again that sort of pushed it forward. Pariah, same thing. My friend Pernell was in Pariah, and 15 years ago, Pernell emailed all of us, can you vote for this? We're trying to run the Netflix 10-minute short film. I was like, yeah, I voted for it. They was like, okay, we're up for a grant to do a feature-length film of Pariah. Can you vote for this? We all voted for it again and again, and it got done, and it launched people's careers as directors, as artists, as actors, from just the passionate depth of a few people.
I think that's right.
Let's talk about a few people, the few people in the WGA that are black. Segueing to the strike. Let's talk about power. What has been your experience writing for mass media in juxtaposition to your experience writing for live theater? And what impact, if any, has strikes had on your work? You like these questions, y'all. I wrote them for you.
Is that you? That's you?
I know you have impact. You had to tell them what you had to do.
So I've written for TV shows. This Is Us, Brain Dead, The Good Fight, Evil. Really enjoyed my time in television the last 7-8 years. Before that, I was a playwright, and now I try to do both. Definitely in theater, you can explore the idea a lot more and get at the philosophy, get at the idea that you're trying to express to people. Because when you come to see a play, you expect more than a plot. When you're sitting down, and I've seen plays that are just plot, 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 and when they finish, you feel unsatisfied if you're a theater goer, because you want, what is the philosophy behind this?
Yeah.
And so I think for TV, you have to like reverse engineer it. You have to think about the philosophy, and then you have to hide it. And then if it's a philosophy involving, from my experience, people of color, it gets flayed a lot to its basic essence that's digestible to the powers that be. And you try to have some remnant, some symbol to other people that like you were here. That there's something underneath this, beneath this plot machine, because television is a plot machine. There's something underneath this plot that you're watching that the people who are aware of the symbol are gonna get, and like, oh, there's something down there. For This Is Us, me and K.O. Yegan were the two black writers for a season, and they asked me to write a poem for one of the characters to have. So I looked up a black poet from Philadelphia in the 1950s. I included that in there, and I cannot tell you years later how many people come up to me, and it's in a brief shot of one of the characters opening their book that said, I discovered this guy, this poet, through that episode of This Is Us, this radical black poet. Now, the white people who asked me to do this didn't know
that you were being radical.
That I was being radical. I just slipped the poem in there, and you play it cool, like, it's just a poem.
It's just a poem.
Yeah, and then the people later on who were like, oh my God, they researched, they Googled this poet and discovered the ocean. Yeah, they discovered like the ocean of information. I couldn't have the character begin to speak the ocean of that information and radicalism. I had to plant a clue visually and then see who finds the Easter egg. So that is one technique. There are many, many techniques that people can share, but that's one of them. And you just play it cool. You just pretend like, oh, it's no big deal. And you just hope that it gets by them and it doesn't get like caught by an executive or questioned.
That's so slick. I'm not slick. I've only been in 2 writers' rooms for TV, and they could not have been more diametrically opposite as far as the treatment of, diversity, inclusion, all those values that we as progressives claim to own. The first room was for 3 women. It was really awesome. It was a very small room. There were only 4 writers, and 2 of us were black. We were all women, and half of us were black, specifically because the book that we were adapting for the series, written by a white woman, had been, we'll say, caught some flack because all 3 of the women that she ultimately wound up writing about were white women of a certain class or higher. And when Showtime optioned it, it was very clear, the mission was very clear. We cannot put a show just about white chicks out there. Please, let's fix this, right? So the showrunner, Laura Easton, she's cool. She was like, all right, we need to do this right. Like we need to be respectful about it. She wrote this very long letter explaining the plan. We're going to convert this character into a black woman, and we need black women to help us do that. So I read the book when my agent gave me this letter. And as I read it, I was just sort of, filtering this character through my black girl lens. And I was like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Like, I actually don't understand how this chick isn't black. Cool. And so it wasn't, but the point is, like, the letter was very respectful. They had put a lot of forethought into this, and it was, they listened to us. Tori Sampson was the other playwright in the room. They listened to us when we said, no, she wouldn't do that. Or
or when we said, "Ooh, let's add this," because that's been my experience as a Black woman. Very cool experience. On the opposite side, this room, I'm the only Black person in the room, so there's that, and it's just it's a toxic situation. We're in the middle of breaking story for this first season, and they're doing casting, and we get in the middle as we're constructing the characters. Oh, we've cast a Black person as that character, and it's like, well, and I'm doing the calculus, and I'm like, oh, that's gonna change some stuff. And like nobody was really thinking about it. They were just like, aren't we great? We made this character a Black person, yay, right? And then they wouldn't listen to me. Someone in the room actually said out loud, ooh, let's make his parents drug addicts. And I couldn't even be cool about it. I had no chill. I just said, could we not? And it was a little tense. But like, you know what I mean? Like, so this is what we're up against with the whole mass media thing, right? Is you've got this wide variety of, this wide range of, I don't even know, methods, approaches, right? Attitudes toward, how to present us to the world, right? And some listen to the people who are being, but a lot don't, and it's very. So yeah, I've definitely theater. I stick to theater for that because yeah, for the depth, for the nuance, for the assumption. People assume that I know what the hell I'm talking about when I write about my people. You know what I mean? Like they'll give me that at least, right? If not a Tony Award.
In writing, there's always a sense of trying to reach a certain amount of satisfaction for me. And when I'm writing film, I'm trying to satisfy somebody that ain't me.
Yeah, that's right.
When I'm writing theater, I'm trying to satisfy the hunger and the need to express something that is me.
Mm-hmm.
And so what the challenge has always been, like you got Ma Rainey's Black Bottom, you got Denzel on your left shoulder, you got George C. Wolfe on your right shoulder, you got August Wilson up above you, and then you got me. So it's like, and I have to say to them, my producers, listen, I'm trying to give you what you need. I'm trying to give you what you need. I'm trying to make the man up there happy, but I got to be happy. I got to find my joy.
Yeah.
So in theater, I'm not having that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm simply just to write the product. I want to finish and say, you know what? This is interesting. Then I hand it over to this wonderful director, and then he discovers things that I'd never even thought about. Because I'm trying to take care of 90 different things, and this person is taking care of my play. And then they hand it over to these actors, and they discover things that they're living with that I never, and you never.
Yeah.
Ownership gets shared.
Yeah.
So it's scary. I do admire and respect somebody who can go into a writer's room. I'm given the opportunity every year to go into writers' rooms. Many conversations. You want to go in this room? I just don't know how I can function there. I think I'm gonna be the worst guy there, and I don't want to piss off everybody else and make everybody else miserable. Because I'd be like, no, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. It's like you were very nice, but you came out and you said, how can they not?
Right.
That'd be me every day. No, that's bullshit. We don't. So I have, the TV shows that I have written was one. I write more movies.
Mm-hmm.
The TV series was the series Lackawanna Blues, which was going to be 13 episodes after the movie, 12 more episodes, that fell apart when HBO had a big dispute and fired the person who had brought me in to write it. When he got fired, everything that he was involved in went away.
Yeah. Politics.
But that's life, and if you go on this journey and you want to be an artist and you want to be a writer, you're doing something that many people think they do not need or have to have. It ain't water. It ain't collard greens. It ain't cornbread. It's art. And so your job is to convince people that you do need it. And this is, you as a writer have to be bold enough, and this is from Lloyd Richards' knowledge that he said to me, a writer is a person that can go and tap a complete stranger on the shoulder and say, I don't know what you're doing at 8 o'clock tonight, but I'm gonna tell you the most important thing you're gonna hear today. So you come to this space. And if you're that bold, and if it means that much to you, then you're a writer.
I have two more questions, and I'm going to let some of the audience members ask things of you that they'd like to pluck out of your brains. One is just, let's talk a little bit about technology ever so briefly, the role of AI in the development of narrative. We talked about our past and our legacy and the need to root in our culture, but there is this thing coming to affect the dramatist practice that would lead them to believe that they didn't need us. I had a wonderful talk with our dean in the college, watching her at the August Wilson Society event read from Gem of the Ocean and then say, yeah, where's the computer in that? That there's a sort of irreplaceable humanity about the writing. But where do you even think about these new technologies coming to the fore? How are you thinking about using them, making use of them, or avoiding them or not? What is that for you?
Yeah, I mean, I think AI is great if, like, you're a grant writer or you have a grant, or if you have a grant to write.
Amen.
There's, so in transparency, my kid is a student here, and he's taking a class focused on this. We had lots of conversations. What I'll offer is artificial intelligence can't make art. Artificial intelligence can produce art outcomes. There's a difference between the outcome and the art. Art requires a flash of the spirit. It requires a flash of the spirit at the intersection of a human body. That human body's inspiration and the alchemy of inspiration, experience, talent, and the flash of the spirit.
Oh,
perhaps.
Somebody write that down.
Yeah. So maybe there is an algorithm that could produce the same kind of phonemes, the same sounds, the same kind of codified products, but that is not art. Those are art outcomes. There's, and maybe this is sacrilegious, but if you put two pieces of sweet potato pie in front of me and said my grandmother made one of them and AI made another, and I said, well, they taste the same, they might actually taste the same. But one is not really a sweet potato pie. And so now that's concept and that's philosophy. How does that impact commerce? That's a different story. But here's the thing about, here's an idea about blackness.
Oh, Lord.
As it relates to AI.
Okay.
We could create Wakanda. We could create a kind of technological haven. We could make that. AI could never make blackness. It never could. There's nothing artificial about the thing that is authentically us. So, could people be fooled? Sure. Could that foolishness or that that fool's gold, could that then be bought? Could that be then used as a different kind of currency to tell stories that replicate our being? Yes. Is that art? No. As a young artist himself, this is someone who's just made a film, and he's like, I love my film. I'm so excited about my film. I don't care what anybody thinks about my film. I love my film. And I'm like, great. Do you want to be an artist or do you want to make art?
Exactly.
Because you can love your film, you can make art. If you want to be an artist,
you have to communicate.
You have to. Well, you also have to enter the economy.
Yeah.
and supporting yourself as an artist as opposed to being someone who makes art are really two different things. So to me, it all works along the same continuum, a kind of authentic relationship to the flash of the spirit and the willingness to then take that relationship and put it in a relationship of commodification.
Oh.
It takes a very, very strong person in order to endure that journey. But nobody in this room would be here if we didn't have the capacity.
Strong. Yeah.
I run two writers groups, two monthly writers groups for young writers, and this was in July. I read something and I tapped my assistant and asked her, was this written by AI? One of the scripts that someone submitted. There was something about it. Like I read it and I read it again and I was like, this does not feel right. And not in like a bad writer, because we've all read bad scripts. But bad scripts still have a flash of humanness in them, in their awful dialogue. There's still something there that's like dirt. That's like, oh, you can touch it. And in this script, I did not feel any of that. So I didn't know how to approach this student. I just went to the session and I gave my comments that I sort of hinted at, this character needs more layers. This needs more complexity. It needs more, the script began with the line, I'm leaving you. And the wife is packing her bags. And I read that, I was like, oh God. And she's packing her bags like, you can't leave me. And all the dialogue was very third tier artists I'm not going to mention, very third tier, like pat domestic violence that could be written by AI. But there was something in me. And my secretary assistant was like, oh, I didn't notice that. And then she read it again and she was like, oh, this does feel like it wasn't written by a human being. But she just browsed through it. The scary part is she browsed through it the first time and just thought bad script. But then when someone pointed it out to her and she read it, she's like, this could have been written by a computer. Now, for high art, computers can't fake that. My question is for the vast amount of television shows that are just noise in the background. I have a few in mind that I would watch while cleaning. And it's, procedural and people are running around. That might be able to be, could be AI because they weren't good to begin with. And the humanness that the writers may have inserted in the room, by the time it got to the screen, had been sort of drained of all the blood. So I'm not concerned with high quality movies, the high quality TV shows. I am concerned with the day-to-day burgers, whether that will no longer have cooks. Because a day-to-day burger you buy for $2, people don't expect high quality human cooking in it. They're just trying to get the delivery of calories to keep going.
That's true.
So that is my honest concern. AI has been great for me responding to emails real quick and making them seem really great. I just have to take out the overly officious, full name at the end and best regards, just eliminate that. But for that high quality art, I haven't seen it yet. But apparently there are AIs that are more sophisticated than ChatGPT that involve narrative. So I don't know about them, but apparently they were holding them back until the end of the strike to sort of release these higher formed entities. So we'll see. I mean, Silicon Valley would love to eliminate all of us here and just have us sitting around with, a tube. No, with a tube stuck in every orifice and just ingesting their product and paying them. That would be Silicon Valley's dream, is to have to involve no human workers in the process. Whether they can achieve that and whether we allow them to do that is up to us.
I'm not worried about AI and I'm not messing with it, and here's why. Y'all know, you go to the public restroom and they've got the automatic hand, the faucet, and you're doing this and you're doing this. And then when you do this, when you show it the right hand side, right, it turns on.
those faucets are inherently racist. No, I'm serious. And it's because the mechanism that's in them, it's designed so that it picks up on the light, the reflection, yes, right, of the light. So literally, the faucets are right. Same with those, what's the facial recognition, that technology, right? Some alarming statistic, I think it was like, it only recognized 30% of the black faces that it was, and I'm like, like it's built in, like the people who are building these machines are just replicating. For AI, which uses like samples that are already in existence, right, to sort
Open source.
To build this. I mean, there's not a sample, there's not a pool wide enough, right, to get at all of us, right? So I'm
not worried about it. I want to wrap this up with our final question, and this has been the question. I'm sorry. I want to ask this final question, and this is really the only question I really wanted to hear from each one of y'all.
Okay.
I'm glad to have heard all of that, and I've learned a lot, actually. But this question right here is for me. You must answer. The question is, if market demand or funding were not a consideration, and if the how of the thing never crossed your mind, what story would you tell for these students? You're welcome.
I know because it's been cooking in me, and I've been running. It's 5 parts, 2 hours each part. Harlem Renaissance. That's what I want to do.
I mean, I would say the stories I write at 2 a.m. and can't go back to bed until I finish. And every once in a while, like a few nights ago, I'm in tech for a musical, but I just felt compelled to start listing these things that happened to me as a child. I just listed it, then I wrote another incident, then I found the pattern. When I started wrapping around, and you start finding the pattern in this, and I realized it was a black tech worker in a therapy session. And I was like, oh, okay, I don't know what's gonna happen. I just continue to list these things. And then the therapist, who's on a microphone and unseen, who doesn't want to be identified, is delivering therapy to this person. And he's describing how technology plus his internal life as a black person in this world are at war with each other, but he works for a technology company every day, and he's listing these things. And he's done something very bad, which is why he's in therapy. And I just started writing, and I was like, I have no idea what this is, but I'm gonna go on this journey. And so every once in a while, I get stories like that that keep me up. And I just think, one more scene. I just have to finish one more scene. Those are the stories, because the magic and the mystery of them get revealed when there's an actor or director or other people collaborating. I'm writing from instinct and from that dark 1 a.m. place to figure out what's going on inside of me that will hopefully reach other people in that dark 1 a.m. place that they're experiencing. And together we will both learn more about each other, about our experiences, and about our life, because I want to always leave a little bit of mystery in my writing of things that I don't know yet. And then hopefully have collaborators who also have that mystery, and together we sort of find the nonverbal awe moments that make art beautiful, the things you cannot put a word to, but that you know in your soul and you feel in your gut. And so those are the stories. I love the Harlem Renaissance idea. I love doing something about my black family growing up in early 1900s in Florida, and epic. And you know, right now I'm doing a musical in New Orleans about Louis Armstrong, told in 4 chapters by 4 different wives he had in New Orleans, Chicago, Hollywood, and New York. And so it's been a joy working, and the musicians are unbelievable. The dancing, the Roots, Anastasia, Victory, and Michael Mitchell, husband-wife couple, The choreography by Ricky Tripp is outstanding, going back to the 1920s, 30s, 40s, Hollywood, 50s, and 60s. And the acting with James Monroe Iglehart is spectacular, but they're discovering stuff that I wasn't aware of, and that's always the joy, the process, which usually happens more in theater than in television, which is the machine.
Okay, hear me out. It's a live, interactive theater spoof of a competitive dating show. So you all know those like Love Island, like
They're great.
and all that stuff. Okay, because I was thinking, I'm like, all right, I want to write a play that's gonna get y'all out of your pajamas, out of the coziness of your home, out from in front of your Netflix or whatever, and come out into theater. And I was just thinking about like how, well, shit, like when I'm home in my pajamas and I'm folding laundry, whatever it is, right? That's what I have on in the background. But then I thought, okay, but how can I make it like, like socially, yeah. So like, how can I give it a little social import? So I'm like, all right. So the chick, this is black, of course, black woman, of course, right? And already the situation is fraught because. I don't know if y'all ever did like online dating, but like black women are like some of the most romantically undervalued people on the planet. I mean, even by our own, it's so frustrating. I'm having flashbacks to when I was online and specifically shopping for black men, and I'm looking and I'm like, yeah, oh, he's a doctor and he loves the arts. Oh, that's because I would realize. Under his preferences, there would be the racial, and all the boxes, the default, mind you, was that all the boxes, Asian, Pacific Islander, Alaskan, blah, 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 Black, African American, Latino, blah, 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 right, would be checked. You deliberately have to uncheck a box if you are just not attracted to that generally, right? And like so many times I'm like, oh, he's perfect. No, right? So yeah, I just really want to explore that through this very sort of pop culture-y thing that's happening, but also make it interactive and also maybe like, I don't know, like hook some people, have people, hook some people up. But then, yeah, so it's like the broccoli tempura of theater. Because it's like, you're getting the vegetable, the nutrients, but you deep fry it.
Chisa started up a dating service years ago for writers, briefly, but it was the romantic in you wanting to pair up awkward writers. And so many writers in the community appreciate that. Just want to say thank you.
So my show would be, I guess the preface is that the year 2026 is the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. And one of the next things I'm making is kind of a piece for orchestra and dance and so forth. And there's 6 questions. There's 6 parts of the Declaration, and there's 6 questions that I'm asking. What is the American dream? What is the American promise? When in your American life have you felt most free? The 4th question is, we talk about the founding fathers. Who are this country's founding mothers? What would this country be like if it were founded by women? The 5th question is, if money were light, how much would America have to spend? If money were light, how much? And light as in energy. And then the 6th question is, for whom America the Beautiful? The show that I would make is most free. When you ask somebody, when in your life have you felt most free, something happens to their body. Something definitely happens to their face. Very often something happens to their body. And without obstruction, without obstacle, if I could make a series based on kind of a lineage of most free. If I could like mine the memory of most free and kind of create a daily or a weekly reminder, like these little amalgams of most free, that's what I would make.
Y'all hear that? If you have questions for these people, please come to this wonderful, yes, I see your hand.
Is that Baba Norman?
Yes. Yes.
I just want to say this before. I was thinking just now, I said, I mentioned Big Man by Sterling Brown. Actually, Randolph Edmonds wrote Big Man, whose daughter Henrietta was in Nicole's the last time I was here speaking. Anyway, I just wanted to make that correction in case anybody does. I doubt if you look it up, but Randolph Edmonds, Big Man.
I've been instructed that I have to take 4 students first. First 4 students.
Hi, my name is Nina Mitchell. I'm a psychology major, freshman here at Howard, but I love the arts. I love theater. I was a theater kid throughout all of high school. One of my last role was Molly in Peter and the Starcatcher, and I kept catching myself, like going back and like trying to justify why this character would be Black. And I know y'all talked, or one of you talked about more like Black people in the roles that just show their human experience. And like I look at Jordan Fisher in Dear Evan Hansen, or Halle Bailey in even like The Little Mermaid, and I want to ask, like, what is your opinion? Why is it so important for Black people to be portrayed in roles that were originally written for white people?
Can I go?
Please.
It's really important to me because it's not that you as an actress are unable to embody the spirit of humanity in any way that it comes. It's the default setting of normalcy around that which is white. Whiteness is a culture like everything else is a culture. It should be honored for its humanity the way everything else should be honored for its humanity. It's the idea that that thing is the normal thing and the ubiquitous thing that everyone should be and embrace, rather than one of the multiplicity of things that exist. That's what I would say. Thank you.
It's the reason why when you see a play, a movie, or a television show set in ancient Rome or ancient Greece, what kind of accent do they have? They have a British accent.
Yeah.
It makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense historically. It doesn't make sense as Americans because we're watching it, but the default is class has this British accent on it. In the future, for a while, that was also the default. When you saw futuristic shows, like half the people had these British accents. And it was always mystifying to me because it's like, we're in space. Why do the people have British accents? But that's considered, exactly, like that's considered class. And it's undoing that default so that now more and more I am seeing that there's a futuristic show and people have different accents. They have different looks. It isn't just all people pretending to be British in the past, in the future, and making everyone at home, me included, feel like left out of place. Like, well, I don't have that accent, and, I can't go back to ancient Rome or imagine the past, nor can I imagine myself into the future as a child. I feel like children these days they're not getting inundated with that default as much. It still exists, but that's why it's important to me.
First off, I would like to thank you all for being here. My name is Tyree Wallace. I'm a freshman acting major from Houston, Texas. And the question that I have is, as Black dramatic storytellers, I know the industry is very predominantly white, but we are getting to a culture where Black people are allowed to tell their stories. As Black storytellers, what has been your biggest obstacle with spreading the culture to industry that wasn't created for us, but used us?
if I can, honestly, one of the obstacles is not only do I think we don't think that the industry is for us, I think as audiences, we don't necessarily go to the theater as a default. You know, it's great to hear someone who's a theater kid. It's great that you come in as a freshman and you've decided that this is a pathway for us. But it's a kind of lesson that we all have to learn, that the theater also is for us, not just in terms of the stories, not just in terms of like who's on stage, but also as audience. It's hard to sustain Black theater with Black audiences because we haven't necessarily, it's not necessarily something that is cultivated for us as an option. So, you know, that's not the industry side of it, but it is part of the spiritual side of it as well, is who you're performing for and for how long and what kind of stories you have to tell, partnered with what kind of marketing in order to attract. There's something that I'm working on right now, and it is so clear that the creative director, the publicist, the marketing team, no Black people on these teams, that they're trying to tell this very Black story that takes place mostly at an AME church, you know, in South Carolina. They have stained glass as part of their iconography and imagery, but they don't have actual Black people. They don't actually have the Black ass conflict in the middle of this thing, because they're trying to attract. And I believe that it's an opera. They don't want to call it an opera because opera is not actually about what's on the stage, it's about who's seeing it. And so even in my attempt to say, we have taken this form and located a Black narrative inside of this form, and it is open and amenable to Black people and diasporic people to take in the form, there's even tension there. So that's what I would say has been an obstacle. It's industry-based, but it's also the psychology of participation.
It's very important that you know these things. There are a host of obstacles, and they're new all the damn time. Mm-hmm. What your job is to do is make sure that you're not an obstacle.
That's real.
That you do the work. Do the work, and it's there. It may not, I have plays that no one will do. I have movies that no one will do. I'm going to do the work because you choose you first before you expect anyone else to choose you. Yeah. So each day, you know, and I don't say this as a negative about the obstacles because they're there, bro. You know, it's like everybody's trying to pitch and sell their things. There is a skill to pitching and selling them, but there's a hard road to getting them produced. Every film I've written has been sold. 2 have been produced. And those 2 being produced put me in the WGA for life. There are people that have written 30 films and the camera didn't say action on one of them. And they're filthy rich and living in Beverly Hills. But is that the point? But the point is this. That's how hard it is to get a film made. People have written 30 films and not one have been produced. I only have had 2 films produced. That's a lot. For a major movie, and I didn't know that. My agent told me that when WGA sent me the Lifetime card, I said, Lifetime, I only got 2 films. My agent said, that's a lot. Because most people don't get one done unless you do it your own damn self. Yeah. So don't you be your obstacle. Do the work.
That's what's up.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kevoy Somerville. I am also a freshman acting major here at Howard. For one thing that I just wanted to say was that I really loved, Mr. Hudson, something you had brought up about creating something and then having that go into production, and a director finding something that you didn't see, and then the actors finding things, because I think that really speaks to the context of how amazing the Black experience is. In this evolution of you're writing from this perspective, Then the director brings their perspective and their aspect of the Black experience. And then the actors bring theirs. And the set designer might bring theirs. And the lighting designer might bring theirs. And it becomes this, it's one of the reasons I absolutely love the art form, is that it creates this space of infinite realms of the Black experience for people to connect to. Now, my actual question that I had was, what would you say as a personal note, even for something that you've written that has not been produced or has not been made, what would you say was the moment for you if you've had it, within this path where you felt that you had created the most impact?
I was fumbling with my phone earlier because I was trying to see if I could access a voicemail that my mom left me. This was, I don't even know how many years ago now. I had a workshop reading of a play. It was my very first play, and it was my very first professional reading, and I was all excited. But my mom, I told her about it, and she said, "Oh, that's great, baby. Like, what's the play called?" And I said, "She Like Girls." And good Christian woman that she was, with very specific ideas about what penises and vaginas are for, she said to me, "Oh, okay. Well, I don't know that I'm going to be able to make that, but good luck." And I was like, "Okay, Ma, whatever." So then I got a production. It's going to run for like a full month. You don't have an excuse. You got to come see it now, right, Ma? Right? So she came to see it. She sat there. I could just tense the entire time. The girls, they kiss on stage, they kiss, and I could just, and there's a standing ovation at the end of the play. She remained seated, just politely golf clapping the entire time. And then when the applause died down, she turned to me and she said, "I don't know where you come up with this stuff." Meanwhile, the play had been, it was inspired by the murder, I should say, of Sakia Gunn, a 15-year-old lesbian who was just standing at a bus stop minding her own business. When this dude rolled up on her and, tried to holler at her, she wasn't having it. She said, "I don't think my girlfriend would appreciate that," to which he responded by stabbing her to death, right? So this happened in my hometown of Newark, where my mom still lived. She didn't know anything about it, and she told me as much in that voicemail. She told me as much in that voicemail. She said, "I read your little note from the playwriter," because that's what she calls us. "I read the little note from the playwriter, and, I didn't know anything about the girl who'd gotten killed. And I just want to say that I'm so proud of you, and I love you, I love you, I love you. Keep doing what you're doing." And I was like, okay. A couple months after that, my sister kicked her son out, my nephew, 16, for she caught him kissing a boy. And guess who took him in? My mom, right? And I'm not going to take full credit for that. But I like to think I made it easier with that play, right? And that for me, like, really solidified, like, oh, I can change a mind, I can change a heart, I can, and I know her, like, I know how hard that had to be for her because she's such a devout woman with very, so I thought if I could just get one of those with every play I write, every script I write, if I can just have one response like that, I've done.
You winning.
I'm winning.
You winning.
Hi, everybody. My name is Zakia Ali. Oh, is it on? Okay. I'm Zakia Ali. I'm a doc student in the School of Education. I'm an educator by training. And so the first thing that came to my mind when you all have been speaking on the stage is Douglas Award's play Day of Absence. Yes. And so I just been thinking about you know, the message that Douglas Turner Ward was trying to make about the day that all of these black people mysteriously disappeared. And I feel like we are living in that moment right now in a day of absence where we have all of these book bans and all of this black culture is mysteriously supposed to just disappear and nobody wants to talk about it. So my question to you all is, when I think about the classroom, I notice all of the books that are being banned are like all of these novels. But my question is, where are the black plays? You know, and how do we infiltrate the school system more with the black narratives? So in what ways do you all think, or if you all could create a list, what are the non-negotiables, for one, for black dramatists in this space in which we're living in? Because I think that our art is bigger than the stages. I think that our art is bigger than the awards. And it's making me think of also Jessica Care Moore when she said the words don't fit in my mouth. I think that our art doesn't fit on these stages. So what are the non-negotiables for black dramatists?
Great question.
I mean, for me, the foundation is August Wilson, Lorraine Hansberry, for Color Girl and Tazaki Shange, just as a starting point of like
Alice Childress.
Alice Childress, Trouble in Mind, those are the foundation. And then the recent generation, Dominique Morisseau, Chisa, Nicole Salter had a play called Carnival that I loved and is rich and is deep and has layers to it. And to me, that was essential to see. And having a dialogue afterwards with colleagues explaining like, no, it just wasn't entertainment. There was something else going on here about black masculinity, about sexuality, about sex tourism, about all these things that are happening underneath this story, to me are like the people I really look to. And those should be in the library. Those should be in some library.
It's so many. It's just, woo. It's so many. I mean, there are plays like The Big White Fog that nobody sees or does by Theodore Ward. That's a classic piece of theater. Blues for Mr. Charlie, No Place to Be Somebody, and The River Niger. And I mean, it's like it's vast. Because I obviously you could tell from me talking, I'm a historian. And even though when you talk about Dominique, I did the Broadway productions of Skeleton Crew, and I also did the premiere of Paradise Blue, and I love her to death. But you know, with she and the writers that we have today that are breaking ground and moving things forward, I think we can't limit it to 9. And I know that's your question, but I would like to just bust that wide open, and think that each week and each day that you can reach out and discover something new and exciting in our culture and another story that's absolutely necessary and not just entertainment, but is necessary as food for our souls.
I would say there's a play called On Sugarland by Alicia Harris that I just is just still with me. And this is not a play, but it's very literary. I think the canon of Bill T. Jones, who's a choreographer, but is probably the most literary choreographer. There's two of them really. It's Bill T. Jones and it's this dude Kyle Abraham. Kyle Abraham has this work called The Realist MC, which is a dance, but it's a play. And there are, like, when I think about the narratives inscribed in Ailey, when I think about the narratives inscribed in Urban Bushwomen, so, this is one of the problems I think with dance is that it's the way that it's codified is ephemeral. You can't just kind of read it or even listen to it. You just kind of had to be there. But that also, I think, is the Black literary, is a lot of times language is everywhere.
I apologize. I feel like we can take these last 3 and then we have to stop. So please no one add. I'm so sorry.
We'll make our answers shorter.
Look at the brother.
We have one more in the middle as well. We have one more person.
And we have one in the house? Okay, great.
What one-word answers?
One second, sir.
Forgive me for not coming up, but thank you.
would you consider doing a 2-hour Black Arts series?
Who, me?
Yes.
No,
Add
no.
that to your.
I don't know. I know where my, I'm easy to tell you I don't know. I'm not ashamed to say I don't know. I would have to see what that means. I don't know what it means right now.
Okay.
But, you know, I'm always open for everything, but, you know, I want to do a 5-part Harlem Renaissance. But I'm open for everything, man.
Yeah. And one thing that, what Barack and Ned Bullins, in terms of revolution.
Or the Black Arts Movement.
Yes. Is there a sense of that?
I actually teach that in my Black Arts Intensive.
Okay. But is there a sense among contemporary Black playwrights, that whole didactic thing in terms of empowering Black people?
I can't speak for them, but do you know do you have the compilation called SOS? Any students have that? Have you read it? Have you seen it? Pick it up. SOS. It's a compilation of poetry, narrative, plays. You know, everybody is in there, and it gives you a real foundation and sense. It's hip hop. It's hip hop. Do you have it? Have you had it?
I know
it. SOS. I'm telling you, it's one of the most important pieces of literature that compilations that I've ever read.
Can I just say in response to that, and I got to shout out our girl Camila Forbes, who's not here.
I was gonna just.
Well, go ahead, please.
Well, here at the Department of Theater Arts is putting on a revival production of Rhyme Deferred, which is a hip-hop theater play that had its inception on this campus and really launched the movement of hip-hop theater, very much a derivative of what I would think is the Black Arts movement. Yeah. It also has its roots in the African cosmology and the hip-hop aesthetic. You have 2 days to check it out. It's amazing.
It's a Rhyme Deferred, but it's also Hip Hop Theater Junction.
Yes, right.
The building that a Rhyme Deferred will be produced in is named for a person that came out that same. We are actually not here if it's not for Camila Forbes.
Pretty much.
And Camila Forbes and the cipher around her.
Yes.
You know, from Baye to Ta-Nehisi to Brother Bit. Like, we are actually not here. So I think that hip hop as a corollary to the Black Arts movement, the Black Arts movement as a corollary to the Harlem Renaissance, it is generational. I would say it is also contemporary, and that's the thing that I think we're struggling with right now is a sense of energetic coherence. It's really hard, but it announces itself generationally.
I got you now, the Black Arts Movement. I got you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Yassine Ba. I am a freshman journalism major from Silver Spring, Maryland, by way of Senegal. I had a question. It's about is it Mr. Squire? That's it right?
Yes.
You used the word tribe in the beginning while you were talking about African American Museum, and I think it was a mask.
The Afrofuturism.
Yes. And I was wondering why that word and not ethnic group.
I thought that was the word used in the display. I have it in my phone. I took a picture of it, but it was a very particular, like, why that word and not country or anything. I think it was because that was the word I glommed onto. But it could be my colonial mind. It could be.
It's hard to shake.
Yes, it is very hard to shake. Vamp, looking for looking for the photo about futurism. I took way too many pictures. Okay. Zoom in on this. These are the masks.
Doga mask. Yes, it's a Doga.
Yes. Do they use the word tribe or? African civilizations have celestial bodies to gain. Their observations have informed technological, ideological, spiritual stargazing. The Dogon people, okay, Dogon people of West Africa, the Europe, that's the word, okay.
But they use the word tribe back in the day.
Okay. Well, then it's my mistake. It's Dogon people, Yoruba, and then other words that I cannot read on this.
Thank you.
Hello, all. My name is Cece. I am an emerging screenwriter and filmmaker. I started writing last year with stream of consciousness narratives. So Mr. Santiago Hudson and Mr. Squire brought up integration and, in a sense, the loss of value of ritual when talking about the funeral services. Excuse me. So my love is ethnographic fiction. So as studying just in my free time, I'm always watching old Black films, the TV show Soul, stuff like To Anger and Daughters of the Dust. So my question is, in the spirit of independent film and theater, and as it pertains to our own defined value and authority collectively, how do we create a standard from traditional TV and film / institutions and mass media so that these types of works aren't viewed as other or alternative or indie, so it's our stuff, our own standard?
I would say I would like to speak to this just as the educator here and the person who is sort of brought into the role of chair at the Department of Theater Arts. Part of what our vision is for our department is to be a hub for the Black narrative intelligence, a haven for its legacy, and a preeminent training ground for Black dramatic arts creatives. And that includes the hub part of that includes becoming the place not only for the preservation of our storytelling ways, but to position ourselves at the forefront of its evolution with our conscious intentionality around how we are playing with aesthetic and form, but also content. I think we can only do it as narrative makers by changing the narrative of the people that we engage. I mean, the students that engaged Rhyme Deferred had never experienced anything like it ever before. Ever. And so now we're talking about their communities. We're talking about how people access our storytelling ways. When we were segregated, people would come pilfer from our communal institutions for that information. But now that we're integrated, where is our storytelling place?
And also, you're talking about I'm sorry. You're talking about pilfering. I mean, all of it. We gave up the blues. We gave up jazz. We
use it to survive.
Well, that's who holds that purse and says, I can give you more. But the thing is, it's where is your line? Where is your bottom line? Where do you say money is not my master because I'm always going to be a slave because somebody got way more than I do. So, but the thing is, when you reach a certain plateau in your craft, in your art, in your style, as a designer or whatever, you get chosen. You get to be the chosen one. They chose August. But Lloyd chose August. Then once Lloyd shepherded August Wilson, I'm talking about, into all these white institutions, and white people became comfortable with that work, it's all right. They're not blaming us for anything. We don't feel guilty and we ain't mad and they ain't mad at us. This is okay. This is palatable. Once that got chosen, that ran over and over, and that record got ran over and over and over, and should be, but what gets added to it is what's important. And the lack of things that are getting added to it, what happens is now let's replace August and bring in Chisa. Let's replace Chisa and bring in Katori. And it's like, no, we need to make sure that we add on, that we build in the building. We spend this is just my little bit of diatribe before I shut my mic down. We spend way too much time interested and concerned about what white people are doing than what we are doing or should be doing or can do. And so if we spent as much time building our institutions as we are trying to fight to get into theirs, then we would have far less problems, I feel.
And with that...
Well, I just want to say one more thing in addition to that. This has been fantastic, but the word that triggered me was ritual that was said, and I went to an arts panel like a month ago at Atlantic Theater Company with a bunch of Black theater makers, including Chief Ayandi Clark, who is a Yoruba priest and also does theater, and he talked about the need for rituals in Black and new Black art to separate it and makes it human. And he says, with ritual performances, you are not in control. Spirit is in control, and nothing happens without permission of spirit. And the whole idea of Black art he said, before you enter a space, you have to humble yourself to ask permission for the spirit to come in of August Wilson when writing to ask permission, which requires both a humility and an openness to be a vessel. And he said a whole bunch of other things, but everyone wants a spiritual experience, but it's never what you expect. And you have to ask, what am I trying to do spiritually? And you have to make room for what you don't know. And like I wrote that down on my notepad, in this notepad from like a month ago, because I was thinking about that when it comes to rituals in my work and how to have more of that in what I see out in the world. The rituals and making room for what I don't know, I think is important for Black art.
You guys, thank you so much for allowing us 2 hours of your time and your mind. It's really amazing. I want to thank the creators of the International Black Writers Festival for their yearly work. That's hard. Mr. Benjamin Talton, who runs Moorland-Spingarn Research Center, give him a hand. I want to give a proverbial hand for all of the sessions from this week of intellectual rigor, and I can't wait for next year. Thank you for including dramatists.
And this concludes I know Professor Salter has put her sneakers on to run across campus, but I mentioned, shout out the Center for Journalism and Democracy, our co-sponsors, the Department of African American Studies, Dr. Mike Ralph, all of my students in the back who've helped out. They've been walking around here, taking photos, doing images. Shout out to our university archivist standing right next to me, Sonia Woods.
Yes, Sandra Woods.
Taylor Enlow, our administrative coordinators here as well. I'm Benjamin Talton. Thank you so much. And maybe we'll see you next year.
Next year you will.